The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome everybody to the inaugural edition of the American Cup, one of the most fun and exciting new chess tournaments hosted by the St. Louis Chess Club. Behind me is the Busch Stadium, home of the most valuable franchise in St. Louis, the St. Louis Cardinals. Speaking of most valuable, we have the most valuable chess players in the nation battling for the coveted title of American Cup champion. Let's go to the studio and start this exciting day with Yasser and Alejandro.
It's a beautiful spring day here in St. Louis. It's in the Central West End, the St. Louis Chess Club, and we are ready to bring you a spectacular event, the American Cup 2022. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here to bring you all of the action with the legend himself, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, it's such a great pleasure to see you again. Nice to be with you.
It's a pleasure to have you back, and what a great event we have. It's not the typical round robin where people are trying to vie for position, draw strategically. None of that. We have a double elimination, a brand new format here at the St. Louis Chess Club. This is going to be an exciting one.
Absolutely. Just win, baby. Hello. Welcome to our live coverage of our very first 2022 American Cup. As Alejandro was saying, it's a double elimination match event, and let's take a look at the roster of players. Alejandro.
It's a star-studded field in both the Open and in the Women's. Let's start with the Open Group A. It is headlined by the new American Grandmaster Levon Aronian with 2785 FIDE. Absolutely fantastic. But check out those three fellows following him. Absolutely top-rated players. Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Dominguez. They're no strangers to the spotlight. They're incredibly strong players here. And check out the rest. Former U.S. champion Sam Shankland is here, followed by three youngsters, Sam Sevian, Jeffery Xiong, and Robson, who are trying to make their mark here in the tournament.
Absolutely. And those last four look like an Olympic team as well. And in the women's group, Group B.
In the women's group, we have a ton of U.S. Women's Championship between the top two ladies. They are no strangers to winning here in St. Louis. They're Irina Krush and Zatonskih, but they're joined by a lot of new blood. Tsolakidou, who is now a student at St. Louis University just down the street. Yeah, she's going to be new here at the St. Louis Club. A very talented player and also a very experienced player is going to be Katerina Nemtsova. They're on seat number 4. Another university student, Tokhirjonova, who is studying at Missouri, at Columbia here in Missouri. She is a very strong player, got second at the U.S. Women's Championship last year. And check out that new face here, Alice Lee, 2334 rating. You might be wondering, how come I haven't heard of this player before? It's because she is on a meteoric rise and she's only 12 years old. 12-year-old Alice Lee is going to be joining us here. Another veteran, we have Abrahamyan, and yet another youngster, Ruiyang with 2283, only 15 years of age. A very young field there.
Fantastic, that veterans and youth. And our format, Alejandro.
That's where it gets exciting, Yasser. We have a 10-day double elimination tournament. We have two different events, the Open and the Women's. To 8-player double elimination knockout. What does this double elimination mean? Basically, everybody gets 2 lives. If you get knocked out for the first time in a match, you can still continue the tournament. You will be dropping down to an elimination match. So we're going to be having 2 different brackets. Everybody starts at the champions bracket, the championship bracket, with their 2 lives, and they will slowly be whittling those down. There will be no draw offers allowed in any game here at the event. They're going to have to find some kind of threefold repetition or some kind of dead draw end game. No draw offers allowed, but let's take a look at the championship bracket. It's going to be a classical time control as long as you have a fast-paced one. That is very true. 90 games for the 90 minutes for the entire game with the 30-second increment throughout. But check it out. No second time control. You don't get additional time at move 40. You don't get additional time at move 60. It's a faster classical.
Single time control for the entire game.
Now, let's say that you lose one of your matches, you drop down to the elimination bracket. That's going to be also known in a lot of esports as the losers bracket. This is when you're not going to be playing classical chess anymore. You're going to be playing for your life in rapid. 25 plus 10. We're going to switch out the format on those players, and that's going to be absolutely thrilling as we see the players claw for survival.
Right.
And of course, these are mini matches of 2 games each. You play against the same opponent twice, once with white and once with black. If that mini match is tied, the playoff time control is simple. 10 plus 5, and the winner of that moves through. If still tied after the playoff time control, then we have everybody's favorite. After the 2 rapid games, we have Armageddon if needed. That means that white starts with 5 minutes, black starts with 4, but white must win the game. A draw would mean the black moves on. There will be a 2-second increment added, started at move 60 for the Armageddon game only.
And our schedule.
It's going to be an exciting one. We see some of the players already up there.
Right.
Some of the university players there. We have Katerina and Nemtsova. And let's take a look at the schedule. Champions bracket is starting today. We have 4 matches in each section, and they're all classical. Classical time control, 90 plus 30 for today, same as tomorrow. And Friday, we start eliminating people, Yasser.
Exactly, but also there will be playoffs on tomorrow's round if necessary. And as you were saying, on Friday we start eliminating.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at what happens on Friday. That's such a key day, as we will have people leaving the tournament on Friday. They will be eliminated that day already. So this is a very fast-paced tournament. You can see the championship bracket and we'll have Group A and B will have 2 classical games. But in the elimination bracket, tons of rapid games to be seen there. People will be fighting for survival. Friday is going to be a very exciting day, but we start with the classical today.
Absolutely. And Cristian, would you, first of all, good to see you, my friend. Drill down on some of these matches for us, will you please?
Yasser, Alejandro, always a pleasure to be back here in the studio in St. Louis, casting the games of the best chess players on American soil. And what an event we have. You guys covered very nicely the format. It's a very new and exciting format. But let's take a look at the brackets. We're going to start with a bracket in the open section. We have 4 incredible matches. Aronian, the favorite, rating favorite, is going to be facing Ray Robson. Dominguez is going to be facing Sam Shankland. That's a very close matchup. Wesley So versus Sam Sevian, and of course Fabiano Caruana versus Jeffery Xiong. But one match that I'm definitely having my eyes on is the one between Aronian and Ray Robson, because these 2 players have never faced each other. It's very rare at the top that you're going to find 2 players that have never played against each other. They don't have any information covering the other player. This one is going to be a very exciting matchup. Let's take a look at the women's section as well. Of course, we have 4 very exciting matchups in this one. We start with Krush versus Ruiyang, Nemtsova versus Tokhirjonova, Tsolakidou versus Lee, and Anna Zatonskih versus Abrahamyan. And the matchup that I'm definitely having my eyes on is the one between the 8-time national champion Irina Krush versus Ruiyang, the up-and-comer. She was 2100 rated last year in the junior section. Right now she's close to 2300. This is going to be a very intense matchup. Guys, this is a new and exciting event, and I'm looking forward to calling all the action with you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. And I've got to say, as much action as we're going to be seeing in the next 10 days, we also have a blitz tournament coming up with 40 top players in this event as well as in St. Louis. Alejandro.
Absolutely. What a crazy 10 days of chess we're going to have here in the St. Louis Chess Club. And if that wasn't enough, take a look at this event. It's on Friday, April 29th. We're going to have players that were eliminated in the championship section, players that were eliminated in the women's section. We're going to have 9 blitz rounds with some of the best chess players around the city. And that is nothing to be laughed at. We have the national collegiate champion, St. Louis University will be participating, Missouri University will be participating, Webster University will be participating. Some of the best blitz players are very young. They're going to be here trying to prove their medal. That's going to be an exciting one. But we already have with us Tony Rich to introduce the event.
Hello, welcome to the Playing Hall. My name is Tony Rich, and I'm the Executive Director of the St. Louis Chess Club. We're very excited to host for the first time the American Cup, a double-elimination knockout format featuring the best players in America. As the players get settled in, our Chief Arbiter, Chris Bird, will give them a few remarks, and then we'll begin the round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Tony. As again, the American Cup, the first of its kind here in the United States. These double elimination match events, I always thought the World Cup needed that because it was so harsh to travel to the FIDE World Cup. You go 10,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers, and you lose the first game and you're eliminated.
Yeah, I felt that twice, I have to tell you. It doesn't feel very good.
But a double elimination match gives you, as you said, that second life and gives you a lot of chance to just get back in the tournament. And there we see Levon Aronian, the pre-tournament favorite, against Ray Robson in his blue blazer. I remember him from the U.S. Championship.
And
loving that.
I love the system. I love also the fact that we switched the time control on them. You want to play classical chess, you have to go through the top. You have to win it in classical. If you lose once, you lose one of your lives, one of your mini matches, that's it. You have to play rapid. And we know that's more random.
Exactly, and a much, much harder. And the playoff also, I like the fact that you're speeding up the tempo of the game. And then it becomes a match of nerves.
Absolutely.
90% of these players have never played this format again. The rest have played it, but maybe in online games.
Right.
These guys are going to be taken out of their comfort zone, and this is exactly what we like to see.
There we're getting a couple of shots of the players before the game gets started. Irina Krush, our 8-time U.S. champion. She's looking good. Levon Aronian also seems to be familiarizing himself with the championship wall. Well, there you got the wall of fame right there.
He is definitely not a stranger to playing here in St. Louis.
No,
Many-time player of the Sinkfield Cup, won it once, but first time playing as an American here in the St. Louis Chess Club.
And also, again, this time control is a speedy time control. It's a single time control, 90 minutes for the entire game with a 30-second bonus for each move played, as we hear Chris Bird mentioning some final words as the players just getting ready to go.
This matchup that we have our camera on right now, I feel like is the closest one. Shankland is definitely having the momentum on his side. Lanier, we know him. He plays very, very thorough chess. He is a very, very good classical player. So, but he's going to probably change the tempo if this matchup goes into the rapid and blitz portions.
Alejandro, I got to ask you a question. How do you win 200 rating points in a single year? I mean, what is your secret?
K40.
Wow.
That's the only way. But we have some incredible talent here at this tournament, as you were mentioning, Yasser. We have not one, but 2 players that have gone 150, 200 points up over there in the women's section, Alice Lee and Ruiyang. Incredible. As we are underway, we have the games opening up.
1c4, it looks like.
Yeah,
1c4 it is. Yep.
1c4 there for Levon Aronian, who has really expanded his repertoire in the last, let's say, 3 to 5 years. He was exclusively a d4/c4 player forever, and he decided, wait a second,
E4.
I need to put this as part of my repertoire. Started playing e4, but did not become exclusively an e4 player, also muddying the waters with other English or d4 setups. And I'm very curious about this one. Cristian was mentioning himself. They've never played against each other in classical chess.
I find that remarkable because these are 2 of the top players.
In any chess.
Exactly.
In any
Rapid,
chess.
blitz,
Incredible.
nothing.
That
Maybe
is
they played
remarkable.
online without knowing with their secret accounts. But in classical chess, they have absolutely no information about their rivals.
Gentlemen, as it's the start of the first game, I'm going to have to put us under a little bit of pressure as it's time for us to unveil our predictions.
Already, Yasser?
Yes.
It's very early.
Give us a few moves to understand the situation.
No, I don't want a result, man. I want you guys to under pressure. And Cristian will give you the first shot.
Well, look,
In both,
I've been following
brackets, of course.
Leveronian's games for the past year, and it seems like he's hitting a stride, both in classical but also in rapid. He just won the rapid championship on chess.com for this past week.
Right.
So he's definitely in very good shape. I feel he has the edge over Ray Robson in this matchup. So I'm going to go with Leveronian to win the whole thing.
Alejandro.
Well, in the open section, I think it comes down to who has been doing the most training recently, and there is a player here headed to the candidates. I know that he has been studying nonstop. He's having also great results in the Rapid Chess Championships hosted online. I think Fabi is the favorite for me, even though he has dropped below his usual 2,800. He's definitely hit a slump. But I think that he has to rectify this ship in the next couple of months. The candidates is such a big event coming up in Madrid in June, and that he has the tools necessary to rebound all the way up to 2,800.
Alejandro, unfortunately, I'm with you 100% on everything you said. I've been following the chess.com Rapid Championships, and by the way, that's like Murderer's Row. Those events are incredible, and Fabi's playing some of the best rapid chess of his life.
Yeah.
It feels like it's coming together for him. I'm going to go with Fabi as well in the Open. And as far as the women's are concerned, once again, Cristian, over to you. Draw first blood. Who do you like in the women's?
Well, I'm going to have to go with my student. This is a very subjective pick. I'm going to go with Gulrukh Begim Tokhirjonova on this one.
Begim, who was second in the U.S. Championships. And how about yourself, Alejandro?
I mean, the formula is clear. Yeah, I also have a student in the women's section.
And if you don't pick her,
I'll be in a lot of trouble. But my student, Tsolakidou, who is a part of the national champion team of St. Louis University, she's my pick. She's a very strong player. She's a little mercurial.
Yep.
There will be times where she plays amazing. There will be times, and she is the player on the left here, facing against the talented Alice Lee.
the 12-year-old, the youngest player in the section.
And that's intimidating,
It
right?
is.
You play somebody that has won 200 rating points in like 3 months. You
Yeah.
feel that these players are really making a lot of progress.
Exactly.
This is going to be a great matchup. It's a very close one. But I'm going to go with Stavroula for winning the women's.
Now,
Wow.
guys, you both pick Fabiano, right, in
Right.
the open section. And you were mentioning, Alejandro, that it very much matters that he's been training and preparing for the candidates. But will he use the preparation for the candidates in this tournament, or is he going to be not using those openings that he has been working on, and maybe some other residual openings from previous
Good
preparation?
That's very true.
Good
But
question.
before that, let's not forget that
Irina, she's been #1 in American women's chess for so long, and she's always a competitor. She's fierce. I got to go with Irina.
Fair enough. Irina Krush, of course, difficult to say no to her. She is not the #1 right now.
No, by
we
rating.
are unfortunately missing Carissa Yip due to school obligations.
Exactly.
It is
Jennifer,
the school year.
you,
Same
Carissa.
thing, yeah.
Oh. Yes, but you're right. I mean, maybe not #1 by rating, but boy, I tell you, it's so
absolutely.
hard for me to vote not for Irina in this event. So I'm going with Irina. Okay, We've made our results, but let's jump into the game. And the game that I've got up on my screen is the one between Levon, Aronian, and Ray Robson. And this is right out of the World Championship match, except for the move C7, C5. Knight C6.
Knight C6
was
soon, yeah.
Magnus Carlsen's. When we used to make the setup as white, we did it as a way of getting into a favorable Catalan, where the move D5 takes C4 was oftentimes not the best idea at this moment. And the move, I have to say, when I saw this move first in Dubai being played, I was thinking to myself, my God, these guys don't know their stuff. I mean, but after Knight F3, Knight C6 was the move, and after Knight C6, Magnus got a very decent game and never had any troubles in that game. But C5?
Yeah, it's also a well-known way of playing. It's a reverse Benoni, if you want to call
Exactly.
it that way. white will very soon break in the center with the move e3. You can castle first. You can even consider playing some sort of Benko gambit with the move b4, but that's different channels altogether. I think the current state of theory is that black is doing fine in this position, despite the extra tempo that white gets in this relatively sharp positions.
But it's not just the extra tempo, Alejandro, it's also the fact you've committed yourself to e6 too, right?
That's okay.
Yeah. So
you do commit yourself to e6. I understand the reluctance to push it twice to e5, but there are many situations in which you actually just keep the pawn on e6. And
even though your bishop on c8 is maybe a little bit crying. So we're just looking at some, let us say, expected lines,
moves, right?
e2, e3. And you say the theory's perfectly okay.
The theory is that black is doing okay here. Usually the knight goes to f6. Normally the bishop actually develops to c5. I've seen it develop to d6 as well. It develops to e7 as well. But people have been putting it on c5 where it looks a little awkward.
Right.
But it's difficult to prove a lot of advantage against it. And white plays the usual Benoni type. Bishop d6 is fine, bishop c5 is fine, bishop e7 is fine.
All three
all of them are okay.
Okay.
I've seen people play h6. People have been experimenting a lot in this structure. White is very willing to go into this. It's far from a dry position.
Exactly.
But black says, wow, why can't we make it a 3-result game? Let's go for it. I don't mind playing these structures. Black does have the typical Benoni advantages. You get the space, you get free play for your pieces. If you get the move e5 in, you can even start thinking of strategical advantages.
This is a very nuanced position, guys, and you can actually get to it or something similar from other move orders as well. Very often we see this start with knight f3, d5, and now we see c4 on the board, allowing the move d4. After which, in general, we see this move b4, which leads to some very, very intriguing positions. And of course, you were mentioning the pawn already in the game situation is already on e6. Now with the pawn on e7, you have extra options. Right. Actually, one of the main moves in this position is the sacrifice, g5. Whoa. Trying to attack this knight on f3, gain some space on the king side. And if you take, of course, now we see the idea of leaving the pawn behind on the 7th rank, playing in one tempo e5, attacking the knight on g5. Of course, if you go back, I'm going to continue with e4, and I'm just going to destroy your position. So this is a very intriguing way in which Levon maybe has tricked his opponent at the beginning, forcing him to play this move e6. Well, of course, Ray probably has in his repertoire e5 as well, but he decided to go with e6, g3, d5, bishop to g2, and now without the knight on f3, we see this move d4. Now, an intriguing point in this certain situation is that white's main move right now is actually, except knight f3 is the main move, but also b4, very closely behind. If you take, of course, this with the bishop on g2, just loses a piece after queen to a4. The usual defense with knight c6 doesn't work anymore because the bishop is on g2 already. Bishop takes c6. I'm going to next capture on b4, and you're down a piece. You cannot do that. Now, guess the move, the main move for black after the move b4. Guys, I'll give you 3 seconds. What's the main move for black?
e5.
e5. e6 to e5. You played e6, and now you're going to play e5. Very intriguing setup for both sides.
It's a circus.
It's a circus, exactly, because right now if you go d3, I'm going to take on b4 with a tempo. So what's your next move? If you go knight to f3, then I can go e4 and immediately attack the knight on f3. Very interesting position. It seems like queen to a4 might be the computer's choice, but of course we know this position is very nuanced. And let's see who knows the nuances better.
Wow, thank you for that, Cristian. Seriously, some very insightful stuff. And I used to play the English my whole career, and that g5 was remarkable. By the way, Varujan Kobian, Grandmaster Varujan, upstairs in the production house, picked Levon as well. One game I really like to turn our attention to is the game between Lanier and Sam Shankland, because these guys have been blitzing it out while we might be talking about move 3, 4, 5, and 6 in Levon's game. These guys are already at move like 18, and we have a piece sacrifice. As far as I'm aware, Alejandro, everything is theory right up to this point.
Yeah, I just want to make a very quick note.
Please.
On a couple moves ago, white throws in this move a4.
Yes,
and black,
what is that all about?
it's a subtlety that it can only be explained because of engines. And trust me that it is beyond the scope of most chess players. A4 and A5 is thrown in because down the line there will be some variations in which it benefits either white or black. It's actually, it does both. It's not clear who it benefits, it just changes the position.
Okay.
But we go down the road of theory, knight BD2, this is all well known, is better known without the pawns on A4 and A5.
Okay.
This inclusion changes things later, as we'll see. But let's go down the line.
And for me, the move bishop b3, I think a lot of people in our audience will be saying, well, why didn't he move his bishop to b5 and keep the pawn defended? Except we know that bishop b3 is the recommended move of the engines.
Yeah, so the bishop b5 has also been tried at top-level chess. So they've tried everything here. As the engine is not very useful in analyzing this position because it throws 0.00 everywhere.
Oh, really?
But yes, both bishop b5 and bishop b3. But bishop b3 is considered to be the most testing move. Queen takes d3, knight takes e5. This is all very well known. The only move here for black to keep equality is the move queen f5. It does seem like there's a lot of tactics in the air, but they all kind of benefit white. For example, if you take on d1 here, just to give you a quick look.
Okay.
And I take your queen on d3, and you take my bishop on b3. I take your bishop not on b3, but on c5.
The one on c5, and oopsie daisy, the pawn on b7 is hanging, as well as the bishop on b3.
And even this has been attempted for equality for black. This is a game between Firouzja and Karyakin, I want to say.
Okay.
Which ended in a draw, actually.
Okay.
So it's also playable for black. It just gives you an idea of the breadth of ideas that black has in this position.
And how deeply the players analyze and prepare their games.
Absolutely. But queen f5 is considered to be more accurate. Knight ef3 is the only way to push for something here.
And by the way, as we're going through the bowels of theory here, I'm sitting here saying, for appearance's sake, black's pieces are sure active.
Yes, they are.
And after knight f3, Sam Shankland played rook fe8, and the players quickly going down. Again, are we still in theory after this piece?
You don't even have to guess, Yasser. Look at how Sam is playing, not thinking at all in this position.
Just bing, bang,
blitzing, bang, bang, bang. Is currently down a piece for 3 pawns.
Very handsome pawns, too.
Very handsome pawns. White's king in shambles, only a knight to defend it, and yet it is white usually the one that is trying to win this position. We're being told that the move rook e1 only a couple moves ago. I assume
here.
I assume this one, rook takes e1, is a novelty. I'm not really sure what the other move was.
I assume it's queen g3 as
Directly,
well.
Yeah. Queen d1 was played before, apparently. I do not know that game. But let's forget about that. Rook takes e1, queen takes e1, queen g3. And Lanier also a very studious player. Somebody that really is never afraid of showing long lines, of knowing them all the way till the end. Lanier is one of those players that just believes what his preparation tells him, doesn't second guess it, doesn't pull a grist trick where he thinks for 30 minutes to get the position he knows. He has been blitzing out as well. Queen f1, rook e8, we have all of these moves on the board. Black's attack looks incredibly dangerous.
Thank you. Yes, it does.
But it's kind of worked out, this position. Knight df3, probably the only move to defend against
rook to e1. And now we're probably going to see something along the lines of knight to e5.
I think knight e5 might also be forced. And you might be thinking, why is black ever afraid here? You have 3 pawns, and you have the initiative.
Great activity.
Great activity, yes.
No development for white to really speak of. So it feels to me like white's on the back foot. I mean, why isn't black signing up for this position all the time?
The thing is that the 3 pawns are really not worth that much.
Because they're not on h3 and g3 and threatening to promote.
And white has more than just a piece, the pair of bishops. It's a pair of bishops in an open position that if white consolidates the king, and if white is able to trade off a couple of strategic pieces, especially the queens, black's position falls apart.
Wow.
Black's position absolutely falls apart. The bishops are way too strong. It's sneaky, but it is very strong, as we can see the lifetime between Dominguez and Shankland.
And it is not so much.
1 win for Lanier. I can't think of it. and a lot of draws, probably seen in a lot of the U.S. championships we've had.
Well, the last draw between these two players was, of course, at the U.S. Chess Championships,
Yeah,
and I remember that game, and they had a theoretical battle in that one as well. At some point, Shankland stopped. He seems to have made the last theoretical move, at least the last known theoretical move, and then Dominguez took a 40-minute think. I remember that moment, and after that 40-minute think, Shankland responded with a 40-minute think of his own. So these guys definitely have some history, and right now, after knight to e5, this is the key moment, because White has a couple of ways in which it can simplify the position and try to stave off the attack, Black's attack. Bishop to f4 is one of them. After queen takes f4, queen takes f2. Of course, we're exchanging these two bishops. You no longer have this threatening bishop on f2 around my king, and after I think he played a move. He did. And this was the second option. Queen to e2, pinning down this knight on e5. Of course, you cannot take on f3. You would love to do that. Queen takes e8 is just simply a checkmate on the board. So how are you going to defend against this checkmate on the board? Well, king to f8. This is the move. Let's see if he makes it. I assume that Shankland is
And already made on the board.
He already played it. First
Very
of all,
quickly.
this is the first line of the computer. So we know that both of these players have analyzed this at home. The question is, who is going to remember the nuances later on in the game? Because we're going to end up in a very complicated middle game. Who has analyzed this position more thoroughly at home?
Bishop d2
Bishop
came
d2
very
played.
quickly.
Bishop to
Very-
d2.
D2,
Bishop
yes.
to David too.
And also, I feel a lot of the times there's a better understanding of what the engine is telling you. A lot of the Grandmaster games in this long theoretical variations comes down to that. A very specific example that I can think of is Fabiano Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura 2016 London Chess Classic, where Fabiano sacrifices a queen for the two pieces in a very sharp knight orf. And the engines were saying 0.00, but Fabiano looked at the position and thought, practically, no way. And
find this very, very narrow path to equality.
And Hikaru was very far from finding it, actually got obliterated in that game. So many of these sharp, long lines come down to the understanding of what the engine is telling you at the end, and let's see who is correct. Sometimes they fizzle out to a draw, but as you can see here, Sam, maybe not fully remembering the move bishop d2, seems to be the first one to go into the think tank.
Bishop to d2, it seems to be a wrinkle, because bishop to g5 is the recommended move by the engine. The idea, of course, is very obvious. You want to play bishop to h4 and just win a piece on the spot. And right now, the best move probably is knight to g4, not knight takes f3, which looks like a natural move. And then also you're going to pick up the bishop on g5. But this position, after queen takes f3, you don't have enough time to take the bishop on g5 because you're going to get checkmated in one move. We see the action between the bishop on b3 on the left side and the queen coming to f7. Very interesting position. Knight to g4 is the right move. And now we see the difference between bishop to d2 and bishop to g5. Bishop to g5, which is the computer recommendation, allows the queen to swing to c2. This extra square, the bishop on d2 blocks it, and maybe because of this nuance, Shankland did not consider this at home. Who knows? Right now, the clock is ticking. He knows he's out, potentially out of the theory, and we're going to see how he responds to this challenge.
Thank you for that, Cristian. And obviously, these players, they work incredibly hard on the preparation. In fact, do they have lives outside of the chess world? What are they playing for, Alejandro? What is bringing them to the American Cup in Group A?
Well, something has to put foot on the table. It's not just looking at variations, it's proving them on the board here at the American Cup. Look at that prize fund, $200,000 to be distributed. First place will take home $50,000, second place $35,000, third $25,000. You can see there's a championship bracket bonus. If you win you make it all the way to the winners finals by winning your classical games, then you will receive an extra $10,000 as the championship bracket winner.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. And in Group B, we have $100,000 as their prize fund, $25,000 for first place, $18,000 for second, $12,000 for third. And again, that championship bracket bonus, if you are the winner of the winner's bracket, you get an extra $5,000.
Very, very, very nice.
And just to remind everybody, this is what the champions bracket looks like. Remember, this does not include the elimination bracket, which will be done after we have
Completed the first match.
The first match, which is finishes tomorrow. We have Aronian, Robson, Dominguez, Shankland, So, Sevian, and Caruana against Xiong. And you can already see how the brackets feature on depending on who moves on. We could even have a Caruana So already on the second round.
Remarkable. And in the women's bracket.
Krush will be playing against Ruiyang. Katerina Nemtsova is currently against Tokhirjonova. Tsolakidou against Alice Lee. And Anna Zatonskih in a classical matchup there against Abrahamyan. They actually have played tons of times.
I was about to say, we have one match where the players never played against this matchup between Anna and Tata.
I mean, they've played so many times
It's a trilogy going on over there.
There's a whole encyclopedia there just in those games. And they've played playoffs, they played Armageddons, they played classical.
Wow.
They played all kind of stuff. And let's take a look at, we even have the info. Let's see. Lifetime matchup of just classical. Just classical. 6 wins, 4 losses. That's actually pretty even.
Right.
And 12 draws between them. And don't get me started on the Rapids and the Blitz and all kinds of stuff. So definitely very familiar, these players against each other.
And also for Fabi, who is coming in as our number 2 seed. And it's so rare.
You never see that, yeah?
This player has been number 2 in the world for a number of years, it feels like. And then he's coming into the match as the 2nd seed. He's playing against young Jeffery Xiong, who's fighting for his Olympic spot.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very tough to get there.
It's tough nowadays.
And just coming to this game, draw our attention here to this. It came out of a, Russian defense, or what we call the Petrov. And what's, for me, interesting is that Jeffery is playing the Petrov against Fabi, and Fabi used to have it in his repertoire forever and ever, it seemed like to me. The Petrov, that is to say. And Fabi has just played this move, rook on e1 to e2, which had me stumped.
It's a bit of a wrinkle. The main move, of course, is the move rook b1. I think that we've seen that time and time again.
Yeah, exactly.
Must have been what Jeffery expected, because we do see that he's starting to think after the move rook e2. Rook b1 has been seen, I don't know, hundreds of times maybe.
Right.
Very simple, you attack the pawn on b7. But I remember actually analyzing this particular position with Fabi in our 2018 World Championship preparation. And we found that there were some situations, not all of them, and it wasn't clear-cut, where the rook on b1 was actually just superfluous. Yes, it attacked the pawn, and it is in a half-open file.
Right.
But that the moves b6 or knight a5, whichever way you wanted to defend the pawn, was actually slightly more useful for black than it was for white. And it was a hard argument to make, but you could make it sometimes.
But the whole point of rook e1 to e2 is, of course, you're intending to double, but you got to get the bishop out of the way.
That's right.
So why don't you get the bishop out of the way first, then double rook e1, rook e2? But Fabi specifically didn't play bishop to f4, let's say. He and the reason for that is also very subtle, and
it's not that subtle. The thing is that the bishop on c1 might go to d2, and it might go to f4. If you go to f4 directly, you have the issue that in some positions the move bishop d6 forces an uncomfortable decision for white. Not immediately, but in some cases, if you play bishop f4 here, for example.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. I was going to go. Yep.
There you go. Bishop d6 is a common alternative here. Immediately attacking the bishop. And if the move knight g5 doesn't work.
Yeah, which looks like you want to do.
Which has been analyzed kind of to death, I think.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of old games, not old, but like 10-year-old games in this variation where black plays g6. It looks a little scary for a few moves.
It does.
It does. It's very scary if you don't know your theory. But if you know your theory, the engines say 0.00, no problems.
Wow.
The problems in the structure and the queen side more or less compensate for the activity that white has. You actually don't get mated on the king side. Some people have. but you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to get mated, and it's supposed to be okay for black. So since this was worked out, the other option was to put the bishop on d2, but it is a little passive.
Right.
So on the other hand, the move rook e2 introduces the following wrinkle. Yes, I am going to put the rook on e1, but this bishop on c1, I am kind of keeping that hand close to my chest. Do I want to put it on f4? Do I want to put it on d2? What are you going to do with this particular tempo that we have right now? Let me give you a couple of examples. If you play the move queen d7, and I put my bishop on f4, now queen d7 is a natural move, and I put my bishop on f4, this has all been seen before. The idea is that if you play bishop d6 now,
Then you've lost a tempo.
You've lost a tempo.
After all of these trades.
Thank you for the tempo. Queen takes d6. I bring my rook to e1.
And this is the dream.
This is the dream. You get the free e-file. You get a little bit of an initiative. Black's not losing or anything like that, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure. And this is kind of the simple one-move tempo subtleties that White is looking for in this position.
Two-result game. Christian, over
and
to you.
that was a brilliant demonstration, guys. And I just want to add one wrinkle to that. After bishop f4, bishop to d6, another interesting option for White would be to go bishop to g5, attacking directly the queen on d8. Now, of course, if you go queen to d7, it seems like after knight to e5, White does indeed get some pressure, because after you exchange on e5, I'm going to be able to expand with the move f4, and it seems like White has the advantage. But it's important to understand that in this position, as Black, you're actually not afraid to play the move f6. Of course, you hear it from coaches all the time that you should never play the move f6. But in this particular position, it's a very, very good and enforcing move for Black's structure, because you're controlling the important g5. We saw that knight g5 always coming with a lot of mating attacks, but also this important square, knight to e5. And f6 simply equalizes for Black, maybe even gives Black the initiative. Queen to d7 after that. I'm going to focus on the light squares. I'm going to make sure that you're never going to be able to land a knight on e6, which is impossible, and Black's position is just going to be fine. But let's take a look at this game between Wesley So and Sam Sevian, because we have a very intriguing battle. This Nemtsova idea with e3, we've seen this move e3 being played at the top level quite frequently recently. And after castle, bishop to d3, d5, now we see this interesting new idea, first played by Levon Aronian, actually, a couple of months ago. C takes d5 in a top encounter. E takes d5. It looks innocuous. It looks like White is not really achieving anything. Why would you exchange and release the tension, open up the diagonal for the light square bishop? It doesn't make a lot of sense. But there are some interesting nuances. A3. Now, after a3, with the pawns already on c4 and e6, you could potentially take on c3 and then take on c4 and play the move c5. Now, after bishop takes c3, you no longer have the option of taking on c4. So the way White is going to continue, I'm going to play the move c4, and I'm going to have the two bishops, and you're not going to have anything in return for that. Not even an initiative on the queen side. So, of course, Black retreats with the bishop on d6. And now we see this move queen to c2. Normally, as a beginner, you are taught by your coaches that you should develop your minor pieces first. You should go knight to f3 or knight to e2 and then go castle. The idea here is that after queen to c2, you're actually waiting for Black to show you where he's going to put the pawn from c7. If he goes to c6, which was played in the game, then I'm going to develop my knight to e2. Because with the knight on e2, I'm going to have options related with the move f3 and a potential attack on the king side, g4, h4, as we will see in the game. Of course, if it goes c5, Black that is, you don't want to go knight to e2, because after the move f3, Black already attacks the center with his pawn on c5 and is going to be able, this is, by the way, a tempo position. If you miss a tempo, you're going to end up in almost a losing position. So it's very, very important that you wait and see what your opponent is going to do first. Now, if you play the move c5, generally White decides to take on c5 and play against the isolated pawn. c5, take on c5, bishop takes c5, knight to f3, and we continue the game into a strategical middle game in which White is going to focus on the isolated pawn on d5. That's why in this position, and by the way, Sam Sevian played the move c6, showed his cards to his opponent. One of the best moves in this position is the move knight to a6. Wow. It looks very strange, right? Knight to a6. But this supports the move c5, because after an exchange on c5, I'm going to be able to recapture with the knight, which is a much better piece to land on c5, because after that is going to attack. For example, let's say knight to f3, c5, take, take. We have this position. And right now, of course, after knight to f3, by the way, Black should play c6. But let's just look at this position. The knight on c5 is a much better placed piece than the bishop on c5. You want to land on e4. You're also attacking the bishop on d3. So, for example, as I was mentioning, if knight f3, actually, the best move is to go c6, not c5. c5 is against knight to g2. Sorry, knight to a6, knight to g2, and now c5 comes on the board. And it seems like black will equalize. It's a very, very complicated position. White can take on a6 and mess black's structure, but black is going to play the move a6 later on and bishop to a6, and is going to have a very nice control over this a6 f1 diagonal, weakened diagonal by the absence of the bishop on d3. So the position is very, very intriguing, and he played the move c6 first. Sam Sevian, that is, who, by the way, is brilliantly prepared in the opening phase. Both Wesley and Sam Sevian. He played the move c6. Now white responded with a move knight to e2. Rook to e8, bishop to d2. He's preparing to actually castle long and play the move f3. f3, he starts off with f3, and now we see the knight on e2. We lose the tempo, and we play c6, c5. It has to be done. You have to find the counterplay in the center with the move c5. h4 on the board. What is this move? Well, I'll tell you what is this move. For example, after c4, bishop comes to f5, and in general, you're going to want to harass that bishop with the move g6. Now, if you play the move g6 either here, either after h4, g6, trying to trap the bishop with the move c4, I can actually go h5. And after c4, I'm going to take on g6, you're going to take on d3, I'm going to take on f7, king takes f7, queen takes d3. I have 3 pawns for the piece, but a tremendous attack. And this seems to be very good and potentially a decisive attack for white. So Wesley definitely knows about this position. He played the move h4, and right now Sam Sevian is wondering, what is this guy trying to do? He's trying to kill me right now on the king side. Look at him.
Thank you, Cristian. Very in-depth analysis there of the opening. That move, knight a6, certainly had me completely surprised. I'd like to turn our attention to the other bracket, the ladies' game, and let's start with my pick for a change. We're going to pick up Irina Krush's game, and from the opening, the move bishop b4, Nimzo Indian with knight f3. I've seen Irina play this Nimzo basically her whole career, and she's really been one of those ladies that like the, where's my mouse? There it is, come to me, who likes what I call the classicals. She's played this a great deal in her career. Knight f3 was her choice for today, and then came very quickly d5, not going into the normal Nimzo Indian channels. And we've seen this line. And the players got here very, very quickly, so I assume they're all in their preparations. Any particular insight about this position that you have?
It feels
Alejandro?
that Irina got here with more time. I think that Ruiyang, as we can see, has spent a little bit more time than her opponent.
Exactly. She played very quickly, did Irina?
Right. This kind of structures actually sometimes represent a problem for black, especially if you don't get a good hold of the dark squares. If this bishop on g5 somehow makes it to d4, you can wonder where black's counterplay is, right? You have some pressure over the c3 square.
That's a huge bishop.
Bishop fortifies everything. It cements the entire queen side and cements the entire center. So my question is, well, you play knight c4. I can see that my bishop on g5 is kind of hanging.
If you drop
What
back,
if I drop it back?
and if we just put a very natural looking move
rook
like
c8.
Now, as opposed to a move like rook c1, which you might also like, you're also, no, bishop e5, maybe immediately knight g4.
Maybe knight g4. Let's put that on the board.
Yeah.
Maybe that is important.
That's very important because then you don't, you're getting double hit. You're getting hit on the e5, you're getting hit on the f2 square, which is why we probably should have gone rook c1 and not been so clever. But the point you were about to make is that once white's castled and ever lands the bishop on d4, then it's advantage white just for the two bishops and just this great bishop on
The way
d4.
I would see this position is that white has a long-term ideas. You have two bishops. You have a more flexible structure in the sense that I could break on c4. You cannot break on d4.
Right.
And that it's black that has to prove in the next couple of moves what her initiative is going to bring her.
For the two bishops.
For the two bishops
Right.
and the possibilities in the long term. So you can see that black is better developed. It's already finished development. And white still has not castled. but something to prove here for black, right?
And here's a look at our 8-time U.S. Women's Champion, Irina Krush. Very young, 38. It seems like I've been talking about Irina's career my whole career. She was so successful as a 14-year-old, I think, was her first U.S. Women's Championship.
I actually met Irina when I was 9 years old. That was the first interaction I ever had with her. So
Wow.
I also have known Irina my entire life.
Exactly. We still talk about her today as, there we see, the veteran of women's chess, applying her craft, shall we say.
Yeah, she's always been an incredible player. I think that she has put herself above the other women participants at the U.S. Women's Championship, specifically because of her good positional understanding. I think that in tactics, she has fallen for some tricks here and there in important events. But when it comes to positional understanding and how to handle certain positions, my gosh, she's a very, very dangerous grandmaster. And I'm not saying that in that tournament specifically, in so many events that I've seen her play this kind of Ragozins, classical Queens Indians, all these kind of positions she handles so well.
Exactly. And turning it back over to you, Cristian, you're looking at, you're showing some very feisty pawn sacrifices. Do share with our audience.
Well, you guys made a very clever point, and that is if the bishop lands to d4, then strategically is almost game over. So I was looking at ideas after bishop to f4, and this move came on the board. d4, just sacrificing the pawn like that. 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers, 1 defender for black. Well, my coach taught me that I'm not supposed to put the pawn on d4 because I'm going to lose it for sure. And you're definitely going to lose it. But what it does, it empties the square d5 for the knight, takes advantage of the placement of the bishop on f4. If you take with the queen on d4, then I'm going to continue with knight to d5. And this is a much better placement for the knight. I'm attacking both the bishop on f4, but also I'm putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on c3. So, for example, I think after d4, knight takes d4 would be the best move. Knight to d5, queen to b2, and now just retreating the bishop to g6. Now, this is a very intriguing position. I still give white the advantage, but it seems like after knight takes f4 or even knight takes c3, despite the fact that you have the 2 bishops after knight to c3, I'm going to be able to equalize this position as black. The material is too limited, and it doesn't seem like I will have any big weaknesses in the position as black. So d4 is a key move, but of course we are in this moment, and bishop to f4 is not the only move. Bishop to h4 is also an idea, and this turns once again into a very intriguing strategical battle because black is going to try to focus on the weakness in white's camp, the pawn on c3. White, of course, is going to try to focus on the weakness on d5, the isolated pawn, and also take advantage of this beautiful square on d4. He's going to maneuver, she's going to maneuver her pieces around the square d4. This is going to be a very critical one. Zatonskih, Abrahamyan, I was just looking at this game and I was trying to understand what are they thinking about? Because we're at move 8, we're still in the trenches of theory right now, but it doesn't seem like they know the theory. And in this position, Abrahamyan almost at 1 hour and 13 minutes on the clock, 1 hour and 15 minutes on the clock for Anna Zatonskih. We know Anna likes to think a lot. We've seen her in so many U.S. Women's Chess Championships being down to the wire in time trouble. She loves that time trouble situation, and it seems like Abrahamyan will follow her in this game. We're still in trenches of theory, and this one, let's see how it develops. Alejandro, tell us a little bit about your student and what do you think about the position in that game? Tsolakidou versus the youngest player in the event, Alice Lee.
Well, Cristian, if you thought that Anna Zatonskih likes to take time playing her moves in the opening, you should see my student. Tsolakidou, a player that loves time pressure, absolutely adores it, and you can see it right now, her opponent with 1 hour and 33 minutes left in the clock.
33?
Yes.
She's gained.
She's gained 3 minutes, and Stavroula, of course, is down to 56 minutes on her clock. Coach is not happy.
Meaning that she spent 34 minutes while Alice has been blitzing out every one of her moves.
Yeah, also kind of curious on why she's thinking so long, considering that this is a well-known position of the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Exactly.
A little bit of a wrinkle there if we go back a couple of moves. People have been starting to play this move, bishop d3, pretty commonly here. A6. For the longest time, bishop b3 was the main move, but people have been trying b3, a4 even, queen e2, bishop d3, knight c3, bishop e2 I've seen, rook e1, dc5, all moves.
Even b3.
Even
exactly.
b3, yes.
The bishop d3, okay, that still has...
Venom.
Yeah, it's been around.
Yeah, and this b5 move, I don't know it, but it is one of the top engine moves. So
It's a novelty.
it's a novelty?
It is a novelty,
Okay, that makes
yes.
sense, yeah.
And then after the move e5, normally speaking, when white gets in this central pawn duo, one of the things that you have to watch out for is that these types of pawn sacrifices themselves do have some venom as well. But we did see the move e5, knight to d5, and as we're witnessing, white finally did, by the way, just play the move knight to c3.
A pretty logical move, I think.
Exactly. This knight on d5, to my eyes, looks like a very good piece. Let's get rid of it. Now, the question is, if Alice, all 12-year-old Alice, was to just spank down the move bishop b7.
Well, perhaps a little bit of a relief there for the rule of fans, as Alice does not plunk down a move, but
Instantly,
starts thinking finally.
Right.
But what an unusual clock situation there. And remember, there is no second time control in this tournament. There is no hour added or 30 minutes added at move 40. None of that business. You get those 90 minutes at the beginning, you get your 30-second increment, and that's it. Once those run out, you're out of luck.
First of all, I'm going to get in this compliment quite often throughout the whole broadcast of the American Cup. First of all, congratulations on your national championship. And what an extraordinary year as the St. Louis University accomplished. Really, really, really outstanding. Alejandro, obviously, you're the head coach. And what do you do when a player does get into time trouble often? What's your cure, coach?
It's not an easy one. It's something psychological where they always seem to regress into this problem. It's something that is born with the player, and if you don't nip it off, like very early, it's difficult to say much. But I do have some rules for them. There's many players that I've given them a time limit per move. It doesn't matter how complex it is. You have to play. You see that the clock has certain X amount has passed, you must make a move. Even if it's the dumbest move on earth, it's better than not making the move, because you start getting used to the fact that you need to move, you need to make those hand movements, you need to let your creativity flow. And yes, you will blunder once in a while, but you will blunder less than you will blunder later in the games where you're guaranteed to be flagging. It's not an easy problem. It's something that if we had a solution, Grischuk would have already taken it up.
Exactly. And if you ever come up with a solution, we'll put it in a can and we'll sell it for $9.95. I mean, we'll make a fortune.
A millionaire.
What do you have for us, Cristian?
It's impossible to solve. That solution is definitely, that problem is definitely impossible to solve because it's psychological, as you were mentioning, and that's a very good rule. I don't know how many minutes you ask your players to make their move after. I usually tell them 10 minutes. If they think for more than 10 minutes, there's a problem in the position. Another way you can challenge that is try to stay close to your opponent's time. So, for example, if you get down to your last 20 minutes, make sure that your opponent doesn't have 40, 50 minutes, right? Make sure you're within a 5-minute range to your opponent. And of course, as we get down to the shorter time controls, 5 minutes, you cannot, 5 versus 10, it's already a problem. You can be a pawn up, you can have a better position, but if you're going to have so much tension on your clock, you're going to be in trouble. So try to stay close to your opponent on time at all times. And even in blitz games, this is a big problem in blitz games as well, because I have a few students that like to take their time in the opening phase, and then they have like 1 minute versus 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And even if they have a winning position, they're definitely going to lose that, because their opponents are going to be able to find ways to trick them. You don't have enough time to make your decisions. So make sure that if you're in that situation where you don't have enough time to make your decisions, your opponent is in the same situation as yourself. And I was just looking at all the games in the ladies sections. It seems like this this matchup between Nemtsova and Tokhirjonova seems to be quite peaceful right now. We started off with Nemtsova, first of all, is either a bishop to f4 London player or e4 player. And we've seen them challenge each other in the US Chess Championships as well in October last year. And in that matchup, she played the move e4. She started off with the move e4, and we had a crazy position as early as move 6 or 7 after knight to f6, take, d5, e5, d5, bishop to b5, and now we saw this move, knight to d7 by Tokhirjonova. She actually won that game quite handily, and it seems like Nemtsova decided not to follow the ideas in e4 and the openings in e4, and she decided to start with d4. Now we see knight to f6, knight to f3, sidestepping the usual London, which we know Tokhirjonova probably was prepared against. Knight to f3, g6, e3, a very tame approach by white, bishop to e2, and now b3. Play b3, c5, immediately challenging the center. And after bishop to b2, take on d4, knight to c6, we have this position on the board. 1 hour and 11 minutes for Tokhirjonova, 1 hour and 12 minutes for Nemtsova. Well, there's a reason these players have identical ratings. They're very close to each other in strength, and this one is going to be a very tense matchup.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. And first of all, once again, it's so nice to be back in studio. I just feel like I've missed something for like these last 6 months, and it's great to have everybody with us on the show. But there's a way for you, the audience, to participate with us and to join the show. Alejandro, how do people do that?
Absolutely. We have a social media person, I believe it is Kostya Kavutsky, that is on Twitter, and you can join the commentary with hashtag #TheAmericanCup. We could also accept hashtag US Chess Champs. Remember that the best questions, the most interesting ones, we will actually have on air. We'll be able to discuss among us. So tweet at hashtag #TheAmericanCup. We will be browsing through them, choosing the best ones, and having them here answered live for you.
And don't forget, the best question allows us to award ourselves a prize for the best answer.
Correct.
So, yes, so nice. I wanted to turn our attention back to the open section for a moment because of the game between Fabi and Jeffery. When we left it, we had been talking about this very subtle and cagey rook e2 move, and we said there was one thing that maybe Black should avoid. Jeffery plays the natural queen d7, and after bishop f4, bishop d6, we got the exact position that we thought was the dream position for Fabi.
Well, and that's why Jeffery hasn't played the move bishop d6. He's thinking.
He didn't play the move.
Not yet, So right now he's thinking.
A shadow of our analysis. Sorry.
Right. So in this position after bishop f4, I don't expect the move bishop d6. I would think even putting the rook on e8 is more logical, although and then the bishop on d8. We're being told by our producers that this position has been seen 8 times. I do not know exactly the state of theory here, but I expect that the move bishop d6 is not the most precise.
Exactly.
Guys,
to avoid that, please.
Put
Richard.
that game to the side.
Yeah, show us some
that game
action.
to the side, because
Wesley So.
this game is just simply ridiculous. After the move h4, Sam Sevian thought for 15 minutes and played the move h5.
No.
That's
h5. Are you going to weaken your king just like that when you know that your opponent with the move f3 is going to support the breakthrough with the move g4? And immediately Wesley So played the move castle.
Right.
He didn't think for a single minute. a6. Right now he's taking his first thing. g4 seems to be the move that you want to play. You want to break through, you want to kill your opponent, checkmate him on the king side. Of course, you cannot waste any time because Black is coming as well on the queen side. That's why he played the move a6, preparing the move b5. The expansion is coming fast. I'm going to play b5, c4, b4. I'm going to open up the position on that side quite quickly, and your king is going to be in big danger despite the fact that it has so many pieces around it. What you have to do as soon as possible as white is break through with the move g4 and put pressure on your opponent, because you know Sam Sevian, by his time situation right now, you know that he probably did not analyze this specific position at home. He only has 1 hour on the clock left after g4. He has to take on g4, it seems like, F takes g4 is one move. Probably I can just even leave this pawn on f3 and try to open up the position with h5. But let's say f takes g4, knight takes d4, knight takes g4. You're going to allow me to take the central pawn on d5 while you take this meager pawn on the side, opening up at the same time the g5. This is very counterintuitive play from the black side in this particular position. And if he doesn't do this, if he plays something like c4 and tries to open up with b5 after bishop f5, the position is just simply over.
Looks
You're
suicidal.
not in time. You're not in
Absolutely.
time because after b5, g5 is coming with tempo. You have to move the knight away. This pawn on d5 is going to fall.
Yeah.
The whole position collapses.
No, this time.
It seems like after a6, Wesley is going to take his time right now. He's taking his first think of the game. 1 hour and 22 minutes for Wesley, 1 hour for Sam Sevian. This is the game that we're going to analyze for the rest of this broadcast, I have a feeling, guys, because this one is explosive.
I like the move g4 a lot. I think a lot of people in the audience would say, hey, I even play rook g1 and g4, and that move h5.
It's a hook. It's a hook and it's a dangerous looking move.
Wow, it really, I'm
shocking
stunned.
one, yeah.
I'm stunned.
It's great understanding there by Sevian if it's a good move, but if it's a bad move, you say, how can you
Well,
do this here? How can you do this to your king, right?
right, absolutely. And we have a special Cupid. Sorry, Alejandro.
Absolutely. We are selling a very nice jacket. I think we have
Rain
it.
slicker?
A rain slicker. Look at that's actually beautiful.
Nice.
Compact, unisex jacket that features the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the left and the 2022 American Cup logo on the back. It's a great way to support the St. Louis Chess Club and support everything we do here. It is absolutely perfect for travel. It will keep you dry, I guarantee you that. And you can buy it at QBoutiqueSTL.com. Again, you can shop it at QBoutiqueSTL.com. You have it on the screen, and you can be matching with the legend Yasser Seirawan himself. That is absolutely the best thing you can do. He has one himself.
Yes, it's right over there in my bag of goodies.
In his bag of goodies. And with that, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to come back to some of the most explosive games here, and certainly to see how Wesley So tries on the king side there against Sam Sevian. We'll be back in just a few.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in the first round of the 2022 American Cup. It's a double elimination tournament. Let's start with the initial brackets. Of course, this is the champions bracket where everybody still has 2 lives. Nobody is in danger of going home today nor tomorrow, but already on Friday, people will be in peril. To start the champions bracket, we have first seed Levon Aronian playing against Robson, Lanier Dominguez against Sam Shankland, Wesley So against Sam Sevian, and Fabiano Caruana playing against Jeffery Xiong. In the women's bracket, we have again the same format. Everybody has 2 lives. Nobody is worried about going home tomorrow, but on Friday they will be again in danger. Irina Krush is playing against Ruiyang. Katerina Nemtsova is playing against Tokhirjonova. Tsolakidou playing against Alice Lee. And Zatonskih is playing against her all-time rival, Abrahamyan.
Absolutely. And we have some very nice games in the open section. In fact, I want to say all 4 games or all 4 matches in the opening section are been great positions to commentate from. I'll turn to our number 1 seed, Levon Aronian, Robson. When we had left it, it was one of these reversed Benonis. And well, how big is White's advantage? That is what Ray is asking. He played the line with bishop d6. You mentioned that bishop c5 also is known. And after bishop takes f6, knight d2, White does want to win back his 2 bishops. He wants to play the move knight e4, and then he does want to eliminate this bishop on d6, which is why we saw queen e7. And then move queen f6, I must say. Well, that's a little weird, right?
It's actually a fascinating position. The move knight b3 seems a little bit awkward. If you're familiar with the Benoni structures, you know that the move a3 and b4 is coming very often to expand on the queen side. So it seems like the knight is misplaced, but it comes to us a very direct tactical problem for black. That the pawn on d4 is hanging in. You cannot play exactly the move e5 because knight takes d4 exploits that weakness, that pin on the e file, and white just ends up a pawn. So you kind of force this queen to go back to f6. It's a little bit annoying for black as well. And after knight fd2, you again threaten to pick up the bishop with knight e4, attacking both the queen on f6 and the bishop on d6. That's why the bishop drops back to c7.
Maybe some cases also you
In
get
some
to play
cases,
f4?
you can hit f4.
Right.
Hardcore preventing this move e5 from being played on the position. Of course, it leaves some dark squares vulnerabilities behind the pawn, but we'll deal with those later. And after the move a5, we have the move knight c5 already on the board. A fascinating struggle. As you can see, this is not your typical Benoni. White has a lot more activity than you usually get in those openings. But what's the downside? You have sacrificed in some ways your bishops. You have given up your dark square bishop for the knight on f6. Black remains solid. Do you have a couple of weaknesses down the diagonal? b7 is attackable, d4 is attackable, but black is plenty active.
A key question here for me as white is if I get in the move queen a4 and maybe queen b5, I'll be threatening after queen a4 the move b4, hitting the knight on c6. For me, it all comes down to how am I going to meet the move queen e7? Is there something that's really immediately obvious to you? Because move queen e7, I don't want to put the knight back on e4.
No.
Then I've walked into this very big tactic, f7, f5. I've trapped my own knight, in fact. So what's my immediate answer to this move queen e7?
Perhaps you want to go knight to a4, maybe?
A4.
Knight a4, c5, and knight to c4. This is what I'm thinking.
Ah, that's very clever. I like that. Exploiting this weakness on the b6 square.
So putting the knight on a4.
It's
an intriguing way.
It looks strange. It looks very strange.
It does. My initial reaction was that I wanted to avoid playing that. I thought there might be something with b2, b4. This is where I was actually initially headed in this whole thing,
right?
And I wasn't feeling it.
Well, we
white.
can show a couple of variations on why. Was the solution because of takes on a1?
Yep.
Queen takes a1 is forced. A knight takes b4. And if I had the move queen takes d4 here available, maybe I would start considering this position. I'd see if I could deal with bishop b6 and stuff like that. But unfortunately, at the end, black simply has the move knight c2, and that's it.
Curtains, because that is, as you were about to point out, a double attack of massive fork against the queen and the rook. So no queen takes d4 and no b4.
No b4, therefore, yeah.
But maybe you're right. Maybe it's all about knight a4. But
I like knight a4.
Christian, you've got another Donnybrook to share. The game between Lanier and Sam Shankland. What's happening there?
Oh my goodness. Well, I was trying to understand the preparation of these players, and I was trying to understand what did Lanier have prepared after this queen to e2, knight to g4, which was played in the game, queen to f1, and right now Black had a couple of options. You have to deal with queen to g2, exchanging the queens, and then there's going to be a lot of pressure on your pieces. Now you have to take on h2 or play the move knight to e3. Which piece are you going to eliminate from White's camp? And it does make a lot of logical sense to go for the bishop on d2, because these two knights, they're superfluous, supposedly. But also, they defend the king very well. They're coordinated, defending the king very well. We know that knights next to the king are a very, very good defensive measure. And knight to h2 seems to have been a very intriguing try, because after a knight to h2, now you have a couple of options as Black. Both of them tied to the same idea, and that is that I'm trying to swing this rook on the h file and bring another attacker in to the game. And for example, after rook to e5 or rook to e4, queen to g2 would be the only move that keeps the game going, because Black has a clear idea. For example, if you try to go rook to d1 and just improve your pieces and try to get into some sort of a better middle game, get your pieces into the game, open up the d file, try to go rook to d8, get an attack of your own. After rook to h4, the game is over. This is going to be a draw, because after queen to g2, I take on h2, you take, I'm going to give you a check on f3, you're going to cover, I'm going to give you another check on h5, you're going to cover, and we're going to have a perpetual on the board. This would finish the game, and I was trying to understand how White can keep the game going after this idea of knight takes h2, knight takes h2, which is forced, and then rook to e4 or rook to e5. Both of them kind of trying to get to the same idea, and that is landing a rook on h5. Queen to g2 makes a lot of sense, right? You're going to exchange the queens, you're defending against rook to h5 potentially. Queen takes g2, king takes g2, and now rook to e2. This all makes a lot of sense. I'm activating my pieces, I'm creating a lot of threats, I'm attacking the bishop on d2, and any sort of discovery check is going to come on the board. For example, if you try to go rook to d1, game is over. Bishop to e3, discovery check, I'm going to pick one piece, then I'm going to pick the other piece, and I'm going to be 3 pawns up. That's enough for a victory for Black. So you have to be very careful right now as White, and it seems like one of the only moves would be to go knight to f1. But that leads us to this position. Rook takes d2, by the way, also forced. King takes e3, rook takes b2. This is clearly a winning position for Black. I just simply, or at least a better position for Black, if not winning. I have 4 pawns. That's a lot of pawns. So after rook to d2, knight takes d2, bishop to d2, and I was looking at this position, I do have 3 pawns for an exchange. It feels like Black is the one playing for a victory. The computer is saying 0-0-0, of course, but from a practical perspective, it does feel like Black has the better chances. I was making normal moves, rook to d1, right? Attacking the bishop on d2, putting the rook on an open file. Black is already much better. After bishop to g5, I'm going to cover all your entry squares. Your rook is going to be immobile on the d file. You don't have any ways in which you can create any sort of unpleasantries against my king or any of the pawns on the queen side, because that would be your focus. If you can get to the pawns on the queen side, especially this pawn on b7 with a rook landing on b8, that would be key to a victory for White. You're not going to get there, because the only way to get there is via d8, and that is covered. I'm going to slowly push my pawns then. I mean, this is looking pretty bad for White. So what did Lanier prepare at home, starting all the way to this position? Because it just seems that if Black would have taken on h2, instead of playing the move knight to e3, which was played in the game. By the way, it does look more natural to go knight to e3 and try to grab this bishop on d2. But it doesn't seem that after knight to g5, queen takes g5, queen takes f2, I don't feel like White, of course not. This was not played rook to e1 or any of that. It seems like bishop f7 is on the board.
Right.
This might just be a draw right now, because it feels, of course, you're not going to take on f7. That's going to drop the rook, and that would be resign on the spot. But I can just simply attack the queen. And it seems like we're going to get attack, attack, perpetual. How many minutes did Lanier think for bishop takes f7? 1 hour and 24 minutes. And after bishop to f7, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Big decision by Lenier, and it seems like this game is heading towards a repetition. We're going to see a draw on this one. I feel like Lenier had the option of continuing the game with rook to d1, keeping pieces on the board, not allow black to find this repetition. And I have a feeling, from a practical perspective, at least, white is slightly better.
And in case of a draw, Cristian, what will happen to this match for tomorrow's?
Well, tomorrow is Shankland who has the white pieces. And once again, we're going to see a theoretical battle, because this is exactly what happens when these two players are facing each other. They're going to play 20, 30 moves of theory. And then at some point, something is going to crack. And if nothing cracks, then they're going to move on to the playoffs tomorrow night.
And one final thought. I mean, what we've seen in this game, to my eyes at least, looks like very correct chess. It almost feels like this game has been played before.
It hasn't.
Has there been a precedent game for
it hasn't. So
it has not?
No.
Because
all the
everything
way
was
from
very
this,
natural.
I think queen to f5 was actually a novelty.
No way. Queen f5 has definitely been seen.
Yeah, it's a novelty. At least according to the Lichess database, which I'm not sure if it's correct. But it does seem like queen f5 was never played before. Bishop to d1, and you had a very good memory there, Alejandro. It is a game between Firouzja and Karyakin. And after bishop to d1, you showed already this line. It leads to
with knight c5.
Probably a slightly better endgame for white, but it does seem like black has enough resources to find equality. But he played the move queen to f5, Shankland. That is, of course, Lenier was aware of the existence of this move, queen to f5. And, I mean, it's the correct result. We're probably going to see a draw in this game.
Correct chess.
Correct chess. It seems like there is no real choice here for Shankland either. We can go back to that position. Because, as Cristian was mentioning, you have to do something here as black. You've given up this pawn on f7. You cannot capture the bishop immediately because the rook on e3 is hanging. So the rook has to attack the queen. There's nothing else. There's no real advantage of throwing in the check, not that I can see at least. No. This seems very unnatural. So you start with the move rook e2.
Exactly.
You attack the queen. The queen doesn't have that many options.
And the queen has to keep a contact with the bishop and or the rook. Queen f3 seems most natural, but is queen f1 legal?
Queen f1 is certainly legal, but it's in no way an improvement, because I can always go queen e4 check.
Exactly. And again, I can't trade queens because the bishop is hanging, so I'd have to move my king.
And on worst case scenario, you have check. But I would be wondering if I can win with rook f2
exactly.
or something.
You start to say, hey, wait a minute, I think you're the one who messed up. So we are expecting rook e2, queen to f3, and then, as Cristian was mentioning, we can just go back and forth
right?
with this. The game that is really looking like it is heating up is Wesley So versus Sam Sevian. When we left it, Wesley had a decision to make after the move a7, a6. We thought g2, g4, and just blast open. I think Wesley didn't spend that much time before reaching for his g2 pawn, playing the move g4 and saying...
He actually thought for 23 minutes on it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay, I see the clock now. Maybe when I looked at it, it hadn't updated. 1:07, so 23 minutes. And after takes, H5. You want an exchange?
Come get it,
You're welcome to come and get it.
Wow.
Knight f2, h6, and maybe bishop h7 check in order to capture on g7 with check. Sam said, I'm not that greedy. I will drop back with my knight. Knight f8 on the board, and we have caught up with the players. That black king. How are we going to get to it?
I mean, you start by bringing a rook, right? It's hard not to play the move rook dg1. I do understand that knight f2 is always such a threat. I don't want to give up my light squared bishop.
You're worried about the light square. You're not really worried about your rook. You're just worried about your light squared bishop. So, for example, your fear is that after a move like h6, you're ready to sacrifice like that on g6.
Right.
Except he might take your bishop.
Yeah, that's not very nice.
As a prelim move before knight takes, queen takes.
And then g6.
G6. And you're not being allowed to play the move bishop g6, which is what you wanted.
Right.
So we go back to this position and we say,
maybe there's a better move here. Maybe a start with the move h6.
that was my question.
Right,
Can we
you start with
the move
h6, and the idea is that if you go g6 now, actually I don't see another move. Rook dg1.
Okay.
I'm not threatening the knight, so it's not like you have to move the knight from g4, but the point is that if you go the move knight f2, I can start considering the move bishop g6. Now, does this work?
You know, that's one of the things that I even stopped analyzing at a certain point.
Like you just
I
feel
say
it works?
It works.
It has to, right?
Right, it just has to. And then you're absolutely gobsmacked when it doesn't. How can it not work?
It works, but go back one move.
Yes.
c4 and you can resign.
c4 and I can resign.
The game is
Well,
over. Yeah.
Spoken like a man with a chess edge in the back.
Correct. That is very correct.
And we will not take the challenge in that case. Okay, which means that after knight f8, Wesley's looking at a challenge because, like you say, there is the move c4 is on tap.
It's such a complicated position.
We also have to remember.
I was looking through the lines. I'm pretty sure I've analyzed this position, this specific position in preparation for some of my students' games. And I do remember that, to be honest, I did not understand anything. And my notes, I was like, play it if you need to gamble. Don't play it. Play something much more safe as white if you need to just get a normal game. Because this is not a normal game. Right now, if you miss a bit, you're going to lose with both white and black.
Right.
So you had the right instinct, Alejandro. h6 is the right move at first, because what you're trying to do is actually weaken this square f6 after g6. Now finally you can take on d5. Of course you can take on d5 even here. Yes, so instead of h5, we were looking at knight takes d5, knight to f2, and now we're going to get this type of crazy position in which white sacrificed an exchange, but of course the attack continues. And who knows what's going to happen. Whoever has the better engine, whoever remembers better the engine moves from home is probably going to win this game. It's a double-edged sword. Instead of that, he played the move h5, knight to f8, and now, as I was mentioning, you have this extra tool at your disposal as white. You can weaken the square f6, and after g6, you can take on d5. Now, knight to f2 is no longer possible, because right now, with a weakness on f6, there I'm just simply going to sidestep, go rook d to f1, and you no longer have time. Well, you can indeed take on h1, but after knight to f6 is just simply going to be a dominating position for white. King to h8, I'm going to take your rook, you're going to take my knight, I'm going to take your knight, and that's just going to be a much better position for white, if not winning already at this point, at least from a practical perspective. But of course, after knight to d5, you also have to worry about the fact that you're missing some bits and you're giving your opponent the chance to attack your pieces, to take the initiative, take the tempo with the move bishop to e6, attacking the knight. Now you have to deal with, where are you going to put the knight? Are you going to try to cover up with knight to c3 because you know something is going to land on c8 and open up the c file? The position is going to get wild. After bishop to e6, it seems like, according to the engine at least, white still have an edge after knight to f4. But look, I'm seeing this position on the board, and to be honest, I don't understand anything.
And the guy has an engine, yeah. Well, how are we supposed to do?
Without the engine, this is because, look, after bishop to f4, the best move is to go h7 first. Who knows why?
Wow.
h7 first, and it seems like this one leads to a better position for white. After c takes d4, just simply take on d4, and the fact that you're going to get this bishop to c3, and you have the king on h8 right now. So now I understand. This move h7 forced the king to go to h8, so my bishop on c3 is going to have a clear task, and that is to open up the diagonal and checkmate you. Now, with the king on g8, I would assume the idea is that if you take immediately, I'm going to be able to take on d4 and then cover with the move knight to h7, preserve the king on g8, not on a dark square, and then the bishop on c3 is not going to be as useful. That's just a guess. That's a wild guess. This is a wild game. Take it away and analyze it, please. Without an engine.
We have so many more games this year.
Yeah, right? I was ready to sacrifice smack on g7 in that line where you put your knight on h7. Yeah, that is really a tough one. Let me just jump in on the game of Levon and Ray Robson, because we did see the knight coming back to the A4 square, because I was very curious whether Levon, sometimes, you see that knight on A4 and you just think to yourself, well, man, you're just out of civilization. You're just living on your own little desert island away from anything. And after bishop d7, but maybe what Cristian suggested, c5, knight c4, maybe planting a knight on b6, we're still playing for an advantage. These are the type of positions that when black starts to get the initiative, then it really rolls very well for black. C5?
C5 is the most natural move, but as we're talking about it, I see Levon actually play the move knight b3.
Wow.
Interesting. Reinforcing this knight tango over there on the queen side is fascinating. It seems like the knights are being placed in worse and worse positions, but he must have something very specific. For the moment, I am curious if bishop takes c6 is a threat. Sometimes you don't want to do it because it does cost you the, quote, dragon bishop.
Right.
But it is an important pawn.
pawn.
Yeah, d4 is a central pawn. It's a crucial part of black's position. So bishop c6 does look like it's a threat. Not an easy one to parry because there's a couple of problems. The move knight b3 doesn't only threaten bishop takes c6. It also hints at the fact that a knight, I'm not sure which knight.
Yeah, maybe the b3
maybe
knight.
The b3 knight.
Maybe the a4 knight, yeah.
Will land on c5, pressure the d7 bishop, pressure the b7 pawn, prepare the move b4 behind it, and then you can, again, more or less see how white's position rolls forward.
It's like strange. A lot of black's pieces are like gummying up, they're not on their ideal squares. Now, having said that, I'm the pawn grubber in the family over here, so I do think that bishop c6 might be the kind of move that is a threat. Let me just put something very normal, right? To defend the pawn on d4. Bishop takes c6 will now be met with bishop takes c6, and the pawn on d4 is defended. And I think if you do make the natural,
I think we have to,
move knight c5. That was why I used the a rook, not necessarily the f rook. I put my bishop back to c8, defend the pawn on b7, and go ahead and say, do your worst on the queen side. Rook b1?
Yeah, maybe rook b1 or queen d2, both moves with the idea of preparing the move b4.
Exactly.
And then trying to say b4, b5 is coming. What do you have against it?
Right. Very nice. Okay, well, this is a game that really, I love it. It's a battle of ideas.
Right, a strategic battle of ideas here in this position. But we have a tweet from one of our audience. Let's take a look at what our first question of the tournament is. The American Cup, will Cristian and Alejandro be part of Fabi's team for the candidates?
Ratnish wants to know.
Ratnish 806 wants to know. Cristian.
And I'll answer for Fabi.
He's going to keep wanting to know, but he's not going to get an answer.
I know the answer because I was at dinner with Fabi, and he was very, very specific. He said, you never tell who your seconds are because it gives information to your opponents. If you are on the team, your opponent will look up, what are your specialties? What are you going to be teaching Fabi? So Fabi's not saying, and neither are these guys.
Well, it'll be a surprise come Madrid in the candidates, but if I have a one-way ticket to Spain, I mean.
Why not?
There could be a lot of things there, yeah.
You need anybody to handle your luggage for you, set you in
somebody
Malaga.
needs to be the bellboy.
Exactly. Well, but thank you for the question. Of course, the candidates coming up in Madrid in June.
Yes, and we're going to be it'll be starting in June 17th. And we will have one American in this event. Fabiano Caruana, and two Americans, and Hikaru Nakamura that just qualified over the Grand Prix route.
Right.
And it is a very outside chance that Ding Liren doesn't make it, but we do expect Ding Liren to be the final player of the candidates.
But in case he's not, who would be?
It will be Levon Aronian. I believe that Levon Aronian is ahead of Wesley in rating right now. It comes down to the May edition of the rating list.
Wow.
I believe that Levon is ahead of him. I don't know if this tournament will count towards it. It might.
Well,
but
this tournament finishes on the 29th.
29th.
So it's a key tournament, definitely, to that
Where's your
final
attorney
list,
when you
main
need
list.
one?
Right.
Wow.
Not
it
only
really
for-
comes down to that?
Well,
not only
we
for
do
that.
expect that Ding Liren will finish the requirements that he will need to be in the candidates.
The
yes.
number of games required.
Now the question is whether FIDE is going to allow that, because we know that Ding has been playing 30-plus games in 1 month, a quadruple
All in
round
China.
robin in China.
All the
There's
games played in
something
China.
interesting going
no,
on there.
and I think this is a very important. Ding is a marvelous player. He deserves to be in the candidates, but it's not a discussion. The discussion is about, like, I want to become a grandmaster. I'm trying to get my norms, but I can't play just against my fellow countrymen. I have to have a certain number of foreign players, foreign grandmasters, foreign IM, and so on. And he's playing games in China with all Chinese players. And it looks like an arranged tournament. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, we've had a lot of problems, especially with the Chinese players. They have a particular situation with COVID. It is very difficult for them to travel.
Exactly.
They have mandatory quarantine still coming back to China. Not just 2 weeks, it's actually a 3-week quarantine coming back. And that makes it exceedingly difficult for them to travel. That being said, of course, such a late announcement that they would use only one installment of the rating list to determine who qualifies to the candidates, and the fact that they brought back the rating spot for the tournament after getting rid of it.
And that was Fabi's spot, too, at the time.
It was at some point.
That forced Fabi, to play in the Swiss.
Right, and of course, we're talking about all of these things because of the ban on Sergei Karyakin, because it was all pretty much said and done. It was pretty much going to be
Sergei was going to play.
Sergei was going to play, joined by the last 2 players that qualified from the Grand Prix, and it feels like very last minute the entire system was changed. And things fell through the crack, right? As Anish Giri pointed out, he wasn't thinking about the rating because that spot was taken away, and he would have thought differently about his schedule of tournaments had a rating spot been available, especially after Fabi qualified directly from the Grand Swiss.
So a last-minute amount of chaos.
Absolutely chaos, yes.
Is going to determine the candidates and then the challenger.
Yes, and it's going to be a fun event. I think it's a spectacular candidates that we're going to be seeing. Fabi, of course, being there. Alireza at such a young age. Ding Liren going to be there, such a strong player.
Report
and I
Caro
think everybody that makes up the rest of the tournament, I think, is very dangerous, very tricky. Richard Rapport, fantastic player. Hikaru Nakamura has shown incredible nerves, incredible willpower, not just as a streamer, but as a chess player.
And as a wild card entrant, too. He ends up winning the Grand Prix. That's what.
And easily, right?
Right?
Not even close.
Wow.
So it's going to be a fun candidate. I'm very excited about it. Probably 2 Americans in it, and we'll see how they do.
Even the potential for 3rd.
Meanwhile, we do have Sam Shankland against Lanier Dominguez repeating in that position, but that's not much of a surprise. We did expect that this has to more or less go that way. I don't see a good position for that queen where I can try to do something clever, right? Like attack the rook. And
well, let me try the clever. How about queen f5? So the idea in this case is that if you play rook to e5, yes, I was going to grab a pawn. Queen takes. The idea is you can't take with the queen because I do have rook f1. I'm a little bit afraid of rook e1 check, though.
Why couldn't I take the bishop directly last move out of curiosity?
I'm sorry.
Like the rook's on e3?
Oh, that's right. I'm not taking.
You have to keep connection with the rook.
Yes. I have to keep connection
because
with
you
the
have
rook.
check on c5, but I also have queen e7, which defends both.
Nice.
But maybe we can do your idea.
Oops, excuse me. This was queen to c5 check.
Yeah. Attacks the rook and the king, but queen e7, right?
Yes, exactly. Queen to e7 blocks the check, defends the rook, and sidesteps my idea of rook f1.
But maybe your idea we can implement it with the move
Please.
queen f4 first.
Okay. Luring the rook.
Luring the rook. Come here to e4, where I can keep an eye on you.
That's right.
And then play the move queen f5. And maybe. Now, no, you don't have queen f7 because I just take on e4.
Exactly.
And maybe here I do have to look at the move rook
Queen
e5.
8. Okay.
Rook e5 and rook e1. And now the question is if you have any ideas after knight to f1. You don't have time to take the rook on a1 because queen g8 is a mate. But if I just simply take on f7 with the king, do you have a way to give a double attack, find a double attack against my rook on e1?
You have a way not to resign soon. Yeah. You have a check and I hide on g8.
And that's it?
And I think you have one check, actually.
And then knight on b6, which is useless, is actually useful.
It's funny. Let's put that on the position, right? Queen f5 check, king g8. And it looks like queen c8 is a check, but no, there's a knight on b6. And queen d5 looks like a check, but no, there's a knight on b6.
The hero who's done nothing the entire game suddenly covers both checks. So they're really, from Lanier's point of view, if there's no queen f4, queen f5 takes h7 ideas, then it looks like an instant perfect. One last look. No, I have to maintain.
You have to maintain connection with the rook is the problem.
I can't play queen f1. I can't
You cannot play queen f1, no.
Nope. So we do expect a draw in that game. Fabi, with the game of Jeffery, Fabi has the open e-file. It looks like he's played knight g5, provoked the move g6, and he's followed up with bishop e5. It looks to me like he's got the initiative for free. He has the much easier play in the position, but that doesn't mean that Jeffrey's without chances.
Yeah, this is the typical position in which black is not afraid to play a two-result game. It's not like black is counterattacking at any point. They're fine being passive. They're fine playing for a draw. Very common scenario in tournaments that's a knockout. You want to draw with black, win with white.
Exactly.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Fabi seems to have gotten a little bit of better position against Jeffery. We were mentioning earlier that the move rook b1 was completely superfluous in many lines. This definitely is one of them.
Yeah.
What would the rook have been doing on b1? Put it on e1, put it in the open file where it's actually threatening more things. And after a6, played after a long think actually, h3, bishop d6, knight g5, g6 only move, bishop e5. Black's still under pressure. I'm not really sure what the threat is.
Right. I was wondering if I'm going to play f4
or something like
and
this,
make these pretensions of playing for f5. But yes, that is the question, is what is my threat? And what I mean to say that it's not as if black is just, like being overwhelmed or anything like this. Yes, I do understand the move e6 might be all very well and good, but for the moment, there's no real weaknesses in black's camp. Maybe c4.
It does look a little sketchy, though, right? You're allowing e6 and the knight coming to e6.
Right, yes. It could be that the move knight e5 isn't that desirable. Maybe then I have to drop back with the bishop right away. I'm just saying that it's by no means overwhelming. It's not obviously overwhelming.
It shouldn't be, but there's a lot of tricks. I want to point out the bishop f8. I see
immediately
a trick.
or with
immediately.
Knight okay.
And I want to see if this trick works for me.
Please.
I was thinking, can I play queen g3?
Tickling c7.
Yeah. Now, I understand you could take on e5, but I'm happy if you take because I'll take back with the pawn, and you cannot prevent e6.
Okay.
Let's work with the assumption that's good for white.
Wonderful.
And you play something like, for example, I can take on h7, right?
Ooh. Can you take on h7? Takes.
You have to take back because knight f6 is such a huge threat.
Right.
Queen h4 check. Bishop only move h6.
Because of queen h8 mate requires me to play this.
And I think I have bishop f4.
Simple.
And I pick up the bishop with check in almost every variation.
No question about it. There's no time for the defensive move g5 either. Yes. So that's the tactic.
Some ideas, right? That white is trying to figure out at what point can I trick my opponent,
right?
Have this little bit of pressure, capitalize into something. And I think this is kind of the point, right? If you go bishop f8, maybe queen g3, because white only has a couple of moves. If you play bishop f8 and then you kick me out with h6,
or bishop h6,
bishop h6, that's it, that's the end of the initiative.
Then it's just a stop. So queen g3, reinforcing some trickies. You're saying once again that knight takes e5, pawn takes e5. Yes, the move e6. So if I go bishop g7, this is the idea. The knight is very, very powerful on e6.
I'm not saying I'm winning, but
no,
it looks a bit dangerous. Knight takes c7, maybe knight c5, maybe I'll take the bishop on g7.
It takes a while to warm up to White's position, but in fact, White's not in any dangers. And back over to you, Cristian. What do you have for us in the ladies section?
One player that is definitely capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes is Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion, because right now she's piling on the pressure on her younger opponent. After knight to e4, this is the position we left it off, and we were mentioning the idea of bringing the bishop to d4. Instead, Irina decided to maintain the spin with the move bishop to h4. And now it seems like Ruiyang just simply blinked. She lost the tempo with the move h6. It does feel like a correct move. You're trying to potentially have this idea of g5, harass the bishop on this diagonal, potentially lengthen the diagonal of your bishop after knight to d4 to be able to retreat to h7. It seems like a normal move, right? But unfortunately, you're just simply losing a tempo. And after knight to d4, bishop to h7, I'm going to snack on that pawn on b7. Yes, please. Give me that pawn. You can take the pawn on c3. That is my weakness. I'm not taking your weakness. I'm not exchanging weakness for weakness. I'm exchanging a very good pawn, the pawn on b7, for the pawn on c3, which probably would have fallen anyway. And we're going to be left with a position such as after castle, probably you're going to take on c3. But now we're going to be fighting
two bishops.
White's position, two bishops, very healthy structure. Absolutely no problems with her king, and black in return has a big weakness. All of his pieces seems to be discombobulated. The knight on c3, knight on f6, bishop on h7. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel natural for black, and it just feels like white has full control over the position. You can play bishop to f3. You can get fancy with moves such as bishop to a6, which is proposed by the Eng. I don't think she's going to go to a6. Of course, it looks a bit strange. But bishop to f3, just normal move. And you're going to enjoy this very long-term initiative against the pawn on d5 and with the bishop pair. It seems like definitely Irina Krush is getting the position that she wants in this particular matchup. And another interesting game that's been developing is this one between Nemtsova and Tokhirjonova. Let's remind our viewers that these two players have identical rating, 23-35, both of these players. Bishop to f5 was played, this is where we left it, and a3 was played because, of course, with this move, bishop to f5, you're signaling that you want to go potentially knight to b4 and take advantage of these light squares, the light square on c2, d3, potentially if you go c4, if you hurry the move c4 as white. So you're just taking away with this move a3, the jump on b4, knight to e4, c4, but this weakens this complex of pawns on the light squares b3 and c4, weakened by this move a3 as well. And by the way, we do have a handshake in the game between Dominguez and Shankland. We were mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast that this one is going to be a very tense battle between close competitors, and this is exactly what we're seeing. A draw has been agreed. And just to finish the thought, in that game between Tokhirjonova and Nemtsova, after knight to f5, you're starting to see that you have clear problems with these two pawns, these two weaknesses, the pawn on b3 and on c4. One way you can defend that is the move that was played in the game, queen to e3. Of course, you're defending the bishop, the pawn on b3. The problem is you're also allowing black to continue attacking that complex of pawns with the move bishop to c2, which was not spotted by Tokhirjonova. This move, bishop to c2, would have given her a clear advantage. Now white has to find all sorts of gymnastics in the position. You have to go bishop to c3, allow black to go knight to b3, and now try to take advantage of the fact that the knight is on the b file with the move rook to a2. Not very natural, right? Bishop to f5, then rook to b2. You're still worse. You're going to be a pawn down, and it doesn't seem like you're going to recover anytime soon. Instead of that, Tokhirjonova played this move, queen to b6, with the same idea, attacking the pawn on b3. But white had a very smart way to defend against that. with the move bishop to c3. Take advantage of the fact that if you decide to take on b3, well, that's a problem because I'm going to sacrifice the exchange. You can take it. But how are you going to deal with this big pin? Very difficult to get rid of on the b file. It does seem like white is gaining the initiative in this position. Instead of that, after queen to b6, it seems like Nemtsova played the move knight to d2, which I'm not so sure about, because what if I just simply take on c4? Right. Of course, you can take with the knight on c4, but what if I just simply take on b3 now?
Exactly. I guess she wants to take with the bishop on c4.
She does
not
want
that
to
I'm
take,
in love with this.
She does want to take with the bishop on c4, but now, okay, you defended one weakness. How are you going to defend the other weakness? I'm just going to go to d8, attack the pawn on d4, open up the position.
Everything's weak.
Everything is weak, and maybe you can take on e7.
No, but knight c4.
Knight takes c4 is a big problem, yeah, because right now you cannot take with the b pawn. Of course, the bishop on b2 is hanging. You'd have to take, but this is the problem. You're releasing the defense on the pawn on b3 with this queen moving to e7. Now it's a problem because you're going to defend, sure. We're going to exchange and we're going to end up in an endgame in which I have a clear advantage. First of all, I'm just simply a pawn up, but also you cannot take on a7. This bishop on d4 is nicely defending. It seems like the tactics work in black's favor.
Exactly.
Knight to d2 is on the board. 42 minutes for Nemtsova, Tokhirjonova with 50 minutes. And once again, I'm going to throw it to you, Alejandro, because this is your student. So I want you to tell me what's happening in this one. What I'm seeing is the time situation, 28 minutes for Tsolakidou, 1 hour and 8 minutes for Alice Lee. What is your take, coach?
I mean, I see this monster knight on d5 and I get very worried.
Exactly.
It's such a beautiful piece, and it feels like black got everything she wanted out of the opening.
Truly.
We can switch to that position with a knight on d5.
So the last move that Alice just made, by the way, this move bishop e7 to f8, this is like such a Karpovian-like move. The bishop on f8 just stops any ideas of bishop takes h6, which the move queen c1 was clearly directed at. White was ready to invest the bishop with the bishop sacrifice, but bishop f8 has just put the kibosh on that. And this position looks very good for black.
It looks like a very simple plan. You somehow defend the pawn on c4, push b4, and then just keep pushing them. Right?
Keep pushing.
Yeah, this seems very, very bad here for my student Stavroula, but we'll see if she can recover. Also not very pretty on the clock. But we do have a guest with us. The first result of the American Cup 2022 was a draw between Dominguez and Sam Shankland with absolutely furious theory. We have Sam Shankland himself, former U.S. champion, with us. Let's take a look at what happened in your game, Sam.
Sam, first of all, tell us a little bit about the format of this event. It's very new and exciting. How do you feel about it?
So of course, if you ask like 20 different players what their favorite format would be, you'd get 20 different answers. And while if I just got to pick exactly the format myself and then I got to play the tournament, that's not a luxury anyone ever gets. But if I got to pick it, this is not what it would be, but it's darn close. And it's closer than anything I've seen. And so I'm a huge proponent of knockout tournaments. I think by far the most successful individual sport is tennis. And while I'm not a huge tennis fan, as far as I know, essentially every single serious tennis tournament is knockout. And I think it's a fantastic format, and I'm really happy to be finally playing a big knockout event with some best players all over the world from here in St. Louis.
And tell us a little bit about this specific matchup between you and Dominguez. Every single game you guys are playing, it seems like it goes on a long theoretical battle, 20, 30 moves of theory. How did you approach this match?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a little bit of time to prepare for him, so I think probably the format doesn't suit him as well, just because he seems like crazy well prepared and just plays his normal stuff and says, come at me, find the best stuff you have. And if you have 24 hours to prepare for him, it's pretty real chance he's just going to out-prepare you, but even if he just plays his normal repertoire. But if you have 2 weeks, it's a little different. No, I mean, I got more of a sense of him as a player. I learned a lot by losing to him in U.S. Championship when I got some slightly better position with white. I saw tons of endgames that were slightly better and thought basically black is holding them, and eventually went off the deep end, just went too crazy trying to kill him. And then when he drew his other 10 games in the tournament, I felt like an idiot. But no, I think I have a better sense of him now. But it's one thing to have a better sense of a player, it's another to beat him. He's obviously very strong, and so we'll see.
Let's take a look at the game. Tell us, when did your preparation finish?
So I definitely had bishop d2, but I wasn't remembering everything super clear. I remember thinking bishop g5 was the most testing move after king f8. I definitely reviewed bishop g5 this morning, and I know I've analyzed bishop d2. Yeah, so here queen e2, king f8. I'm pretty sure bishop g5 is most testing, and I reviewed that this morning, but I know I covered bishop d2, but I couldn't remember very well, so I'm 90% sure knight g4 is right, maybe even 95%, because I remembered after queen f1, knight e3, take.
Actually, in this position, I think knight takes h2 was recommended by the engine. Going into the line of knight takes h2, take on h2, rook to e5 or rook to e4.
Yeah,
with the idea of rook h4.
I saw this as well, but I thought that knight e3 was. I'm pretty sure I had knight e3 as well as equalizing. But so he took it, rook e3, and I know that, for example, rook d1 is a draw after rook f3 and knight f3, and queen g2, queen h2 forever. So. But yeah, knight g5 came, and I was a bit foggy on the details. I'm actually pretty sure what I played does not equalize. That I remembered thinking that this queen e7, this queen takes g5 and queen e7 was not supposed to equalize. But I was shocked by bishop takes f7. I thought here absolutely everything was a draw. Like I just couldn't find a way for me to even screw it up after queen g5, queen e7, bishop f7. Like I was also thinking like if I go queen e4 check. And then he goes king g1 and rook e2. I guess the big point was bishop d5 check. And after this, rook f2, bishop e4, rook b2. I still thought this was almost certainly drawn after, say, like, I thought, like, I don't know, bishop b7, rook c2 or something. And you cannot possibly tell me he's going to beat me with his rook on a3. Like, I thought this was basically a draw. And then also after rook e2, queen f3, I thought rook takes h2 was a draw as well. So I didn't think I would lose this endgame after king h2, queen f7. So I thought absolutely everything was a draw. I think the rook e3 is most direct. There was just one detail that was important to see. There was this funny line that if we go queen f4, maybe I can even play g5, but I was thinking rook e4, queen f5, rook e5, queen h7, and here I was calculating some nonsense where I go king f7, rook f1, king e6, and run, and I didn't see a win for him even there, but there's this nice idea I can go rook e1 check, knight f1, and then king takes f7, and this move order he doesn't even get any checks, and here probably white is worse because he runs out of checks after, say, queen f5, king g8. And so as far as I can tell, it's just a dead draw after bishop takes f7. I think he should have tried rook g1, but this just seemed very easy.
Sam, thank you very much. Tomorrow with the white pieces, we're looking forward to that game.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, Sam.
Absolutely, a theoretical duel. We expected that from these two players, incredibly well prepared.
Both of them.
And they showed their stuff. I mean, perfect game, what can we say?
Yeah, good chess, good chess.
Absolutely good chess. Let's take a look at the Wesley game because, let's face it, this is what's going to be keeping our attention because things are flying. There's a pawn sacrifice now with this knight takes g4.
H5.
Wesley decided to go h5, knight f8, and immediately rook dg1. We're considering the pluses and minuses of going h6 first, but he's going to throw rook dg1 on the board immediately.
Yeah, we were definitely of the persuasion of h6.
Right.
And then it was kind of tricky because it was like h6, g6, knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5. You were encouraging this weakness on the f6 square. But rook dg1 was played. Knight f2, attacking the h1 rook, also hitting the bishop on d3, which is an important attacker. And this is where we are right now. Wesley, not in a deep think, but in a think at the moment.
Yeah, and here we kind of stopped after, say, h6, and not g6 allowing the move bishop takes g6.
Which, by the way, we never really
We just said, and
whatever, yeah.
But we were afraid of knight takes d3, queen takes d3, and now g6, but we could even have continued the line from here. It's super sharp, but once again, we have a special guest in studio, Alejandro.
All right, drawing with the white pieces, Linear Dominguez is with Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed with Linear Dominguez. Linear, every time I see you play against Shankland, it's just this crazy theoretical battle. Did you expect that training for this game?
Not really. I wasn't expecting the line with d5. I thought Sam was playing mainly with d6 before this game. But it's, of course, a very direct line, very critical. I was trying to remember this line that we played because this rook a8 is pretty much the best move in this position. And I was analyzing, and I thought I had some line. I mean, I thought I looked at some line where maybe in practice it was a bit tricky for black. I don't remember if it was bishop d2 what I played or not. I was trying to remember during the game, but I don't know if
this felt like the first critical moment. Bishop to d2 or bishop to g5.
Yeah,
this
I remember bishop d5 being knight g4 and then queen c2, bishop c5 being one of the main lines. But yeah, I remember that there were a couple of possible ways for white to play, and yeah, bishop d2 seems like a possible option. Yeah, here I think yeah, after knight g4.
Were you at all concerned at this point, because he was just blitzing out his moves? He had 1 hour and 35 minutes at some point, and you only had 1 hour and 20 minutes. It felt like you were the one that were surprised in this game.
Yeah, no, as I said, I knew the line. That's why I wasn't like overly concerned. I know that white is not lost yet, but yeah, obviously he knew the line well. And that's why I didn't want to go for bishop g5, because I know it was supposed to be the main line. I was trying to find something else. But yeah, unfortunately, this after bishop d2, knight g4, it's very logical. Queen f1, and this knight e3, it's probably okay for black. I know that knight takes h2 and rook e5, or even rook e5 immediately. It's
should make a draw. Yeah,
it's a draw by force, but it's maybe less obvious if you are, let's say, playing over the board. But yeah, after knight e3, takes, knight g5, queen takes on f2, and this queen e7 is an important move, because if you play rook e7, rook f1, then it's a little bit unpleasant. But after queen e7, unfortunately, I didn't see much, because I mean, if rook f1, black can play queen e4, but also f6. It's very simple.
At this point, you did understand that bishop takes f7 just forces a draw.
Right.
That was a big decision. Did you consider other moves, such as rook to d1, rook to f1, try to keep the game going? And how did you decide on bishop takes f7 and pretty much kill the game?
Yeah, I thought that black is doing really well. Like in the long term, it can be dangerous for white, because 3 pawns. I mean, if we were to trade queens or something, then I definitely would take black. And then also, if I try to keep the queens, my king is always, I mean, he will always get counterplay with queen e4 check. So I don't really believe that I had anything at this point. That's why I went for bishop takes f7. And I think objectively, it's probably the best decision. Yeah.
Lanier, thank you very much, and good luck in tomorrow's game. You're playing the black pieces. How are you going to approach that game?
Yeah, I mean, it's just normal. I mean, clearly tomorrow it's a much more important day than today. It will decide the match. But yeah, just looking forward to not only the game of tomorrow, but just the rest of the tournament.
Looking forward to seeing you in action. Good luck, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck, Lanier. And here we have our result, our first result of American Cup 2022, sorry, 2002.
Let's take a look at what we have, especially interesting games in the Open Championship bracket. Let's take a look at what happened in the Aronian game against Ray Robson.
Absolutely.
As Ray decided to sacrifice a pawn.
He didn't go for the rook d8 move just to defend the pawn on d4. Instead, he said b7, b6. I'm going to deny you this square c5 for your knight. And are you really going to give up, as you said, this beautiful dragon bishop for a lousy pawn?
And he said
Levon,
yes.
I'll take the lousy pawn.
Chess, yeah, of course.
Let me take that pawn. Bishop takes c6 was played by Levon. And after bishop takes c6, knight takes d4. There's the pawn.
And I really like this from Ray, that he gave himself a square on b7 with the move b6. It not only prevented the move knight c5, but also now that the knight takes on d4, the bishop remains on this long, open, beautiful diagonal by having the b7 square.
And one of the benefits of that. And normally speaking, when you have this setup of 2 knights versus 2 bishops, the player with the knight is trying to get rid of one of the bishops. So we do see the move knight b5. And by the way, the knight on b5 on d4 is kind of in midair. So moving the knight out of the square d4 to protect the square. And at the same time, by the way, I am a pawn up. And therefore, I do start thinking about playing the moves d4, d5, trying to shut down the bishop. Compensation for the pawn? Yeah, we'll say that. We'll say that. But
is it enough? Is it enough? That's the real question, right? You have a knight on a4 that's not doing very much for your position. That bishop on b7 is just permanently a beautiful piece, but I'm 2 moves away from d4, d5. And d4, d5 comes on the board, it shuts down the bishop on b7, creates problems on e6. Suddenly those bishops don't look so beautiful. I think there's enough compensation for this pawn, but I think that Ray has to be extremely precise in the next couple of moves.
Cristian, your perspective on this pawn sacrifice by Ray
We're
from
going
a
to
practical point of view?
We're going to get to that one in a second, but I have a challenge for you guys. We're going to jump straight into a segment that we introduced during the U.S. Chess Championships. And Maurice, who was at the board back then, he was kind of beating us. I'm talking about human versus machine.
Okay.
So let's get going, and I'm actually going to put a lot of pressure on you with this game between Wesley So and Sam Sevian.
Okay, you got
Wesley just played the move d takes c5 after knight to f2. Immediately, Sam responded with bishop to e5.
All right.
Try to play, I'm going to play as white.
I'm going to go h6.
You guys are going to be with the black pieces and try to defend this monstrous attack coming your way.
How nice is life, yeah?
Yeah, but if it's going to be a human versus machine, I'm looking and I'm seeing a shadow on your board telling me what to do.
That's pretty easy. Yeah, probably might want to have to
I'm going to go g6.
Don't look at it.
Don't look at it. Hold on.
Second.
Okay, I promise I'm not looking.
How did you come up with the move g6? What a mystery, right?
All right, g6.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a check.
Well, gee, I wonder what I'm playing on this one.
I'm not going to touch that.
You don't want to take it?
I don't want to take it.
Not so much, right?
No,
king,
I got to get.
Bishop g6.
I got to put my king in the corner.
Yes.
Okay.
King h8.
All right. All right.
All right.
Now turn off the engine. Yeah. Rook
Boom.
H. Obvious.
Good luck.
Okay, so the point is
no more
shadow.
directions for you.
Yeah, no more shadow boxing here. Okay, so the point is if we try to put the desirable bishop g7 on the board to take his rook, we're hanging d5. But that's not the end of the story either. But in any case, I'm really not even sure what the threats are. So I start to look at bishop g4, right? Why not?
All right, bishop g4 looks...
But then he could play like rook e5, rook e5. And how is he going to put his bishop on c3? I don't know. Bishop g4 looks reasonable.
Bishop g4 looks very reasonable in this position.
Final move?
No. One second.
I'm calling a friend over here. Talking with Alejandro. Don't be pushing it. What do you think? Bishop g4?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
I mean, it's got to be something like rook e5,
rook e5, knight. Maybe. But what do I do with this knight on c3?
Exactly. And then you're going to go knight f4 with the bishop on g4. Then you go to knight f4, and then you're going to go knight d5. Okay, we're gonna go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, bishop
Come on,
g4
let's do
fine.
it. Bishop g4.
Bishop to g4.
We're gonna go down in a blaze of glory.
Excellent.
Rook e5. Rook
it's got to be rook e5. Yeah.
Did he play rook?
No.
Okay, I take it.
All right, hold on.
You take back. Yeah.
Whoa. Is there any reason we should? No, the bishop on d3 is not going anywhere, right?
We can take our move back.
Okay, rook takes e5. That's
right.
Fine.
Knight f4 is what I'm afraid. Bishop e1? No, I was not afraid of this.
Well, it's attacking the knight. I don't have a lot of options here. I take on d3, right? We have a consensus there.
Yes.
I'm not even going to use the engine for this one.
Thank you. Good job.
Hopefully.
Grandmaster title.
It's not human versus machine after all. Okay, so you just got a queen on d4, and you're saying life is good.
Is it?
I don't know how good is it.
Can I put my bishop on f5 and go f6? Very greedy.
Yes. There's also maybe some reasons that you might want to be able to put your rook on h5 or queen to e7. How bad is bishop takes e2 and queen e7?
No, but then bishop c3, right?
Oh, you're going to recapture with
With the knight, yes,
with the knight.
With the knight, yes.
Okay, Alejandro liked bishop f5. Let's do it.
Bishop f5.
Bishop to f5.
Queen to d4, f6.
Yeah, f6 looks logical. Oh, f6 is forced. Right?
F6 is forced, in fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Box, as they say.
Box.
Knight f4.
And this, I agree, it's a very groovy exchange.
You guys are doing great, by the way. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
I'm impressed, yeah.
The man is impressed you can play chess, yeah?
I think it might be time to take this h7 pawn off the board. I'm not sure.
Wow, with king takes, it's scary though.
Or you want to bring the rook on a8 into the game, get
with
some
queen
counter.
Queen e8 maybe.
Queen e8 or queen e7?
Well, queen e7 runs into taking on d5 with a tempo, which is why I wanted to play the move queen e8 to sidestep it.
Okay,
but
then knight takes d4 still, knight takes d5 still.
I was thinking rook d8. How about that? Queen e8, one of the knights takes on d5. We pin it with rook d8. I'm not afraid of knight takes f6. I'll take on d4.
I'll take on e8. But then I'm afraid of bishop c3.
Again, this bishop c3 at the end.
Yeah.
Big moment, guys.
No. I don't believe in it.
Okay.
Queen e8. Queen
e8.
Queen e8.
All right.
This is where it falls apart, yeah?
My chess coach of the year. I mean, how can I speak against Alejandro?
Exactly. Queen e8 must be a great move. Is it a great move?
Not really.
I didn't say it's a bad move.
It's not a bad move, yes.
All right.
He doesn't lose on the spot.
Are we going?
Wow. Damn, with faint praise.
This is all the praise I expect nowadays from my students, from my co-hosts, from my friends.
It's legal. It doesn't lose on the spot.
It only blundered a pawn.
Who cares? Wow.
Yeah.
Why isn't g5?
I'll make it easy for you guys.
What?
Survive for 3 more moves.
Damn, is it that bad? Come on, g5, knight d5, knight h7.
But g5, he'll take on g5.
He'll take on g5.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Oh, probably he will. Okay, so let's start with knight h3. Knight h7,
yeah. Knight h7 prepares.
Knight h7.
Knight h7 is our answer.
The answer is...
Oof. Wait, what's wrong here? Can I blunder something? Can I play g5?
He's going to play bishop g3.
2 more moves, guys.
He's going to play and we got to deal with knight c7.
What about rook d8 here?
Okay.
Rook d8.
Let's go for it.
Rook d8.
Bishop f6. Check.
Knight takes only move. This is a lot more than 3 moves, by the way.
Hey, we did it.
That's it. That's it. 3 moves, I think.
Rook takes d4?
Well, rook
what's the evaluation at the end? Because I take on d4.
Rook takes d4.
Knight takes
White
e8.
has a clear advantage after check.
Get out of here. You take on e8 with check.
G7, check. And I take back on d4. I have the connected passers, pawn up, winning endgame. You guys didn't make it. Machine wins.
Winning endgame? What the heck? Man, I got a pawn. I got a passer. I don't have to resign.
Up to a certain point.
I mean, great. The guy's telling me to resign. I'm looking at this like a 3-result game. I have I have an active king. I have an active king. I have a pawn on g6 that's queening, and the guy's telling me, yeah, you might as well resign.
I don't know. Our live television audience is all for Alejandro and myself in this particular case.
I think machine wins on this one.
Sorry for you, Cristian.
You're overruled.
Better luck next time. Better luck next time, guys.
So where did we go wrong?
In the game, because we do have h6 on the board.
They're
G6.
following potentially our line. Now,
no, they're not, because he's allowing bishop takes g6 check, isn't he? Bishop takes g6
we're
sacrifice.
thinking about that, but we kind of were lazy on it, right? Bishop g6.
This was what we looked at.
We didn't.
h7, king h8.
No, we took on d3 first.
No.
What?
No,
of course we did.
We did. We were taking on d3 because we didn't want to allow white the bishop g6.
No, we played bishop g4. That's right. He's right. We played rook h5, bishop g4.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right.
h7. This is the line we followed. King to h8, rook to h5.
Yeah.
I don't think Wesley is going to play this move, rook to h5. It doesn't feel very natural. Bishop to g4, by the way, was a great move by you guys. I was considering bishop to g7, but then rook takes d5.
That was what I was afraid of.
That's probably going to be a problem long term, right? I'm just going to have an advantage long term as white. Rook to h5 is a difficult move to see. Bishop to g4, rook takes e5. Of course, this is all more or less forced. Take on d3, bishop to f5.
Here's the question: is where
still
did
good.
we go wrong?
Still good. Still good.
Because I thought we were doing good.
You guys did great.
So far, so good, right?
Right.
Knight to f4, and this was the critical moment.
We had to play knight e6.
Exactly.
We went queen e8.
Yes, you have to go for the exchanges. You have to simplify the position and try to release some tension from white's attack, and that is with the move knight to e6.
That's fair.
Of course,
I understand that.
The position still remains extremely complicated after knight takes e6, rook takes e6. I still have the dark squared bishop. If I manage to land it anywhere on the long diagonal and eliminate the pawn on f6, you still have a lot of problems to deal with.
Right.
So after bishop to f4, you have to go rook to c8. Complicated position. It remains a complicated position. Black still has to deal with a lot of things, but it seems it's a double-edged sword. It's a 3-game result, and this is exactly what both players seem to want in this game. This one, however, rook to h5 is not going to be an easy move. I'm not predicting the move rook to h5 for Wesley. But
the alternative being?
Other alternative could be maybe h7, king to h8, but now you still have rook to h5. What if you don't go rook to h5? What if you try to play something like knight? I don't know.
Christian,
you guys tell me.
What's wrong with bishop g6?
Yeah, if you put the pawn back on h6,
I'm just going to take it.
And rook takes.
And then king goes. Actually, I'm not even king goes. I'm going to
because this on e5, not on c5.
d4 takes e5.
I'm wondering if this is good. Yeah, this is good.
It's a totally different line.
This is
the
good.
bishop on e5 guards g7. Yes, yes.
King h8 wins as well. Knight takes g6 wins with a larger margin. Sacrifice doesn't work.
Christian, a question for you. Could you take white's last 2 moves back for just a moment?
Yes.
So, and d4 takes e5 as well, if you could take that move back.
D takes c5 was a bad move, by the way. And this is why I wanted to challenge you, because after d takes c5, black is actually better.
Really?
Yes. D takes e5, bishop to e5, a great move by Sam. And black right now is actually in pole position. White is the one that needs to find the way through.
Wow. So without the move d takes e5, and if I could just ask you this, rook g1, and if you take on h1, and if I go h6, and if you go,
So what do you play right now, because it's white to move?
h6.
h6, okay. H6,
and if you go g6.
g6.
Does bishop takes g6 win for white?
No. Loses. King h8.
And still nothing, yeah?
Still nothing, yeah. The knight on f8 controls very nicely the square h7, and that is the only transition square towards the checkmate, because rook g7, queen to h7 is the only threat that I can see in the position.
Right.
You would like to get rid of the pawn on h6, yeah? Take it away from the board.
h6 takes g7,
Impossible.
double check, right?
Yeah. No, it seems like black is just
Bent Larsen,
quite solid.
F8, and I don't get mated.
No.
Wow, okay. So, in fact, the move d4 takes c5 by Wesley was ill-timed.
Ill-timed,
and it's like Wesley is the one scrambling in this position, which is very surprising.
And it's such a mess.
Sure.
I wouldn't think during a game if I'm scrambling or not. You're just kind of finding moves. It's so difficult to actually put an evaluation to this position.
You don't just suddenly stop in your mind and go, my God.
And that is exactly...
I got to parachute my way out of this.
No, you're just thinking, I'm attacking, things will happen, you're not really sure. You're not even down material here, are you?
And I told you guys at the beginning of the broadcast, I looked at this specific position and I said, this is a gamble. No matter what the evaluation is, according to the engine, even if it's like plus 1.5, plus 0.7, it's a gamble.
Yeah.
You play a normal move such as d takes c5, and suddenly you're worse.
Remarkable.
So if you want to take that gamble, take it. I would probably not recommend it. It seemed like Wesley felt comfortable in this position. Maybe he analyzed it in preparation for the Grand Prix, because we know the Grand Prix just happened. He probably had some residual preparation from that event, and maybe felt comfortable in this melee. But right now, after bishop to e5, h6, g6 on the board, is in the think tank. And it doesn't seem like his position is great.
And Wesley kind of feeling his body posture as he's digging into the position really seems to suggest that his play is not that easy, and he's expressing a little concern. Turning our attention to the game of Robson and Levon Aronian for just a moment, because it's not common, let's put it that way, when you're playing on the white side of a Catalan to see black making a threat that he just made in the game.
This level of threat, right?
Yeah, right? Exactly. So you're on the white side of a Catalan and your opponent has just played the move Queen C6. It's just about here you ask yourself, what did I do wrong? Yes, mate in one is the fearsome threat. Okay, but because this bishop is still hanging on C7, it does mean that after F3, you're not playing Queen F3 because
you're not on time. Yeah, the bishop on C7 is hanging. But what do you do? Because black, yeah, you have very nice bishops. But white's consolidation path is pretty clear. You go one of rook to D1, you play a king to F2 or G2. You can even throw in a tempo like B3 if you really needed to defend the pawn on C4. There's knight on E4, it's not great. But
it's not the worst.
It's not the worst, right? As you were pointing out, it does attack B6, which means that the bishop on C7, even if it did retreat to B8, it's not fully comfortable because suddenly B6 is undefended except for the queen. And again, that might lead to certain tactics. I don't know where the full comp is here for Ray.
Exactly. I mean, the consolidating moves are easy. You do go King G2, Rook D1. Maybe on a good day you play Knight C3. And by the way, you always got this D4, D5 kind of a tactic when you really need to throw that in there because, again, B6 is hanging. So we do think the #1 seed, Levon Aronian, is for choice. But, again, this does feel like a position where Ray has full compensation. As we take our break, we do want to remind everybody we do have a single result, one draw already, but you can also join the conversation, become a part of the show by sending us a tweet. And where do they do that?
Join us at Twitter. You can hashtag the American Cup or hashtag US Chess Champs to join the conversation here with us three. International Master Kostya Kavutsky is on our Twitter and not only answering the questions but choosing the best ones that we will put up on air, as you can see there on Twitter. Hashtag the American Cup. And with that, we'll take a small break. We're going to let the players figure it out. Wesley's definitely in a very interesting position. I don't think he thinks right now that he's worse, but fascinating struggles there. We'll come back with all of the action of round one of the American Cup 2022 in just a few minutes.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you, we are Ascension.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Louis is always exploring.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Louis is always exploring.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
Welcome back. We are here in the first round of the American Cup 2022. We're still in the champions bracket as everybody still has 2 lives. We're in the first round of classical games. We already have one result. Sam Shankland, former U.S. champion, has drawn his game with the black pieces against Lanier Dominguez. They'll face each other again tomorrow with colors reversed, as will everybody else. And we have fascinating struggles all throughout the boards, but we were particularly interested in the game between Wesley So and Sam Sevian. And Yasser?
Yeah, that was the thing. When Wesley went for the G2, G4 move, with all of the sacrifices that entailed, he seemed to be playing with Elan, and now he stopped.
Yeah.
The culprit seems to be this move, D4 takes C5. After D4 takes C5, the unexpected move, Bishop E5, was actually a star move because it's all about this half-open G file and the weak black king. Suddenly, this bishop on E5 has been playing this fantastic defensive role. After H6, G6, Wesley has just stopped, and nothing happened during the break.
And that's not a good sign, right? You play what's basically a forcing move, the move H6.
Exactly.
What else can black reply that's not G6? You could take on D3 maybe, but
more or less G6.
More or less G6, because you can always do the next move.
Right.
So you play G6, the most natural move, and then you think.
Yeah, you stop.
Long?
Yeah, it's an indication that Wesley is not exactly enjoying the moment. But you have another position for us, Cristian, as Irina Krush seems to be enjoying her moment.
Absolutely, and perhaps Wesley does see that move rook to h5, and he's just trying to understand the complications after that exchange sacrifice, rook takes e5, which is going to come on the board if he decides to go rook h5. But yes, indeed, this game seems to be going one way and one way only, and that is Irina Krush's way, because queen takes b7, we were looking at this position and we were wondering, okay, I take your pawn. At some point, you have to take the pawn back. You have to equalize the material with knight takes c3. She decides to wait a move. Okay, that's fine. You can still take on c3 later on because white hasn't castled yet. White hasn't finished its development. And castle queen to d6 came on the board, of course. It seems like you're starting to threaten things such as rook to b8, potentially trapping the queen, which is not the case because the queen still has this extra square on c6. But ideas with the queen on d6 related to the fact that this queen on d6 is protecting the square a6. Instead of that, queen to a6 came, queen to e5. Once again, exchange and take a pawn. I understand, you're going to suffer. This endgame is terrible. After bishop to f6, take on f6, look at the pawn structure, compare it, compare black's pawns with white's pawns. You also have the isolated pawn. I have the beautiful square on d4. This is almost decisive advantage for white, but at least it's equal material. So we're going to fight. Instead of that, she goes queen to e5. And right now, Irina says, okay, look, I finished my development. I took your pawns. Nothing is being threatened. I don't have to worry about any sort of checkmate threats. I can always just go bishop to g3 at some point, cover up absolutely everything. There's nothing coming my way. Why not just simply defend the pawn on c3? And she did. Rook to c1 is on the board. I'm going to follow up with a move c4. I'm going to exchange my weakness for your weakness, but I'm a pawn up. The position is completely winning for white, and it doesn't seem like black is creating anything. This is why I'm puzzled, because in the last few moves, black hasn't created anything, has allowed white to finish his development, protect the queen, beautiful placement of the queen on a6, holding on to the attack of the pawn on a7, a very nice position on a6. I defended the pawn on c3, I'm threatening the move c4. There's absolutely no compensation. I'm just puzzled by the fact that the youngster did not capture on c3 and equalize the material. What do you guys think?
I'm a material man. What can I tell you? That extra pawn sure looks good to me. We do have to move knight d7.
She played knight d7.
Is that also like a 45-minute clocking at 7?
Yes, it is indeed. Yes. 7 minutes for Ruiyang, 45 minutes for Irina Krush.
Okay, so clock, board,
material, position, bishops. Yeah,
it's all one way street. I just checking in on the game between Anna Zatonskih and Tatev. This is a game that developed very, very slowly. It was out of a Nimzo Indian, and it's been essentially a strategic struggle from the get-go here. This last move was knight e4 by white, inviting the trade of knights. If white could ever play knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and establish her bishop on d5, white would be very happy with such an outcome. Tatev said, no way, I'm not going to allow that. She dropped back with her knight, but now came the move rook c2, making vacating the c3 square so that she can play knight back to c3 to d5. But it's been a very strategic kind of dogfight throughout. So we could see something like maybe an f5, an e4. Now you could toss in knight d5. You can always toss in knight d5. And I was just having a go, if you will, in British parlance. What do you think about these apples? Knight on e5 is good. Knight on d5 is good, but
I feel that white is just ahead in development too much, and that if I play a move like b4, I'm not sure that you can react on time. Because, for example, I play b6, right? I don't know. You want to keep the structure.
I'm not
yeah, but here I'll take on b4 with the pawn.
And bishop will jump to e6,
I'll
and
go
I'll
like
complete my
d1,
development.
I'll go rook d2, I'll go c5. Or knight f4 if I need to, and then c5.
Just when you're not dropping the
When
c4.
I'm not dropping a
exactly.
pawn. I like white.
And all my, how do you say, student body to the king side, you know, g5 is not scaring you in any
It is scary,
way.
but at the same time, you feel that more black plays moves like g5, that they're weakening their own squares.
Okay.
Where's the real counterplay, right?
Okay,
I still think it's double-edged, but I take white.
We'll keep an eye on them apples.
And we are going to take a look at the brackets that we have in this tournament. In the Champions bracket, open Champions bracket, we have Levon Aronian playing against Ray Robson. Dominguez has drawn his first game against Sam Shankland. Wesley So is currently in a dogfight against Sam Sevian. And Fabiano Caruana, we think he is in the better side of a strange position against Jeffery Xiong. Meanwhile, in the women's, we expect Irina Krush to convert her crushing advantage against Ruiyang, an extra pawn, and a bunch of other things.
Right.
We like the position of Begim Tokhirjonova over Katerina Nemtsova. We also like the position of Alice Lee over Tsolakidou. And we are just looking at the game between Anna Zatonskih and Abrahamyan. And they will do it, of course, all again tomorrow. They're just going to be switching the colors so that it's a fair match, one with white, one with black. And in case of a draw, mini match between the players, immediately off to the playoffs, 10+5 tomorrow.
After the classical game is
After
finished.
the classical game.
And any 1-1 ties, again, they play, all the way to an Armageddon.
Right.
And Cristian, you actually had a position set up, Katya's position. What's going on in that position for us?
Let's take you guys through what has happened in this game between Nemtsova and Tokhirjonova. We left it off after this move, knight to d2. Puzzling move, knight to d2, because after d takes c4, you just simply don't have a very good way to recapture, and you're going to lose a pawn, which happened. She took on c4, and immediately this b4 came on the board. The problem with b4 is you're not actually attacking the knight on a5, because the bishop on b2 is still defenseless. You don't have this move rook to b1 coming because the bishop on f5 is controlling that important square. So you're going to have to lose another tempo until I have to retreat with this knight on c6 or even on b3 potentially. An interesting move would have been rook to c8, defending, reinforcing the defense of the pawn on c4, also potentially having ideas of c3 in the future. Did not happen. Rook a d8 happened on the board, which is a much more natural approach. You're directly targeting the important central pawn on a d4, asking white to make their decision. Rook to a2, defending the bishop on b2. Now finally this threat is enforced, and bishop b takes a5 is on tap. But after knight to c6, knight to c4, bishop to d4 came on the board, and this is just going to simplify the position. We're going to end up in a much better endgame for black. Pawn up, also a better structure after knight takes b6, bishop takes c3. You probably have to take back, take on b6. You do have the bishop pair, but your bishop pair doesn't have any targets. This pawn on b6, well, first of all, to allow this bishop to come to d4, you're going to have to play the move b5, which is going to weaken your pawn structure as well, because my knight is going to land on a5 and then potentially to c4. It doesn't seem like it's going Kashka's way. You can play the move bishop to c3, but then I even have ideas of bishop to d3, and this is one of the key strategical concepts of this position. You do have the bishop pair, but I'm actually going to force the exchange of one of the bishops, the light square bishops, which is probably your best piece in the position, and I'm going to leave you with this dark square bishop on c3, which is kind of facing its own pawns. It's a bad bishop, doesn't have any support. This pawn would like to be on b2 at least, then you would have a safe square on c3. You don't have that. I'm going to invade with my rooks on the light squares, and this one should be quite an easy transition for black to a victory. Bishop to d4. Also, I want to point out the fact that white has 12 minutes on the clock, black has 33 minutes on the clock. Another one, very interesting game between Tsolakidou and Alice Lee. We did like Alice Lee's position, but it does seem like Tsolakidou is getting ready to sacrifice something on h6. She brought her knight to g4, and knight takes h6 or bishop takes h6 has to come on the board. The problem is, after queen to d4, if you try to do that, and she did not, she played the move bishop to c3. If you try to do that, I'm going to leave that bishop on h6. The key move in the position is knight to d3, and this is a very typical move in this type of positions. Closing up the diagonal, closing up the defense, also the attacking potential of the queen on b1 just immobilizes white's position, and right now you have one piece under attack, two pieces under attack. I'm probably going to take that bishop on h6 later on. This one just seems to be game over, and she saw that. She played the move bishop to c3, and now what if I just, bishop to e4 is the engine move, and I understand it probably gives black some sort of tactical ideas. Rook takes e4, maybe rook to a1. Is that a move?
No, rook,
probably not. Probably not. Rook to a1, you take on d7. That doesn't look good. But just simply queen to c5, and without this extra knight on e4, it doesn't seem like your attack is going places. Also, the bishop on c3 is no longer on this diagonal to support the sacrifice on h6. It does seem like black is in pole position, pawn up, but white still has some ideas. You know, I'm going to retreat and maybe try to bring the queen on that side. It doesn't look great for white. However, bishop to c3 is on the board. We're waiting for black's response. We're going to see how this one plays out. And finally, this game that you guys were focusing on between Zatonskih and Abrahamyan, definitely a strategical battle. Some key squares, this d5 square, probably we're going to see an exchange, maybe queen to f7. It does seem like Zatonskih is building up a nice strategical edge. Very intriguing games, and we are approaching the time trouble situation.
One player who definitely is not landed on his feet is Wesley So. Wesley in this key position after h6 to g6, h7 check, king h8. Again, we were looking at ideas for white with the move rook h5.
Yeah.
Rook h5 was the key move, and 3 results possible, although it does appear as if black is for choice. Wesley played the move rook h6, which invites this very obvious retreat, bishop g7, cementing the king position. You're opening up the rook. Now is looking, eyeballing the e3 pawn, and after bishop g7, rook h6, back to h2, we've caught up with the players, but I must say the last few moves by white don't seem to have this beautiful harmony.
No, not a huge amount of coordination, right?
No,
and you start wondering as black if I can simplify into some kind of advantage. I'm specifically thinking of something like knight takes d3, bishop f5, and I understand that my pawn on d5 is hanging, but remember, I will pick up h7 at a later point in the game.
Oh, for sure. That pawn on h7 is toast.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, but you're not giving me any choice when you. But what you're doing, Alejandro, with the moves knight d3, queen d3, bishop f5 is exactly what I do. Is I always look at the most forcing moves first. And if I can find an advantage from those most forcing moves, I'm going to go for it. But now that you've got here, after queen takes d5, is it obvious that it's that much, knight to d4 is going to cement.
I do have a tempo here. Not only do
Right.
I have queen takes d5, but queen c7 is actually a bit annoying. I am threatening rook d8, and, well, h2 is hanging.
That is the problem. I mean, it's sort of like Wesley never found.
Where do you put the rook, right?
Was it h5, h6, h2? It's not looking good. And I got to admit that is a very nasty tempo. Where do I put the rook?
This looks just visually good for black. The king
no
on h8
question.
is super safe. I have the pair of bishops barreling down on the queen side.
If I have to play something silly like this, then and the c5 pawn is weak. The bishop
Weak and dropping, bishop coming to d3 or e6.
Well, that was why I played rook f2, right? Okay, but now I understand what you mean when you say bishop e6. Just to kick my queen around. Again, if I allow queen take c5, I mean, this is Sam is in great shape.
Yeah, great shape, yeah.
No question about it, and that would be really nice. Let's invite our audience to join us.
Yes, absolutely. Join us here in the conversation. Send our questions through Twitter at #TheAmericanCup. And we have a question with us. Let's take a look. Owen McDevitt, is Levon Aronian the most fashionable chess player of all time? #TheAmericanCup. All time is a long time.
That's a long time. But he's definitely up there. He's not sporting his brand today. I mean, he's really, there you see a lot more sportive attire, I should say.
And I want to say, actually, that's a Romanian shirt. Romanian traditional shirt.
A Romanian traditional shirt.
The man is internationally fashionable.
That's exactly right. I'm trying to think, outside of Levon, who have you seen that you go, okay, he's making a splash?
I like the way that Anish dresses. I think it's always very professional, very clean, very well presented.
I agree.
I don't think it has the...
But that's Suppico. That's his wife. He was preparing his wardrobe.
I am not making a comment on that one. I just see the end result. The end result is Anish looks really nice.
Okay.
But it doesn't have the splash that just you say that Levon has, right?
Exactly.
Like with his outfits.
And Ray's got the blazer. He's got the blazer look, but no, I'm looking for something more. Cristian, who comes to your mind?
I like Lev. To be honest, from the younger generation, I know Hans Niemann is trying to kind of have his own style. You know, I like Magnus Carlsen also. Actually, during the World Championship, we were seeing him sporting 2 sets of suits. With the white pieces, he was sporting the white suit. With the black pieces, he was sporting the black suit. So that was a nice touch. But definitely, I think Lev is one of a kind.
I don't know if all time, but at least of recent memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Levon.
Yeah. Good
Excellent
tweet.
question. Well,
Good tweet. Yeah, we like it. We like it. Very, very, very good point. Let me just say that while we've kind of ignored it a little bit, we do think that Fabi has been in the driver's seat for some time in this game. When we left it just around these parts. B5, a move like we really didn't pay too much attention to, but queen d3 to e3. Well, that's making a statement. Just a second. F6, the bishop dropped back. King f7. I'm not liking where this is going. So queen h6, do you have to go back to g8?
I don't see another move.
Unless he was going to go bishop f8, queen h7, bishop g7, which looks a little bit suspicious.
I don't know about that, yeah.
Okay, he didn't go queen h6. He didn't go queen f4 either. He went knight h2, looking to go knight g4, knight h6, h5, shutting you down. Queen f3, just preparing, vacating the e3 square for potential of knight f1 to e3. And after b4, isn't that ironic that the weaknesses on the queen side, you're trying to undouble white's pawns?
I think it's a subject of it's difficult not to do anything in chess, right? You're always trying to have a plan.
Of course.
In many positions where the computer says it's equal and they defend it fine, playing king h8, king g8, humans can't do it.
Right.
Because you don't think about these moves. You try to always do something active, have a plan.
Precisely.
And of course, b5, b4 is a break. When you think about it more logically, what are you breaking, right? It's the double pawns that white already has.
On
You're
C3.
breaking his already weakened structure. But on the other hand, you did get access to the d4 square, which I think is the main thing in this position. Of course, you can never take on b4, where knight takes d4 is allowed. But this move, rook e6, it puts a serious question on black's position, right? What is your next move is the first one. And the second is, can you hold everything together? Do I have a threat, first of all, as white? I'm not
sure that you do. But you're just asking black,
what's your next move, right?
What's your next move? And okay, well, you've played b5 and b4 with a purpose. Is the idea that this is what you want to avoid, I suppose, because now the knight is going to go away from the d4 square.
Right, but I have bishop
so
b4
bishop
here,
b4, is that how is that position?
Ooh, hello. Excuse me. That's an oopsie daisy.
No, but I was thinking
apologize.
instead of queen takes c3, maybe
Okay.
white does have a threat. And the threat is simple but difficult to meet, is bishop h4.
Okay, I like it. Bishop h4, setting up for rook takes e7, followed by queen takes f6.
And that picks up everything.
A lot of material goes the byway after that. So bishop h4, g5, bishop g5.
Okay, one
Please?
second. This is probably not it. But let's go instead. Bishop h4 looks tremendous and probably is winning.
Is it though? I mean, we could still continue. But go ahead. Sorry, Cristian, please.
I saw this move bishop to d6.
Now?
Yes. No, with the bishop on g3.
I was like, whoa, the engines.
I did not check it with the engine, so I don't know whether it's accurate or not. But bishop to d6.
But f6 is hanging, sir.
No, bishop to d6 for white, after b takes c3.
Oh, b takes c3, bishop to d6 for white, of course.
Yes.
Oops, that was not.
It looks funny and probably doesn't work. I mean, I think you can just simply take with the pawn. All right, forget about it, Yasser.
Just a second. We've got a chance to human versus human.
What is this?
Human versus human. Our turn is bishop. Very interesting idea that you've come up with, Cristian.
By the way, let's see what he played. He played a move here. I think he took the pawn. B takes c3 is on the board.
B takes c3 is on the board. And
okay, but what if...
will we see Cristian's bishop d6?
No. Forget about it. Yasser, stop.
Just like,
Cristian's is branded.
Stop rubbing it in.
Hold on.
It's a nice looking move. Yes.
And the whole point was that if you take queen takes, you just didn't have a follow-up though, right?
That's the problem.
Yeah,
just go
king
king
d7,
f8 or something like that. King g7.
Just get out of harm's way here.
But,
yeah.
All right, bishop h4, I think, is
the real point, right? Oops, not.
But bishop h4, I don't see another move. I think you have to take on e6.
G5, queen h5,
resigns,
stop.
Yeah. You can even take on g5.
You're in a horrible pin, and terrible things are happening to you. So it's more or less.
You have to take, I think.
I have to take. Okay.
And
fine.
I take, you take. Now the question is, how do we evaluate this? Now the queen is definitely superior to the rooks.
Right.
The rooks, it doesn't matter that they have open files. The queen has so many targets. It's just so many targets. The king on e6 is very exposed. But what do I do with this tempi? Do I take on c3?
Okay. Well, first of all, I would say yes.
Right? That's like the first
because
instinct, right?
It's sort of like that knight on d7. It just has nowhere to go, and you're almost forcing the move king to d7.
But
now we can hit all kinds of pawns. We can go back.
f3, we can go queen b3.
Nasty hits against the pawn on d5. It's one of those positions that the engine might say it's not so bad, but for human players, the practical chances for white are through the roof.
I think it's pretty bad, and I thought it was not so bad for black initially because I thought, okay, my knight on h2 is really bad. I have to put it on f3 one day, and it's controlled.
Right.
But the moment I saw that actually the knight goes to e3.
Exactly.
The knight goes to e3. You go knight f1, e3, either before or after you defend the pawn on d4,
right.
And then you're hitting a lot of things. And I think that's where white is really better.
And the other point about that, when we put the knight on e3 for white, we're really killing the rook on e8 as well. You mentioned that, with your two rooks, there are open files, and you could potentially get some counterplay, but a knight on e3 is just really going to put the kibosh on things. Now, having said all that, did Fabi just play the move bishop h4 or not? Yes,
I
he
think
did.
there is a bishop on h4. I think that absolutely forces the move queen takes e6. I don't see another way to defend. Let's see what Jeffery plays. What is the time situation, by the way? 24 minutes for Fabi, 15 minutes for Jeffery. 22 minutes, sorry, for Fabi, 15 for Jeffery. That is not a lot of time because remember, there is no second time control. You're going to be surviving for the rest of the game with your increment and the remaining time. That's it.
Even though we are saying it's classical chess, 90 plus 30 is a very quick
It has to be queen takes e6, right?
There's no other move. I mean,
rook takes e7 is a killer threat.
I mean, bishop f6 is a
maybe bishop takes f6
it's
is
very
a killer
simple
threat.
and very strong, right?
And if you play f5, queen g3 just finishes the game.
f5 I don't want to look at. And there he
queen
goes.
Takes e6.
Yeah.
So it's as we say, box, and Fabi has forced this imbalance of his queen against Jeffrey's 2 rooks. And again, it's very unusual to see this king landed on the e6 square. But here's a question, Cristian. Is the engine evaluation overwhelming? We feel it's good for Fabi.
It is,
okay.
yes.
Oh, really? Overwhelming?
Quite overwhelming. I think it's close to +2. So close to a winning position.
Wow.
Right
Our
now.
instincts were very good.
Now, the move that the engine proposes...
and this is day 1. We're just warming up.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. The engines don't get weaker. We do.
I can't wait for tomorrow. We're getting stronger and stronger.
Pace yourself, guys.
Exactly. We should take it easy.
And in that position, actually, g4 was the right move to continue gathering the advantage.
What?
After king d7.
After king e6.
King,
take, exchange on e6.
You don't take on c3, you
I'll
just
show
go
it to you
g4.
guys. Yes,
Okay.
yes. So in this position, apparently g4 is this a great move that forces basically the knight to jump back into play. I'm trying to get the knight to e3, put some pressure on f6 as well, and if not, I'm going to take the pawn on h5. I'm going to snack on an extra pawn. So g4 seems to be a very intriguing move. Now, of course, the big question is, why not just take on c3, which I do think is going to come on the board. I do think Fabiano is going to take that pawn on c3.
It's a very natural
King to
move.
d7, very natural. But right now, the more I'm looking at the position, it seems like White's advantage is decreasing with every single move.
So
now
it's g4 is
g4,
really
it's a critical
key.
move. Because after queen to d3, I can go bishop to d6. I'm starting to have my own threats. I can also maybe go f5. Still, White's definitely in pole position. Fabiano is building up a nice edge, and probably after king takes e6, the time situation is going to play a crucial role as well. It seems like Fabi is on the right way. Let's see what's happening in this important matchup between Aronian and Robson, because a lot of things have happened since we left it off after f3. Of course, Black had a huge threat after queen to c6. Threatening to give a checkmate, queen to g2 or queen to h1. You have to defend against that. The only way to defend against that is either with f3 or d5, sacrificing a pawn. You don't want to do that right now, so f3 came immediately on the board. Rook to d7, and this is the type of position in which, as Black, you are a pawn down. You obviously have a lot of compensation due to the fact that you control the long diagonal, you have the 2 bishops, but if you don't do something immediate, White is going to be able to stabilize the position and just be a pawn up. And right now, this was the critical moment. The correct move was to go g5 as Black. Try to blast open the long diagonal with the move g4. If you follow it up with h3, I'm going to continue supporting this push with h5. And right now, it is White that I feel from a practical perspective needs to find the right moves. You have to go knight to c3, which still it's quite natural, and then play the move d5, which leads to a completely explosive and wild position. I'm going to open up the 6th rank for my queen, potentially go queen to g6 at one point. The king doesn't feel safe yet for White. It definitely doesn't feel safe yet, and with 2 bishops on the board, anything can happen. Instead of that, Black played the move bishop to d8, did not sense the danger of just playing slow moves. Yeah. Exactly. You have to go for it. Bishop to d8, and after knight to c3, I'm stabilizing the position. I'm bringing this knight back into play with this knight to e4 landing, potentially also supporting the idea of d5, bishop to f6, rook to d1, queen to c8, d5, take on c3. You made all this bishop route, bishop to d8, bishop to f6, just to sacrifice it and exchange it for my knight on c3? Doesn't feel right.
Does not feel right at all.
Doesn't feel right. And after e takes d5, knight takes d5, c takes d5, the engineer is saying that white would have been completely dominating. After knight d5, it seems like, yeah, after bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, white is a pawn up. Of course, black still can continue the game with rook to c7. It's just a pawn. Also, potentially, if this c file opens up, I have this invasion with the rook coming to c2. There's still some conversion problems for white, but definitely it seems like Lev Aronian is putting the pressure on his opponent. This is the current position we have on the board. 30 minutes for Lev Aronian, only 9 minutes for Ray Robson, and there's no second time control.
Pawn down, a bad position.
Yeah, we have tons of action. We're actually
right.
Let's go to the women's section. This Alice Lee game blew up in ways I did not imagine. Cristian, you had a very pressing question in that game. After the move bishop c3, what happens if the queen simply retreats? And Stavroula plunked down a knight on f6, sacrificing one of them. Pawn takes f6, didn't recapture on f6, actually went after a very long thing. The move knight takes h6 check. What is this mess we have on the board? White is currently down a piece, but
well, there's one move we can reject instantly is the move king f8, because that walks into queen h7 with a threat of double checkmate on f7 and g8. So therefore, it really leaves only king g7.
Yeah, you could
as
consider,
we say, box.
Yeah, you could consider king h8, but not really, right?
Then you drop f7
with a check. Yeah, no.
Okay.
So king g7. Now,
please.
If you take on f7, which I think is the most logical continuation, trying to play queen g6, you run into f5, I think.
Which is why I thought we were going to take on f6 first.
Yeah.
But with exactly the same idea as you're pointing out. Now, in this moment, what is the situation on the clock? Because Alice with...
I don't want to talk about it.
It's that bad for your student.
8 minutes for white, 25 for black in a complex position.
So we're looking at capture. Okay, knight takes h6, king. This is the current situation. We're looking at king g7. Then we're thinking we're going to take this pawn with check. Now, if we take with the bishop, we'll be careful because that will leave this guy hanging in one of these positions where we go knight takes f7 check. Pardon me, it's not a check.
It's not a check, but
I'm planning queen g6 check.
And so it's a hard move to stop.
So we're expecting knight takes.
I still take on f7.
Then knight takes f7. I mean,
knight takes f7.
But
it's killing.
Is it?
It's completely killing. I mean, queen g6, you cannot defend against that. You can go knight to d3, but then I just take it and then continue attacking. Yeah, e takes f6 is on the board.
So maybe she
Your student.
Maybe she should take with the bishop.
I mean, following all of those hard trainings, the training is paying off.
Always does.
Always does.
What is the objective evaluation? So I think I take with the bishop, right?
Okay, so we're looking at after e takes f6.
Yeah, I think you have to take with the bishop on f6.
Okay.
So that on knight takes f7.
And by the way, taking with the bishop is not an easy move to make.
No, not at all.
Practically.
Not at all. Of course.
So then knight takes f7.
And I have the move knight f8.
Yeah.
Wow.
Something about Ben Larson.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the alternatives have looked atrocious, so kudos for coming up with this one.
White has a pawn for a piece.
But my goodness, d4 is hanging. So we'll drop back with the knight. Okay.
I think 95 is a great move, right?
Yeah, 95
it attacks c6 too.
It attacks c6.
It threatens h6. And it threatens bishop takes b4. Very simple.
Bishop takes b4, and gosh, this looks like a pinball where you go ding, 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 ding. You get a score for that, a score for that, and a score for that. Wow.
Difficult to survive this.
This is the game of the round.
Right.
I mean, if this attack works, wow.
Out of nowhere, kind of.
Seriously, because I thought Alice had covered all the key
and the computer was
squares.
very adamant when Cristian was looking at it to take on e4 first, not allowing the sacrifices. The computer must have seen it in advance that you have to take on e4 before retreating this queen to e7, a7. Sorry.
From an
Just to go back-
objectively completely winning position for black to a practically losing position in one move.
So the whole
Bishop
point
takes
was
e4,
bishop takes e4.
eliminate the knight,
Yeah.
and then
It's a
just simply
tempo.
retreat.
And then after, for example, a recapture, then you just drop back with the queen and you say, look, I'm a pawn up, everything's fine, and I've just eliminated this crucial attacker. That did not happen. She retreated her queen at once, and this came, the spectacular knight sacrifice. And we don't play king f8, of course, I apologize. We do play king g7, and we're at this moment with Alice Lee.
And she's taken
20
with the
minutes.
taken with the bishop. I
She
see.
took with a bishop on f6.
As we thought was necessary.
Okay.
24 minutes for Alice Lee, 8 minutes for Stavrula, but it does feel like these are the type of positions that she enjoys. She attacks, she's gonna take on f7, it's on the board, queen to g6 is coming. You have to defend with knight f8. And to be honest, after knight to e5, the engine is saying that black can still survive, it's still a complicated position, but from a practical perspective, it
Exactly.
just feels like white is breaking through.
And I'm curious, how does the engine survive this position? Because I feel white is regaining material at that moment.
With momentum,
the
too.
king is just,
I mean, it's just
way too weak.
Yeah, queen to e7. So
Queen
we
to
go into
e7.
the line with the knight on e5 and now queen to e7.
And on h6, you just want to
I'm not sure if it's the only move. I'm thinking queen to c5 definitely looks much more natural, but queen to c5 actually loses instantaneously to rook to e3. So to understand these nuances is impossible as black. Now, you might ask why queen e7 survives against rook to e3. Apparently because I'm going to take on e5. Yes, good luck finding this type of moves, just giving up the dark square bishop and allowing black to create a deadly attack. But it seems like king to f7, king to e8 is going to come on the board, try to run for my life on that side, allowing this pawn to move down the board. No, this is not practical chess. After knight takes f7, black is in a very perilous situation. Knight to f8, I mean, if you take, what other move are you going to make? If not knight f8 to defend against queen to g6. You can take on f7, but after queen to h7, it's very easy to see that you're just going to get checkmated. You have to go
E6
king
is
e8,
dropping,
rook takes e6.
Yeah, once e6 drops,
Over.
everything is kind of collapsing.
Completely over. So knight to f8 will probably come on the board. And again, knight to e5 is a very simple move to make, right? Because
It's the only move.
you come to that decision very easily, right? Your knight is under attack. You have to defend it somehow, and you have to create threats to continue with your initiative. Knight to e5 does both of those tasks. Knight planted beautifully in the center of the board, controls everything. This one is a one-way street, and it seems like Tsolakidou is going to take it all the way to the bank.
Right. Irina Krush, by the way, is dominating.
Irina Krush is killing.
Yeah, extra
Killing
pawn.
right now.
Look at the knight. Look at the knight.
No, I mean, and she did exactly what we said she's going to do. She just played this move c4, pawn up, absolutely no compensation for it.
Right.
Pawn up and the compensation. For a white bishop takes c4, and we have this position. As I was mentioning, this bishop coming to g3 simply defends everything. You don't have any attack as black, and right now she's just putting the finishing touches. e4 going to expand in the center where I have the majority. Queen to e7 is on the board. 3 minutes, also a big problem for the youngster. 3 minutes against 25 minutes, and Irina, she's not going to miss this one. She's going to take it home.
Speaking of the extra pawn and compensation, turning our attention to game Levon, Aronian, and Ray Robson in the open section. Levon now a pawn up, major piece ending. We've just seen the move rook d8. Your take on this type of situation? Ray's obviously in bad shape. What's the dream ending that he could achieve? Queen ending? Take all the rooks off the board and just get a 3 versus 2, not a passer on the d file, though.
I think that would be quite ideal. Sometimes it's difficult to create that passer when the king is so weak. I think the most important thing for Ray is to keep the queens on the board. As long as there is a possibility to give perpetual check, you want to at least keep the queens. And I would think dream scenario is to only exchange one rook.
One rook.
One rook. One pair of rooks that gives you more access to open files.
Okay.
But don't do it on d5 because that's going to give your opponent a passed pawn.
That's what
So
I'm
this is where
too.
you see the cat and mouse game both of these players are playing. Rook fd8 playing by Ray. Please take on d7. And Levon is saying, no, how about you take on d5? Let me protect my rook on d5. I play the move queen e4. So you can see how both sides here are strategically posing themselves. But strategy, whatever. I want to go to the Wesley game against Sam Sevian because that one had us thrilled. And what has happened? A lot of moves happened since the move rook h2.
It went quickly. After the move rook h2, pardon me, bishop g7, rook h2, knight g4, he did not capture on d3 and then play for that bishop f5 stuff. He played instead knight to e5, the rook finally found a home.
Is that the home you want, the G
I don't
file?
think so, but at least it's safe.
All right.
Knight e6, by the way, now that really introduced
like that move, yeah.
kapow in the position. Knight takes e5 will be game over. Knight f4, knight.
Oh, I like this move because you have d4.
Okay. Knight takes, pawn takes.
I like how the knight went.
It was like,
it did the whole round to take on d3, yeah?
It helicoptered all over the board, and now we're expecting Sam to play bishop f5, and isn't that just game, set, and match? I mean, wow.
Is there like a trick
Oh,
with
knight d6?
Unless knight d6 works.
Oh.
Does it work though?
Yes,
Why?
because f7 forks. If bishop f5.
Well, how does it work? Knight d6, bishop takes d3, knight takes f7, check, king h7. Ah, you go rook h1, not rook h3.
h1.
Rook h1.
Actually, I think it's winning. But you don't have to go king h7, right? You can go king g8.
What do you mean? There's a pawn
No,
on
there's
h7.
a pawn on h7.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So.
No, you play check first because you force the bishop to h6.
What?
Yeah. Well, you don't force
you don't force it. You can go
h6.
king g8.
You can go
King g8. Yeah, right?
That's why I wanted to go king g8 because I saw this
No,
position.
Give me your queen, guys. I want to take your queen. I'm hitting the bishop. I'm hitting the pawn on b7. And this is Wesley So saying, I'm scrambling. I'm
surviving, right?
Right? Well, yeah. Well, maybe not, but okay.
Oh, he'll be very happy to see that position. But queen d5 is a
I'm
big
worried
problem.
that after knight e4, you don't have to play the move bishop f5.
Queen d5.
Queen d5.
Queen
is a big
d5.
d5
Ooh,
threatening.
that looks really nice.
Well, bishop f5 is a threat, but also the queen a2 I think is a threat.
And queen takes c5. No more knight d6 for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so important. Knight d6 question mark.
C5.
Queen takes c5 is check, and we can sign score sheets right away. Oops.
Oh, queen d5 looks very compelling too, right? The moment you see bishop f5, knight d6 as a possibility, you start looking for something else.
Exactly, exactly. And this move, queen d5, by the way, that's lights out. I mean, the more you look at the move,
what do you even do here?
What are you doing? Bishop f5 is coming. Now it's coming. And Wesley with the white pieces.
Wow, that would be a big blow.
Definitely.
Sam has been doing everything correctly. The transition to this moment where he has this move queen to d5, almost finishing the game from an objective point of view. He has been doing the right things. And it just doesn't seem like White was doing the right things. He played that move rook to h2, then rook to h3, then rook to g3. He didn't know where the placement of his pieces should be. And that allowed Black to take over the initiative. And this is exactly what Sam has been doing. I have to say, I'm very impressed with the way Sam has been developing in the last couple of years. And let's not forget, this is a reiteration of the finals of the U.S. Chess Championships.
That's what I wanted to say, yeah.
The big match between Wesley So and Sam Sevian in a rapid match. Sam actually started with the black pieces, was winning in that game. He lost in the end and then was not able to recover from that. Wesley So went on to win the US Chess Championships, but Sam has been having a meteoric rise in the last couple of years, went from 2650, struggling around that rating, now close to 2700, and he's definitely putting the hurt on these top players. Look at what he's doing to Wesley So with the black pieces. If he manages to win this one, tomorrow with the white pieces, well,
No.
Wesley is going to have a very hard task ahead of himself.
Definitely the 2021 U.S. Championship said that Sam Sevian can play with the best of American chess, and he's showing it once again.
Yeah, he's had a series of good events, starting from the U.S. Champs, going to the Grand Swiss over in Riga, and he just played an excellent tournament here in the St. Louis Chess Club, the Spring Chess Classic, right?
Yeah, right.
Where he actually came up on top of a very strong field, including some of the players that are here. Ray Robson, Jeffery Xiong was there as well.
Exactly.
And let's take a look at what happens tomorrow. It's the same matchups, but we just reverse the colors. One classical game, but tomorrow, playoffs if necessary. Well, not if necessary. We will definitely have playoffs. I believe at least one matchup will finish 1-1.
Right.
And one player will advance in the champions bracket. The other one moves to the elimination bracket, also known as the losers bracket in esports. It's very clear. If you're in the champions bracket, you get 2 lives. If you're in the elimination bracket, every single matchup that you play might be your last.
Right. Exactly.
So we did see the move Queen D5, and instantly Wesley replied with Knight G5.
Queen D5 on the board.
Yes.
Knight G5.
Now, many questions, but the simple one is, what happens if I go Bishop F5?
That is the most simple.
You're going to try to bail out into some sort of an endgame with Queen B3, aren't you?
Queen.
Well,
Queen B3.
How do I get?
But Queen B3, Queen C5, right?
And then King D1.
King D1.
Maybe King D1 or Bishop C3.
Well, there is Knight F7. Don't forget,
That's
there is
the
a
problem.
Knight F7.
Yeah. So King D1.
But how serious of a threat is it? I understand that Knight F7 on a vacuum wins, but if I play something like Rook, I think, how do they defend this pawn, right?
Yeah, so you're just saying how big of a threat
Then
is
Bishop
it?
B4,
But Bishop
right?
B4 is an issue, yeah.
Oops.
Queen on B3 is actually defending quite nicely the king.
So just a second. Knight G5. It just feels like this is a moment where...
But how is the endgame?
Yeah, well,
how is the endgame?
Before we get into that, what if is it too much to throw in F6? Is that asking too much from life?
Oh my
It probably is, right?
Yes.
It probably is asking too much from life.
Actually, funnily enough, it was the first move I considered. And I liked it a lot, except I liked other moves too.
It's hard to make a choice.
Queen A2. Is Queen A2 completely ridiculous as well? I mean, it just says, look, my next move is Bishop F5, and I do, yes, in fact, want to checkmate you on B1. I think it's Queen B1 that throws it off. Come on, guys. Okay, so Cristian.
No, it seems like Bishop F5 is the right move.
Bishop F5.
Bishop F5, yeah.
How about you, Alejandro?
My instinct says it's Bishop F5, but...
Well, the one thing I dislike about F6, these rooks are ridiculous.
Yeah.
The rooks are the most ridiculous. They're on a G file that is not going anywhere. When you play F6, you give the rooks
some purpose.
Yeah,
right,
okay.
Yeah.
So Bishop F5. Okay, we went Queen B3.
Let's go into the endgame, right? So.
Oh, you want to trade?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he played Queen takes C5.
Immediately.
All right.
Immediately, which might spoil the position.
Well, I didn't like that it gave away F7, like the square F7.
You're giving up a tempo.
Basically.
Because of that.
Right.
Yes. So now King to D1, I think, might be forced, right?
Well, I was about to say, wasn't Queen C2?
Queen to C2, but Queen to C2, I'm just going to exchange Bishop to F5, and that has to be a winning endgame.
Agreed. Okay, so.
No, King to D1. I'm preserving this killer threat of taking on F7 and checkmating you. How is this position? Can I go Bishop F5?
I mean, if I could have, I would have done it the previous move, right?
Exactly. Why would
I do it now?
Yeah, why would you give up F7
with the
when
check?
you didn't have to? And now you're in a position
Well,
where...
you can go back. Knight to G5, and I think that's winning. Knight G5.
Even winning for white, you're right. Knight G5 and then Queen B3.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, I've got Rook H.
No, you don't play Queen C5 with Bishop F5. You have done it the other way around.
Not in time. So, but white has to go King to D1, right? After
Okay,
Queen to
fair,
C5.
fair. But now it's just, is it just time to defend?
Like
Bishop E6, maybe?
What? Bishop
E6,
E6?
Yeah, just defend the pawn. Somehow I'm not as convinced about this variation. But the king on D1 is still pretty weak.
But now you're almost allowing me to activate my rooks, aren't you?
taken f5.
Yeah. And like these rooks, which were without purpose a moment ago, are suddenly, for the first time,
It's very difficult here for black to
annoyingly
keep everything together. And the pawn on c5, it feels like a piece I could have taken at any point.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Queen takes c5 feels like it gave up a lot of black's advantage, and you know, against Wesley, you're permitted to make 1, 2 light mistakes, but
not this
not
much.
not here. I think that was a big slip. And by the way, what is the times of the players?
It's 9 minutes for Sevian and 13 minutes for Wesley.
No, I think it's 7 minutes for Sam Sevian and 11 minutes for Wesley.
And you see it there on the clocks, yeah. And Wesley kind of feeling that he's got a moment
He
here.
went King D1 fast.
Yeah, he's.
Let's see Black's defense. Queen to D5 instantly.
Very
Quick.
played.
I like the fact that it was played quickly. I don't care if it was a good move or a bad
Right.
move.
As a coach, you're like, hey, boom.
Hey, especially when I see my players thinking half an hour in a 25-minute game.
But also, it's sort of like, okay, this is a demonstration that, hey, man, I knew you were going to play King D1. I have my answer prepared. My answer is going to be Queen D5. It's not going to be Bishop E6. It's not going to be any of the other stuff.
White only has one move here, right? If you don't play Queen B3, what else do you play?
And that is the trick. That's why he took on C5 first. Not only to take a pawn, but actually right now, with the king on D1, after queen to B3, I have the extra option of giving a check. Bishop to G4, intermediate check, finishes the game on the spot.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Yeah,
Let's put it on the board just so
I mean, that
is
is really, really nice. So as white, you're thinking to yourself, all I really want to do is play knight takes f7. I've got to eliminate the defender of the f7 pawn. I'm going to play queen b3. And in case you trade, then at the end of the day, the pawn will be hanging. The queen is relying upon the defense of the rook on g3, and that is why black tosses in the move bishop check. Oopsie daisy. Now there is no rook takes g4 because that would leave the queen hanging, and therefore you have to go king c1, and very bad things have occurred, essentially, for
So what is
Wesley.
White's move here? If you don't have the move Queen B3, because that is the most natural way of playing.
Exactly.
Bishop F5 is coming anyway.
I was wondering how bad the sacrifices were with knight takes f7 and rook takes g6. Frankly, at this point, it's like I'm desperate.
I'm desperate, yeah?
Yeah, and I hadn't calculated them. I had not calculated them. I assumed that bishop f5 was just refuting everything, but I didn't check.
But it looks like it because rook g7, queen h5, we can stop.
You are very correct about that, Yasser.
Yeah.
And that is why what you have to do, and let's take a couple of moves back, you have to start with the move queen to f3.
That's a tough one.
Very difficult. Very, very difficult because also black can just simply take on f3 and go into a much better endgame.
Clear.
Now, bishop e6 is probably the best move, but let's look at the most practical move, which is queen to a2. It doesn't seem like queen f3, I go queen a2 and I'm going to checkmate you, right?
Exactly.
I mean, yeah.
Right. I'll sign up for that.
But the key idea behind it is that the queen is no longer on the b1, h7 diagonal, so bishop f5 doesn't come with tempo. Now I can take on f7, queen takes f7, rook to g6.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
And white is fine.
White is fine?
White is actually slightly better.
What?
Slightly better.
No. That's
Look,
not how chess works.
If he finds queen f3 with this idea, I would be
And you're
shocked.
saying that after this stunning sacrifice, white is slightly better.
Yes, yes. I think there's ways to force some sort of
Chess
equality.
is not fair.
No.
This is
No.
really
This is not how chess works.
This
Come on.
is
I
really
refuse.
cold.
No.
So queen f3, the very attractive and seductive queen a2, is refuted
By
on the
knight
spot.
takes f7, yes.
Christian, you party pooper.
Absolutely. Why do we even invite him?
Exactly.
I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Off the Christmas list. That's it.
I want to update, before we get too much
Yes.
into this, the game of Stavroula Tsolakidou, because
Please.
a lot has happened since we last checked out that game. The next one. King on e8. Tons of things happen. We left it on knight takes f7.
Sorry, I just hit the go back button a little bit too quickly there.
And knight d3. We didn't see this coming in, but it's a more or less clever move. Bishop takes, and while the queen is blocked from coming to g6. But I love this clearance sacrifice. Bishop takes c4.
I will not be stopped.
I will not be stopped. When it comes to h7, king 8, I assume you take on e6 now. I don't see why you would do it the next move.
Exactly, and it's all, how do you say, a la tempo, right? I mean, it looks really...
It looks pretty finito.
And let's continue the line.
King to d8.
I think I just take on c6. There might be another move, but...
By the way, this is the 3 pawns versus piece,
yeah,
where the 3 pawns are really good. This is the pawns sneaking their way up the board already, and black's king is...
Yeah, the pawn on h5 is actually promoting.
Right? Yeah.
Queen g8 is a huge threat. Bishop f6 is a threat. You don't have time.
Maiden 2 threat. Yep.
Yeah, you don't have time to take on c3 because of that.
Just to show everybody, bishop takes c3. No time, as Alejandro was saying. Oops, that's a pattern worth hardwiring.
So what do you do?
This one I give it up.
Yeah, I think this looks busted for black.
But it was a nice try, knight d3.
That was a nice try, knight d3, but it seems to not be quite enough. She has taken on c6. I can see that on the board.
Yes.
And this looks finito. Well, I mean, black's not even up material anymore.
Yeah, the training is paid off.
Yeah, of course.
Wow. Alice Lee will be regretting that she didn't capture on e4 when she had the chance.
Yeah.
And what about the Fabiano versus Jeffery game, Cristian?
Completely changed. Switched.
What?
After king to e6, queen to c3, that was the practical decision, yeah, right?
Right.
Take the pawn. Don't play g4. Of course, g4 is winning according to the engine. Don't play it. Just take the pawn on c3.
Right.
Which he did. King to d7. And now he lost the move. He played the move knight to f1. He was supposed to continue attacking black's targets. That is queen to d3, focus on the light squares, focus on black's weaknesses, try to put force black's pieces into passive squares. That is rook to g8 potentially, or play the move f5, which would create a lot of weaknesses that my knight can take advantage of. Knight to f3, jumping to e5, and so on. Instead of that, he played the move knight to f1. Very natural move. Of course, you want to go to e3, you want to put some pressure on d5. This is the focus of white's play, and it makes a lot of sense, right? The problem is that this move, rook to b8, comes on the board, and now it's black who is starting to find the counter chances, because after knight to e3, this is just simply losing. Rook to b1, king to h2, g5. This might have been the move that he missed. The idea that after bishop to g3, I'm just going to continue with h4, you're going to lose
Bishop
a
is
piece.
trapped.
Bishop is completely trapped. Rook to b8.
Oh my goodness.
An incredible resource found by Jeffery. And after g4, which he played a bit too late, Fabiano that is, take rook to b1, king to g2, getting off this pin. I want to play knight to e3, but I'm just in time to create my own initiative with the move rook to d1.
Nice.
Attacking this pawn on d4, just in time. Queen to h3 is on the board. Rook takes d4. Bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. g5. But right now, after rook to e6, you're going to take here. I'm going to go rook to f4. It's black who's playing for a win right now.
Wow.
Everything has changed. Of course, it seems like that after knight to e3, probably white still have more than enough to maintain equality, right?
Yeah.
Queen and the knight have a very nice cooperation, and it seems like the king is a bit too exposed.
Right.
But Jeffery escaped with the black pieces, most likely. The game is not over.
No.
But most likely, even from a practical perspective, it seems like the worst is behind him. And this one is probably going to end up... Oh, my goodness! He played queen a2.
Ew.
Oh!
Queen
That's
f3 was
such a-
found. Queen to a2 is on the board. Knight takes f7. Equalizes the game on the
Such a
spot.
seductive move, queen a2.
Wow.
How do you not play queen
But guys,
a2?
I hate to interrupt this, but we have to switch to the Levon game because he's about to win.
Oh boy.
And we really should put it on the board while he's still there. This is a winning endgame. As you can see, there's a pawn on c7.
Right.
That completely kills
Paralyzes
black.
the rook.
Paralyzes the rook. Every pawn endgame is obviously lost.
Right.
If you pick up my pawn, I'll go f4, f5, f6, shatter your structure and win the pawn endgame.
Right. So as
That's what he's
Black's-
going for.
As Black's king goes towards the pawn, then what Alejandro was saying was that f4, f5, f6, while you're picking up the pawn on c7, he's playing f4, f5, f6, and that was why Ray, in this position, after c7, did not go king to d7. He
Exactly.
played king f6, but Levon said, okay, I'll hit you with the check.
And this has to be lost. Everything that I've been
Yes.
taught about chess.
Yes.
This is lost, yeah.
Absolutely,
I
absolutely
think,
right.
I think you can go f4, but every move should win.
I was thinking that I would not have played the check personally myself. I would have played f4,
f4, yeah.
g4,
f4, g6.
f4, g6. Then I'll move my king back to
You're
g4.
still winning, but
Okay.
why allow g6? I want to keep my king on h5.
So that you can go king takes h6 against g6. Uh-oh, we've got Cristian over here with his jaw
I cannot
on the
believe my
floor.
eyes. I cannot believe my eyes, guys.
Don't you tell me,
Hit us.
Wesley.
This is the position on the board right now.
Wesley
Check
found
this line. D3, right?
threatening queen
Threatening
b3.
queen to B3.
It's clear.
Queen takes D3. Bishop to F5.
Give me the
Looks
rook.
like I'm winning, right?
Absolutely.
It looks over.
Rook takes G7.
Yeah, but
queen to
H5.
H5. Check.
Check.
I'm going to pick up the queen. This is over.
Resign.
King to C1.
Bishop
takes-
c3
Rook to C7.
with the threat of bishop
Bishop C3 is a threat.
No
Rook
way.
C8.
You're a queen down.
Queen down?
It's
queen.
equal. It's
What do you
equal,
mean it's
guys.
equal?
Rook to E7 is the only move. Bishop to C3. King takes H7.
What?
What? King to H6. Bishop to G7. And now this is just a perpetual.
Get out of here. You on your computer. What?
Well, I don't know if it's only the computer because Wesley is going straight into this line. Rook takes G6 is on the board.
Lucky Wesley.
No
Probably-
way.
D3 does look winning, right? Hey, I'm going to go queen h5 check on rook g7.
He sees something. He sees something
And 2
right
minutes.
now.
2 minutes for Sam.
2 minutes versus 8.
In such a complex position. But D3 is so tempting.
Of course.
Queen
How can
B3
you
is
not
winning
play
too.
D3?
How can you not play D3 here? I understand that
Might
the
be the
moment
only
you
move.
touch that pawn, Bishop C3 is an alternative. Right?
Right.
Might be the only move
What?
to maintain equality for black.
But
Because,
it's
well,
like,
Rook G7 is a
I
threat.
mean, Rook G7 is big.
Yeah, it's a big threat.
but it's like, yeah, you play the move D3, and it's the third rail. You know, something could go wrong with Bishop C3.
No, but
but
you
the
see
idea that
that.
you're a queen up and you have to accept a perpet, that is
No.
just brutal.
And look
And
look
Wesley's looking at his opponent, and he seems nervous.
D3 on the board.
And Wesley,
He doesn't like it. He doesn't
Hold on,
like
hold
it.
on.
Look at his
So
face. He
he-
did not like this move. He might think that he's losing.
yeah,
I'm thinking he's
stumbled.
losing.
yeah. I mean,
Stumble into the equal line.
I mean, Christian just
That
showed me
is
that it's equal, and I still
crazy.
don't believe it.
Queen takes D3, Bishop F5,
Rook
takes
G7,
7,
Queen
H5, check, picks up your queen
For free.
for free, and it's a draw. That's
the way-
remarkable.
By the way-
Levon Aronian has played that line
F5,
with
yeah.
F5, and he's easily winning. Continue with the line, Christian. You've got it in front of you.
Alejandro was asking a very important question, and that is, in this position, why not Bishop to C3, right? But this one is losing because of Queen to C5. And then I'm just simply going to sacrifice my queen. I'm going to be a piece up.
No, because if you go Rook G8, King
double
H7,
G8, I'm going to take.
and then?
You cannot follow up.
But hold on, Rook H1 is mate. Why
No,
can't
because I
I take on G8.
No, I
take
go
on G8.
Rook G7 check.
Yes,
King-
King H6.
Oh, now you have queen back to
I'm
H5.
defending.
No.
No way.
Yes.
This
yes.
is
No way.
hilarious.
Yes.
That's
Wesley
hilarious.
has 7
Put that on
minutes
camera.
to find this.
I want to see this. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Wesley has
but
7 minutes to find this.
D3,
Oh my God.
queen
But he's
takes
forced to
D3,
take on
only
D3,
move.
right? He's
yeah,
forced
because
to take
Rook
on
takes
D3.
G7, Queen B3 is
But he didn't find it. He played Bishop B3.
Oh my goodness. Completely losing.
Obviously, yeah.
Over.
It's Queen B3,
Over.
right?
Queen
Wait.
B3, he can resign. King E1, D2.
Wow.
Yeah, King E1, D2 is very easy, right? I take on B2 with check next move.
Oh,
my
that
goodness.
That doesn't even make
Boom,
it difficult.
check. Oh, what a miss.
What
But-
a miss indeed.
But what a tough move to find, no?
Oh,
I
but
mean,
that's just a fantastic. I mean, we still don't believe it. And, you know, we've got the computer here telling us, yes, it's true. And we're going, no, it can't be. Queen D3, Bishop F5, Rook G7.
I thought he might stumble into this line just by
Right,
taking
because
on
everything
D3,
else is just-
thinking he's completely losing and just play
Right.
the moves, right?
And this is where we're now expecting Sam Sevian to play the move D3, D2.
And is
to
on
be
the board.
winning the game with the black pieces.
Resignation.
Wow.
What a game. What a game here by both sides.
This is
So
a
many
classical.
resources.
This is a classical, guys.
Sometimes you
Instant
just-
classic.
You just tip your hat and say, well done, guys. I mean,
Absolutely.
wow. Okay, so why do we think it's so bad for Wesley? King takes D2. What's the cruncheroo?
Probably Bishop F5.
Just Bishop F5.
Yeah.
Queen
And
D3
my king
coming.
is on
And you're just getting mated now.
exactly.
Right?
My king's on the open highway.
You're 2 moves from checkmating me, and I'm checkmating you first.
Exactly. I see that you've got the game of Anna Zatonskih over on your side. It
But
looks like Anna's
I
doing
think
very
we're going
well.
to see a resignation soon.
Yeah,
Exactly.
let's keep here. This is the interesting one.
No question.
I'm just going around making sure that there's nothing
Untoward.
yeah, nobody's finishing just yet. Doesn't seem like it.
And if you go king to F2,
Yes,
then
that is the
I can
question.
just probably take on E3 and simplify everything, and then.
Maybe you can even under-promote with check.
Oh.
Just to bring the rook
But that's
away.
a good move, actually. Yeah.
It's
You're
like,
a mean
oh.
man, Yasser. You're a mean man.
I like that move. It is a bit mean.
It is cruel. Ooh,
Let's see,
boy.
what did he play? He
And he's
played
played
king F2.
King F2.
Yes.
that
So
was
under
a-
promotion is definitely an interesting move. You go there, make a knight.
He played something.
We'll assume that's a knight.
No,
Well,
that's a queen.
actually-
That's a
I mean, he
queen.
made a queen
No,
and resigned.
that's my analysis board. I was trying to make
No,
it
he
into a knight.
made a queen and Wesley resigned.
He resigned.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he resigned.
Yeah, he resigned. He made a queen and that's the game.
Wow.
What a result, what a spectacular game, but what a result here for Sam Sevian, taking down the US champion with the black pieces. He just needs a draw tomorrow to knock him down to the elimination bracket. Sam Sevian, thrilling game, gambled, and here we have the moment. Bishop E3, he could have taken on D3, crazy lines. Guys, we have a ton of chess to look at. Aronian has won against Ray Robson.
Yes.
Ray has resigned that game, so we have 2 winners so far today. Levon Aronian having defeated Ray Robson. Sam Sang with the black pieces against Wesley So. Jeffery Xiong still playing against Fabiano Caruana. Let's take a look quickly at the other section as the women's games are pretty much hitting up on all of them.
Wow, no results in any
No results in any
of
of the games there yet.
Irina,
But
we
maybe
felt
let's
was
take
winning.
a sec quickly.
She still looks like she's got this game so completely won. This game.
Katerina Nemtsova, as we can have the boards maybe.
Yeah, Katya is a pawn down, struggling mightily. I would say black should win that game.
Wait,
This
hold
was.
on, let's-
Oops.
maybe we should put the
Oh,
board so
sorry.
that people can look at the
I
game.
apologize. So
The game that Yasser has on his board
which
right
is
now.
Katya's, Nemtsova versus Begum. And Katya's been basically a pawn down. The bishops of opposite color gives white some hope, but in this particular position, it just feels like, man, black has just got everything going for her. So I really feel.
But it's not that clear, right?
No, I mean, it's the bishops of opposite color gives white
Definitely
something
not
to,
clear. No. But
something
look at
to
the
play.
time. Look at the time, Yasser.
Oh, the time? Is that
40
also a thing?
seconds for Nemtsova, 10 minutes, 8 minutes for Tokhirjonova.
Well, that's
a big time.
That is a very big time.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And how about the Alice Lee game, the sacrificial game that was keeping us on the edge of our seats?
Well,
It's 0-0 almost.
What? Alice has fought her way?
Somehow.
How did she do that? When we left it, we thought it was all over, including the shouting.
I still think white is
Rook
definitely
takes
going to
these.
press this position and probably win with the 4 pawns.
She has a lot of pawns. I'm shocked
How?
this is 0-0.
She does,
Also,
yes.
I mean,
How do you trade
queens?
queens?
How do you trade queens?
The
Wait a second.
king-
Did she trade queens voluntarily? Was
She
it
did.
forced?
She did, yes.
The queens, wow. Okay,
Wow.
so but it's 4 pawns.
You're going to have a field day training with Stavroula after this one and
King
talking this queen trade off.
King
because-
F7 is on the board.
Now, I understand. Actually, yes. If the pawn was on H5.
Now it's winning.
No, it's not winning, right? Is it?
It's much better. It's going to be a practically, it feels like you're very close to completion. The thing is that rook to d1 and then rook to d5 was the critical way in which she could have equalized position.
And Stavroula with only 15 seconds on the clock, but it doesn't matter so much in these positions because, well, you don't have that much to blunder. Rook g4 is a bizarre move in my opinion.
Why do you need rook g4?
Allowing knight g6? I don't know.
What?
This doesn't look good.
Rook to g4.
Okay, probably she's going to drop back to c3.
That's her idea.
I understand that.
But
this will be a long game. I think White's first choice.
Right.
But this will take a while.
Definitely a long game.
Exactly. And what's happening in the Zatonskih? Ooh, that rook on b6 looks...
How did the rook get there?
Trapped somehow.
But also, how did it get there?
Not sure of that one either.
This has to be winning for White somehow. Queen b8 or something.
Yeah, but I was looking at queen b8. Oh, then you want to go queen f4? No, queen b8, bishop b5. Just give me the line.
Maybe there is no line, yeah?
That was, I don't know.
Maybe you have to start with like h4 or something, just to keep the...
h4 makes a lot of sense.
Maybe it's not that easy.
But it doesn't, yeah, it's not intuitively
It's not
obvious.
intuitive, yeah.
Right. Okay, let's go back to the open section for just a quick second. We've already gotten 2 wins out of the 4 games played. 1 game was a draw, but the game that really had our attention for the longest time was Fabi versus Jeffery Xiong. Jeffery was in trouble, but has fought his way back with the 2 rooks against the queen, and Jeffery looks good.
I can't imagine that there's any problems here for black, but the king is so weak. I don't think that you're fighting for an advantage either.
But how are we going to deal with rook e4? Let's start with very concrete moves.
Well,
for a moment, and then I'm going to start to
do what?
get my king out of pins. So let's start with rook e4.
All right, I'll go queen d1. It's white to move, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 97 was just like queen d4 check.
There was a reason why the computer wasn't letting me playing the move that I wanted. I was like, what's wrong with my mouse? Queen d4 check, king c8. Okay.
Yeah. King c8 on the board, and
if I'm black, I'm embracing a trade of the knight.
Yeah.
I really want to trade the knights off the board and play the rook against the queens.
Yeah, I think that white, because of the weakness of the king, really doesn't want that to happen.
Okay.
I think you could consider queen a7, right? It's not such a bad move. I'm not going to get my queen trapped. Am I? Am I?
Hopefully not. Queen a7, not a bad move, says Alejandro.
And here I was hoping the knight d5 I still have.
So that was the whole the idea that the knight does not come with to f5 with the tempo, and the fact that you're on a7 means that you're hitting c7. Well, one thing about the move queen a7, and I like it a lot, is you're just being belligerent. You got to be annoying sometimes. You got to just stop your opponent from doing what
being
they're trying to do.
I do get that pretty often. Here we go. Queen a7 played.
No, I'm not talking about dates. We're talking chess.
Queen a7 played, and I think the queen is just too annoying for Jeffery to have a realistic winning chance here.
Right, right.
The queen is always going to be harassing the a6 pawn, some perpetual, but obviously with the 2 rooks in such potent positions, Fabi's not playing for a win either.
No. Okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on this game as we go back to our ladies section and over to Cristian as Irina Krush appears to be putting the finishing touches.
Not so much.
Not so much?
Not so much.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Well, right now she does have a dominant position, but she did miss. After knight takes d7, rook takes d7, this position is starting to be very close to some sort of opposite color bishop position in which potentially black could claim that she's closer to a draw.
She had this great knight.
She did, and she exchanged it with knight to d7, which was a tremendous mistake. Rook to b7, bishop to c6 would have been quite okay for black. Actually, the engine only gives white a slight edge after rook to b4, of course. I go back, maybe I just stay like this, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see what you're going to do next. At the same time, I'm going to put some pressure on the pawn on a4, potentially block it with a move a4, and then try to exchange the queens, queen c4. If you don't do something fast, I'm going to be able to simplify the position and potentially make a draw. But
wait, we have a result. Anna Zatonskih has defeated Tatev Abrahamyan after a horrific blunder.
What
kind of blunder is that, actually?
It was h4, rook e6, g3, rook
Take a look at Yasser's board.
Sorry to interrupt your train of thought there, Cristian, but we did see this move, queen c7, and it's check.
It's a double attack.
Goodness.
I'm sorry. She is... Was it a time trouble induced error?
1 minute on the clock for Abrahamyan.
Yeah, king, double question mark, king g7, and she walked into check.
Well, that
resigns.
That was something.
Continue your train of thought there with Irina's position, or if you like, Cristian.
Well, again, I was just looking at this position. Once again, she did play the move queen to a3. After bishop to c6, the computer is only giving white a slight edge. Of course, still pawn up, still black doesn't have a good way to try to create any sort of attack against white's king. It's very safe on h2, but it's not as easy to break through, right? So bishop to c6 might come on the board, and it seems like the youngster is fighting for her life right now.
Crazy.
Remarkable.
This is indeed the position, yes, and let's see what happens. But we do have a very special guest right now with us in the studio, a man that played a tremendous game today, that is Lev Aronian. Lev, welcome to the studio, welcome to St. Louis, welcome back to St. Louis. Tell us a little bit about the format of the event. How do you approach it, and how do you feel about the format of this event?
I think when you play chess for 30 years, you don't care about the format. You're just happy to be in front of the board and to have a chance to compete with some of the best players in the world. So it's, I mean, I'm happy with every format, but of course the format is very exciting because normally one mistake and you're gone in a knockout tournament. Here you have a chance to, you know, be kind of a zombie and come back, come back to life.
Tell us a little bit about this particular matchup against Ray Robson. I was doing some research and I couldn't find any games between you two. Is this a completely new opponent for you?
Yes, we have never played, which is quite surprising because Ray is an established player. You know, I have high regard for him as one of the most talented players from America. But surprisingly, yeah, we've never played, yeah, today was our first game, and it worked well for me.
Quite an intense game. Let's go through that one. Take us through the opening phase.
Actually, we got to this point, Levon, very interesting, but only we won't ask you about your preparation, but after the move a2, a3, take it from here. How did you like your position, and what was your feeling?
I can't really say I liked my position, but this is not the type of position that Ray has played before. He kind of surprised me with first move e6, and that he went for this line. And I was thinking, okay, position is quite balanced, and yeah, at this moment, this was definitely a critical moment in the game, after knight b3, because so far I think all Ray's moves make perfect sense.
Sure.
And here, I think he went for this inaccurate b6. I thought that after knight e5.
Knight Edgar 5?
Yeah.
Yep.
The problem was that I was kind of hoping that knight d4 would work, but it doesn't at all, because bishop takes a4, queen a4, knight d3, rook e3, and knight f2 is crushing white.
Nice.
Because king f2, queen f6, knight f3, queen b2, and yeah, this is some yum time.
Very nice variation, for sure.
And so I thought, what am I going to do? Because from distance, I thought maybe I have this knight c5 after knight e5. After knight e5. I thought
which knight?
Knight e5, knight bc5. Bishop c6, knight b7. I thought maybe this will work.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't work because bishop takes g2, king g2, and queen d7 is extremely powerful here. because after knight bc5, queen c6, f3, knight g4 is very painful. Otherwise, white is doing fine, but this knight g4 is extremely painful.
Wow.
So I probably had to opt for something like f4 here after knight bc5, bishop c6, and f4, and hope for equality.
Like something like f4 here.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I really need to push this knight away because he's feeling too good this knight there.
Exactly. So you were very happy about this opportunity with the move b6 to play the move bishop takes c6.
Yeah, because after this, at least I'm never worse.
And I just want to point out the fact that actually this game has been seen before in 5 games. And knight to e5 does give black the advantage with the variation that you showed.
Wow. Were you aware of that even?
No, no.
You study, you prepare, but not to that depth that you could guess that Ray would play
I was surprised, guys. Come on, give me a break.
Exactly. Hey, look, I'm completely with you. And quickly, after d4, f3, everything went very smoothly, it felt, Levon, after.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that the position should be slightly better for me, but it's nothing really special. And here, of course, it looks very good. You know, he had this funny option. I'll just quickly show you. With the bishop on c7, he has this rook fd8.
Now?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have to play rook ad1, otherwise knight c3, rook d4, and he gets tremendous compensation.
Agreed.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, we're taking a look. Yeah.
But I have to play knight b6, which is giving me the advantage. Otherwise, the point is that rook d4, knight d4, bishop d4, knight d5 I've got.
Marvelous. That is, yes. Bishop e5, very, very shocking because of queen f3.
Yeah, this rook d2 move after d.
Exactly.
Yeah, the funniest part is the engine wants to play bishop e8, wait for you to play one of the knights to c3, and then go bishop e5.
Ah, yeah. No, I saw this idea, yeah.
Fantastic. So essentially, because we've got so much going on, Levon, we were going to go back. The ending became winning just about what point, in your opinion? When did you say, okay, this is 90% sure?
It's such a difficult position to play with little time. I thought this is practically losing for black.
I see. So at this point, it's...
and then, you know, this f4 trick is always working in this position, so...
This f4
I'm glad
trick.
I knew. Yeah, that I have this king d7, f4, and takes 6 f5 at any moment. Yeah.
Exactly. We did.
So white is winning because of that f4, f5, f6 thrust.
Exactly. Our resident chess coach of the year, has pointed it out. It must be some classical knowledge. Levon, congratulations. Great start, and good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely a pleasure to see Levon playing that way. And we have our first result there. Game 1 goes to Levon Aronian. That means that Ray Robson is in a must-win situation if he wants to keep in the champions bracket.
Right.
Otherwise, he will go down to the elimination bracket.
And we have...
A draw is happening in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jeffery Xiong.
It looks like he's claiming a repetition.
He's claiming a repetition, a 3-fold repetition. I think Jeffery is checking. He usually doesn't mess this ones up. Fabiano doesn't. But even if the claim is wrong, I don't think that the game was going anywhere.
Exactly. And it looks like Jeffery accepted that indeed that was the case, that a 3-time repetition. So for the open section, all the results are in.
Yeah. And we are still waiting on most of the women's sections games. Anna Zatonskih, remember, has defeated Tatev Abrahamyan.
That's what I meant.
And we are waiting on the rest of the results. Irina Krush still with a commanding position against Ruiyang. The other 2 games up in the air. But as we see that rook finally coming into the 7th rank. But we do have with us in the studio a brilliant winner, already a candidate for game of the tournament. We have Sam Sevian, who defeated Wesley So with the black pieces.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed with the man of the hour who defeated Wesley So with the black pieces. Sam Sevian, first of all, I want to take your pulse. How do you feel right now after such a tremendous roller coaster victory?
I feel great, honestly. It was a crazy game. He came at me in the opening with this crazy queen c2 h4 idea, but I'm really happy with how I defended after with h5, which is kind of counterintuitive, giving him this g4 hook. But if I don't do that, he's going to play g4, g5, and probably just mate me.
Did you analyze these positions at home, or was it a complete surprise from him?
Oh, no, he's never played this. I definitely never looked at this.
So let's go through the game. Did you feel in danger at any point?
Yeah. This is the moment where, for us, as you just said it so well yourself, Sam, after the move H4, H5 is not the type of move that you're looking to play. It is counterintuitive, but the alternative of allowing G4, G5 is you just get rolled off.
Not pleasant.
Yes. So whether you liked it or not, after H5, castles, A7, A6, he came at you guns blazing with the move G4.
Yeah, I mean, I was really happy when he started thinking after A6 because, I mean, at least he's out of book.
Or not in his prep,
yeah,
right?
Not in his prep.
Yeah, exactly. So what point did you say he started thinking, right?
Here, I already felt like I can definitely win this game because either I'm winning an exchange, well, it's not either, or what happened in the game, basically. He has to play these weird moves like Rook H6, Rook H2, and then his attack pretty much stops.
Our main move was crazily enough to move Rook H5 right here.
I actually expected Rook H5, Bishop G4.
Yeah.
And do you sack or go H7 first?
Yeah, that was the correct way. Bishop to G4 was a very important.
H7 first.
H7 first, okay.
Yeah.
Then sack.
And then sack.
And then maybe Knight F4?
Yeah, was that the move we were looking at, Knight F4?
I think it was Bishop E1 or something like that.
I think Bishop E1. Yeah, forcing
E1.
Knight takes D3, that's right.
Yeah,
Bishop
so
but
that
basically I can play like Knight take, but Bishop E1 is a really nice move because now if I take and go Bishop F5, F6, you have Bishop G3 at the end.
Yes, that was the intention.
That's a deep idea.
Yeah, that was the intention. Just for everybody, what Sam was saying that.
Bishop F5, Queen D4.
Yes, Bishop F5, Queen D4, F6, and Bishop G3 is how White gets compensation for his exchange. So we were kind of expecting Rook H5, and we thought that what he did kind of helped you, kind of played
Oh
into
yeah, I
your
was
hands.
very happy to see this. Now I can,
Exactly.
although he has an interesting idea with Rook H2. I think after Knight takes D3.
After Rook H2.
If I take on D3 and play Bishop F5, which I initially wanted to play.
Which seems very straightforward, shall we say? Yeah.
For example, if Queen takes D5.
Yeah.
Queen C7
Yes.
with tempo, Rook D8 with tempo. It just looks like a great position.
Correct. That was what Alejandro was.
But I kind of got worried about the queen sack with Queen takes F5 after Bishop F5.
Whoa! I don't think we looked at this one, Alejandro. Queen F5.
Not here. Move ago.
Yes.
No, we didn't see that at all.
We're like, what?
What? Sorry to interrupt you there, but Irina Krush has finally converted her winning position against Ruiyang. Goes up a match point there.
Right.
But let's go to this craziness.
Two bishops just were eliminated off the board. Rook G8 mate.
And what's insane is, let's say I go Rook Knight G6.
Yes.
He can consider taking this knight.
And once again, anything with Bishop C3 is just scary.
Very
right?
scary, yeah. This is why I didn't go for
or
this.
something, right?
Right? Yeah. Knight F4, Knight D5. Oh my. Yeah. No.
I wasn't interested in this.
Najmedinov would be very happy with you in this case,
So I'm
which
happy
is
about
why
this.
you went Knight G4.
Yeah, just put the knight on in the center, and then Knight E6 comes. Yeah.
And here you were really cruising.
And he found a nice trick with Knight E4, 2 points. If a Bishop F5, he wants to play
Knight D6.
Knight D6,
Yeah.
or Knight G5.
Yes.
And
yes.
Yeah.
And that was why we thought
He
you
regains
Queen
his
D5.
One question. Did you take a look at the engine?
No, but I we'll get there.
We'll get there.
Knight G5, and we'll get very quickly to this incredible moment right.
Just if you go back a few moves, there's a nice trap he had. Here, when I took on C5, if I go Bishop F5 first,
Yes.
Queen B3 is his idea.
Okay.
And now Queen takes C5.
Yes.
Suddenly he has Rook C3.
Ooh.
And I'm, yeah.
Whoops.
That turns the tables, I think.
Wow.
Wow.
Oops.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Very nice
So that's
trap.
why I had to take on C5.
Okay. We unfortunately lots of stuff
Right,
is
and Queen F3
happening,
is a great
so
move.
we'll just wrap it up very
But
quickly.
did you see here?
I did see. So when I initially played Queen A2, I thought D3 wins.
Yes.
And then when this position happened, I was shocked. I saw Rook C7.
Oh, you did?
Yes, he saw it.
That's incredible.
I saw rook c7. I finally found rook e7 holds, but it's just amazing how the tables turn after queen takes d3 here.
Incredible.
Wow.
Queen d3 here.
Yeah. Queen takes d3, bishop, and you saw...
Because I was spending a lot of time, I was sure d3 wins. I was just rechecking, and then suddenly bishop c3, queen c5 wins. But what if he goes rook c7 first? It's just a shocking, brilliant move.
Wow. Sam, a huge victory for you. Congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well done. What can you say? That's just an amazing...
I mean, it's just an incredible game.
You're a queen up. You're a queen up, and it's a draw.
No, I mean, that's incredible.
Rook e5.
I mean, the fact that Sam saw it just shows you the amount of talent you can find in this tournament.
Yeah.
Rook c7, finding that.
To stop the rook coming and giving up the bishop.
It's just incredible. So
With
he moves
2
on
minutes.
with the win. And
So Sam
and
needs a draw.
Just needs a draw with the white pieces tomorrow against Wesley So. I'm sure that he'll play as solidly as possible. But still a lot to play for in that match. Wesley will do his best with the black pieces to come back in this match. It's going to be a tough one. So all of the open section has finished.
Yes.
We have 2 decisive results.
2 draws.
And 2 draws. Jeffery Xiong did draw against Fabiano Caruana. They'll be playing against tomorrow. And in the women's section, so far 2 decisive games, as Irina Krush did defeat Ruiyang, and Anna Zatonskih defeated Tatev Abrahamyan. We have 2 games left in today's rounds, as Begim is, I believe, still trying to beat Katerina Nemtsova.
With the extra pawn.
With the extra pawn. And Alice Lee is holding... It shouldn't be much of a difficulty to hold this endgame, where she's up a piece, but facing the 3 pawns. It's white that surely is better in this position, but I mean, I don't expect this to be anything other than a draw.
And we have in studio Anna Zatonskih with Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with a very happy victor of today's round. Anna, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
You know Tatev quite well. You've played her so many times. Did you ever play her in a match situation?
No, never. I think it's very new format.
And how did you approach this match?
Okay, I prepared. So this was something new. I saw that she played in blitz, this variation, bishop d2, and I just decided to do something about it. Yeah.
And
she surprised me with move c5.
After bishop d2, c5, you both were kind of taking your time, trying to understand the position. Did you see this before? Did you analyze any games before?
C5 I forgot, or I didn't see.
Take us through the game, and
After
when did you
A3.
feel like you're taking over?
Probably.
Right now,
Probably
it's
when I
about
play d6.
even. It's about
d6.
even, yeah?
Yes, yes.
felt,
Okay,
yeah.
it's like.
And here...
E5. Oh.
So here I was thinking queen c2, but then g6, like in the game, and I need to space for my rook. Of course, queen c2 is more natural move, but then after, yes, here queen c2, g6. I don't have this maneuver. I need the square, c3 square for my knight.
Like
So
when
I-
your knight is coming back,
Yes,
you
yes.
anticipated the game. Yeah.
Yes, I saw knight d7 for her, which I was quite happy. That's why I played queen b1.
And rook, and that's the whole point of your maneuver. Rook
Yes,
on
of-
c3 to c2. So your queen cannot occupy square c2.
That is a very nice idea.
And you get to a position. At this point, how are you feeling? A little bit better yourself?
I had like I thought like I have some pressure, but she was about to equalize, and I don't know why she didn't play queen d6, the most natural move, queen d6,
Exactly.
and then like exchanging everything.
Right, bring the rooks to the c
So
file.
maybe I still have like slightly, I don't know, like in the game it's easier to play with white.
But she has allowed you instead to put
No,
your
after
pawn on
d6, after d6, I already had feeling that I have advantage.
Exactly. And then here, it's kind of like she immobilized her rook on d6. It wasn't completely clear still at this point, but king g7
King g7 is just
was a terrible
yeah.
move. Yeah. And now...
Okay, we had here like 2 minutes, and yes,
It
and
was
this is. Tatev was already blitzing like last 10 moves, so
I
it's
see.
difficult to play such position for black when you are defending.
I see.
And I think I already had experience playing with this time control, so I think it was I already knew how to play, how to distribute time.
Right. So your feelings about the format, this double match elimination.
Okay, I can tell you that from my point of view, it's a lot of pressure when you're playing match.
Right.
But then I think it's like spectators, like chess fans, will benefit like really a lot.
Exactly.
And I think this is a great idea.
Okay.
And double elimination, this is also good because you will see the same players who already lost.
Right.
Continue playing, and I think it's a very good idea. Yeah.
Now, the fact that you have a second life, does it make it a bit more bearable, that tension in the first match?
Say it again?
The fact that you have a second life, even if you lose one match, then you still get the second life.
Yes.
Is it more bearable, the tension in the first match?
Yes, I think so. I think so. And also, this is not like what do you do with these players? They will go home.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's you give them a chance, and I think it's a very good idea.
Good. Excellent. Anna, good luck tomorrow. We're looking forward to see your game.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, and she will be defending with the black pieces. Remember, a draw will be enough for her to remain in the champions bracket.
Right.
And that is what she will be trying to do tomorrow against Tatev. Well-known players to each other. They've been fighting at the U.S. Championship for many, many years, actually over a decade already. We'll see what Tatev brings to the board. And we have only 2 games remaining. Megan Tokhirjonova is actually
By
up
the
a
way,
piece.
yeah, I was about to say, completely winning.
Completely winning. I don't really know how this happened, but
I mean, Katya is lost. Bishop comes to e4, pawn goes to g4, and
she's
over,
resigned.
And
Yeah.
she's resigned.
Yeah.
Wow, what a
So 3 decisive games for the ladies to start this American Cup 2022.
Right, and we expect it to stay that way as Alice Lee should draw against Tsolakidou at any moment. But while they're finishing up that game, yeah, this looks very dead.
Yeah.
We have with us Fabiano Caruana, who drew his game against Jeffery Xiong. Certainly had most of the pressure throughout the game, but not able to convert. He's with Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed with Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, first of all, tell us, how do you feel about the format of this event? It's completely new, and it seems very exciting.
Yeah, it's an interesting format, but the really new thing, I think, for the players is the time control. It's not entirely new. Like, we've played with this time control, but I haven't played with it for a decade or so. I mean, it's very unforgiving because you never get more time. And at some point, like, if you're under time pressure, it's for the rest of the game. So, yeah, the format is interesting, and the time control is also quite exciting.
Did you do any specific preparation for this time control? Did you play any training games?
No. I don't think you can find someone willing to sit there for for a few hours to play you in a training game. But I did some preparation for Jeffery. We knew the pairings quite a bit in advance. So I did some prep for him, but he, anyway, surprised me by playing something he had never played before. I don't think he's ever played the Petrov. So that came as quite a surprise.
Let's go through the game, actually. And we were discussing your preparation because we know you're getting ready for the candidates. Are you using any of the candidates' prep, or are you using residual preparation from previous training camps?
Well, okay, I mean, you know that we prepared this line for the World Championship match in 2018. But I didn't remember anything. Like, I mean, it was 4 years ago. I just decided knight c3 is, it's a rare move, but it's transposing to a big line, which normally we get if black plays, let's say, knight c6 instead of bishop f5. Knight c6, castle, bishop e7, knight c3, bishop f5. This is the usual move order.
Yeah, just
so. And then we get the game position. Bishop e7 and knight c3 and bishop f5. So I was hoping he wouldn't be too familiar with the line, and that seemed to be the case. But I also had no familiarity with the line. I think like the main move is queen f5 or rook b1, but rook e2 caught him off guard. It seemed very logical to me during the game, so I went with it. I'm just trying to double rooks. And I was very happy with the position I got. I thought I got a very pleasant amount of pressure. Yeah, I was sort of happy with bishop e5, although it might not, I mean, it's not forced, of course. I have a number of options, including just taking on d6. But bishop e5, I liked how it kept the tension in the position. And yeah, then he surprised me with b5.
Right.
I thought queen e3 was clever because now he's under this very annoying pin. But maybe it wasn't the best. I'm kind of pinned, but he's also pinned, so it's hard to say who's pinned. And here he shocked me with king f7. I was expecting something else, but king f7 allows queen h6, queen f4.
Right.
I figured his idea was queen f4, king g7. He wants to sacrifice the c7 pawn, get into an endgame where I'm up a pawn, but c3 is a very big weakness.
Why did you reject queen h6?
Yeah, this was definitely correct. Queen h6, king g8, and knight h2. I realized this after I played knight h2 that this was the right way to play.
That you could have done this instead.
It's like the game, but he doesn't have the h5 option.
Right.
And if bishop f8, knight, queen to f4.
Exactly. And now knight g4 is really a big threat, in fact,
this
as well
was
as...
really dangerous for black.
Yes.
What I missed when I played knight h2, I thought I was paralyzing him, h5, queen f3, but I missed b4. And yeah, and here I was kind of happy with this rook e6 idea. Bishop h4, I thought I should be much better, but maybe I shouldn't take on c3.
It turns out that this is actually the key moment.
Yeah, I was thinking about g4 here.
And that was the alternative, which is actually, according to the engine, super strong for you.
Yeah.
What did you look at, or did you just think, okay, I can always come back to
I thought
g4?
after g4 he has to take.
Yep.
Knight takes.
Yep.
No, you can take on c3 first, I think, right?
I can
Now
play
take
queen
on
c3.
c3.
I thought that was what we were looking at.
You can indeed take on c3 and then knight takes
And then knight takes
g4.
Yeah, I didn't consider this. I was looking at knight g4 immediately and then f5. And this one I didn't really consider. I guess it's also quite strong for white. Because, I can play queen c3 here and probably take on e7, knight e3 at some point and just have a much, much better version of the game where he doesn't have the activity at the end of the game.
It was actually a big surprise for us that when you played the move queen c3, and he has once he played the move rook b8, he's right in the game.
Yeah, I was also surprised. I thought I would be in time to coordinate, but
exactly,
I'm not at all. My king is very weak.
So what happened here? King d7, knight f1, rook b. Yeah, and this is already things you've lost your advantage.
I didn't see anything. I was even starting to, I mean, it should be a draw, but I was starting to worry that my king could get under attack.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, maybe king g2 because at this point we were both low on time. I was trying to make sure I didn't get into terrible time pressure.
Exactly.
And it's such a difficult position because it's just pure tactics at this point. You know, there is nothing really guides you here.
Right, general principles be damned. Discover check and rook f4.
Yeah, I was already getting worse near the end, but maybe it was always a draw. But I was worried that, white is the one who has to make a draw here. Black has no risk.
Exactly. And that was the belligerent move, queen a7. Then just at the end, it did turn out that there was a 3-move repetition. But Jeffery was the one who wanted to be sure. I mean, obviously at this point you're ready to claim the draw.
Yeah, he was thinking about how to play this. He mentioned the move knight f5 here.
Okay.
After queen d4.
Queen d4, knight f5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Queen h8, king b7.
Okay.
And knight d5.
Ooh.
I really need to get the activity. Rook takes a2. And what he was worried about, he told me, was queen to c3. But it seems like he has this move rook 6 to e2. Again, it's very complicated. But if I don't have checks, I could also lose, right? I start to lose all my pawns. Queen b4, the king hides on c6, which is very important, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So
he was afraid of this?
No, he didn't see rook e2. So he was thinking the rook on a2 would be in serious danger.
I see. When he didn't see the move rook e2. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Fabi, and sharing your thoughts of this first day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are done with the first day.
Are we?
Yeah, the two players in the women's section that were fighting it out, or the 4 players that were fighting it out, have finished their game. Begim, as we saw, had defeated Katerina Nemtsova. And in the other game between Alice Lee and Tsolakidou in a roller coaster of a game.
That was a novel with 12 parts of drama.
Yeah, that was something. Stavroula did manage to draw, well, they ended up drawing that drawn endgame. And with that, we have every result of the day.
Wow. I was going to say, guys, 3 decisive wins in the ladies sections, 3 decisive wins in the open section.
2, I think.
Or 2. That's right.
Yeah, 2. But still, 5 out of 8, not bad.
Wow.
It's a good way to start. And with us, one of the winners of the day, Irina Krush, starting with a convincing win.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed with the 8-time national champion, Irina Krush. Irina, this match almost feels like a clash of generations. You are the established grandmaster. She's the upper coming. How did you approach this match?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, she's just 14 years old, I think, right? So, I mean, yeah, at some point you're starting to play people that could like be your daughters, right? I mean, it's funny to say that, but you know, I'm kind of used to being the youngest player. I've just been you know, playing for so long, but yeah, I mean, how did I approach this match? You know, just this normal way, looking at her games, you know, getting sort of a profile of what she plays, what kind of position she likes, and then figuring out my strategy. And I think, you know, my idea for this game worked pretty well.
It definitely felt like the strategy, especially in the opening, played quite well. Let's look at the game. Where did you feel like you were taking over?
Yeah, well, she didn't play the move h6 in the opening, which is kind of important. Now,
at what point?
Yeah, like let's say we go back a couple of moves. Before, let's say, actually right in the beginning, somewhere in the beginning, like the move h6, like she can probably include it at various points, but like it really should come kind of early, right? Because at some point you might not have it anymore because of bishop f6. So yeah, she should just be playing the same position with the move h6. Because that gives her ideas of g5. Now, since she played without this move, she didn't really have this h6 g5 idea anymore. And so she went for knight c4, which I thought was interesting. We go a few moves further. Yeah, here we are. So c5, yeah, you have to take with the knight. And now knight c4 is pretty much what black has to do this and try to gain the tempo on the bishop on g5. And it was a kind of a big moment for me because at first I was even thinking like maybe I should castle, and I had to decide between bishop f4 and bishop h4. But ultimately I just went for bishop h4. I stayed on this diagonal. Decided not to give up the bishop so easily. And yeah, honestly, I just liked my position here. Like I grabbed this pawn, and I was surprised that she never took it back.
Didn't want to take
right. I didn't want to take it. I mean, of course, I liked my position, but I certainly was expecting black to take this pawn at some point. And here I just have like so many choices, right? I went for queen a6, which just seems like very simple, and playing for c4. Here I'll show you one interesting tactical point. Okay, yeah. So it says double question mark, knight d2. Yeah, let's keep going. Knight c4, and here I was looking at the move knight f3. And I think, you know, white is definitely in a position where they can start thinking about winning a piece. And the reason I didn't go for this one is because of queen b2, which I think is the only move. And she kind of annoyingly attacks my rook on c1. So I cannot capture the knight on d7. So I didn't really see a way past this. This queen on b2 is pretty untouchable. So I'm not sure, like, in what way knight d2 was like a total blunder, because I didn't see like how I was winning a piece. But what I went for, you know, was still pretty nice for white.
Your extra pawn up, and well, when we saw a position where your knight was on d6, like right here, we just like said, whoop, yep. That's it. Irina's just going to, you know, reel home the victory. And you probably felt that way, that you were doing a very good job for a very long time, and then you gave her a chance by giving up your beautiful knight.
Yeah, so knight c8, right. Yeah, of course I was very happy to get in like f3 and e4. Then I saw she could like try to trade the knight.
You're killing her bishop by putting the pawns on.
Yeah, what did I do? I went knight c4. I had this, yeah, funny, I had all these squares I could go with my knight, but then I finally realized, oh, you know, e5 is an interesting square to try to get to. And looks really, really promising. And she went back, I think, to b6, right? and put her bishop on h5, yeah. And somehow, you know, it's not so terrible on h5 because she has ideas of, like, let's say king h8 or king h7 and f6, bishop f7. So this position wasn't as easy for me as, like, I was hoping it would be. I was deciding here between h3 and h4. I went for h3. And of course, putting the king on h2 was one of the best things I did in this game, as it turned out, you know, because it was very safe there.
Right.
Yeah, and how did those knights come off? Yes.
With knight d7.
Oh, there, yeah. Rook d6, yeah.
So
Queen
you're
d1.
doing everything that you want to do.
Yeah, it seemed like everything was going really well. And then, I don't know, where should I have put my knight?
Well, I could imagine that knight d3 might have been a decent start because you could get to play knight f4 later. Yeah.
She'll go like queen c2, I guess.
I see. This is what you were thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was that clear since her bishop returns to f7 and she's got, like, of course I'm better, but yeah, maybe I have a5.
Yeah, I'm thinking knight f4.
But you know, I never wanted her knight to go to c4, e3, and f1. That was, you know, another thing that yeah, it's interesting. So the knight trade was that bad, yeah?
But
no, of course, I could feel that my advantage was, you know, a lot of it gone, yes.
Here, remarkably, I think, Cristian, help me out here. I think you were pointing out the computer was saying bishop c6, and it's not that bad.
Well, even after queen to d4, I think, rook to b4, I think was played, and then, no, queen to a3, okay, bishop to c6, this was still fine. But I do think that queen d7, bishop b7 was just the wrong way. Because now you get to open up the position, I think.
Now you got...
Yeah, this I was happy about. Once I got my rook to d7, then, you know, it should be winning.
Yeah, you finally got your grippers back on. And you went on to win the game. How does it feel behind the chessboard once more? Are you getting the feeling of the pieces?
Yeah, I think so. I think this was a pretty good game to get into it because we did kind of get lower on time, so there was that kind of tension at the end. I mean, I managed my time okay. But, you know, when you get down to 2 or 3 minutes, you know, you have to be kind of alert, right? And you're not cruising anymore when you've got that little time. So you're, you know, I think it's good to have a little bit of that tension in your first game.
And Fabiano was mentioning something very interesting, this time control, that you don't get a second time control. He said he probably played this type of event 10 years ago. When was the last time you remember playing this time control?
Yeah, there was a point when this kind of time control was pretty popular, and I definitely remember playing it, I guess even maybe in like, I don't know, Olympiads or World Championships. But they've moved away from this, and it's true. I have not played just pure game 90 in like a really long time.
Do you feel any extra pressure with those minutes ticking down?
Yeah, I mean, I want my opponents to have less time than me, so it's a little bit less pressure that way. I mean, that's definitely going to be my goal. I think time management is really important with this time control. I mean, I don't think I'm the best, you know, having like 30 seconds on the clock, so like I will definitely make an effort to have more time than my opponents.
Irina, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Thank you, Irina. And thank you all for joining us today in the first round of the American Cup. We do have this result between Irina Krush and Ruiyang. She will be, it will be enough for a draw for the 8-time U.S. Women's Champion to advance in the champions bracket.
But just to remind everybody what this whole format is about, it's a double elimination match.
So, yeah.
Tomorrow we are expecting that some of the matches will be 1-1, which will lead immediately to this scenario.
Absolutely, and we'll have a playoff tomorrow after the round. And remember, one player advances to the champions bracket, the other one moves to the elimination bracket. But tomorrow we'll know. We'll have the players that lost today must come back with a victory tomorrow. Otherwise, they will go down. And remember, elimination bracket is rapid. And that puts extra pressure on the players.
Exactly. But I just wanted to ask you one more time that in case of a 1-1 match, the playoff is
tomorrow.
Yes, I understand they'll play 2 games of rapid chess, game 15, or is it game 10 plus 5?
It's game 15 plus 10.
Game 15. I was so close on this one.
Something along those lines, yes.
Did you see how really
razor thin? Yeah, razor thin.
Very nice. And we have a final guest in studio. Alejandro.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with another victor of today's round. That is Begim Tokhirjonova after her victory against Nemtsova. Begim, welcome back to the studio. Welcome back to St. Louis. This is the first time after the U.S. Chess Championships back in St. Louis. How does that feel?
Thank you very much. It feels great. Now we're playing without a mask and the time control is different. I'm happy to be here.
Talk to us a little bit about that time control and the format of this event. It's a double elimination round robin. How does that feel? And also the time control, because you don't get the second time control.
Yeah, I have never played double elimination, so it's going to be my first experience, and I'm kind of very excited about that. And when it comes to time control, I like it more than like having more time. Sometimes like people spend half an hour when they have already like losing position after move 40, which is kind of unpleasant. So here it's faster, and I like faster games more.
Let's go through today's game. Take us through the opening phase and then the middle game. And when did you feel like you're taking over?
To be honest, I thought c4 was a wrong move. I thought after knight d2, I'm better. And whatever she did in the opening felt a little bit slow for me. And then here, I thought I'm better, but then I started to realize I really don't have anything. She played knight d2, and I took on c4, b4. And here I thought she could play rook d1 instead of rook a2. Maybe
rook fd1 or rook ad1?
Rook ad1, maybe. And then she wants to play bishop c3 and slowly getting back the pawn. I thought I was much better, then I started to realize I'm not that, like...
She's probably going to regain her pawn.
Yeah, slowly she can like develop. Rook a2 was a very strange move. After that, it's just... Still she has some chances, of course, here because she has two bishops, but unfortunately she didn't have any time. So she wasn't very precise.
And what was the final moment in this endgame? Or
okay, here I knew I should I should be winning slowly, even though we have like different
opposite side, opposite color bishops.
Yeah, here I thought maybe f6 instead of f5, and slowly I had maybe slowly developed the pieces. Then I wasn't sure after rook d2, rook d8 is coming, so I thought f5 and rook d6 is better for me. And at some point, I thought maybe it's draw, and I cannot win the position, like win the game.
At what moment did you feel like you have lost?
Like around here, I felt like I lost control over the position. It's just like it felt very good to have the position, but then I realized that it's so hard to play.
So somewhere around here, you had kind of reconciled that the game is probably going to peter out into a draw.
Yeah, I was hoping that she will make a mistake, because otherwise it feels like if she puts bishop e7 or something like bishop g5, it's immediately draw.
Yeah.
So I started to like realize that and try to escape that positions, and luckily she made some mistakes.
So about where did it really go wrong? Now, at this point, you've got two connected pass pawns.
Yeah.
And probably it's already gone
But here I was confident that I'm going to win the position. Unfortunately, if you don't have you don't have enough time, it's very hard to protect these positions, right?
Exactly.
You should be very precise everywhere. So I was kind of like, I was sure that I'm going to win the game. But after I played f4, I thought probably she's going to hold the position.
Gotcha.
And it was a very strange game, because I felt like I was doing okay, and at some point everything just disappeared.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much, Begim, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Eventful day.
Oh my God, yes.
I mean, just take us through the results again, because we've got like 5 decisive results?
5 decisive results, exactly. In game number 1 between Dominguez and Shankland, we had a draw.
First result of the 2022 American Cup.
Yeah, and then Aronian won a nice game against Robson. I think Robson with some chances to prove that pawn. compensation, but didn't really manage to do so, got into the time pressure and lost. Meanwhile, Wesley So, game of the round, perhaps the game of the tournament. Wesley So against Sam Sevian. I wish we'd have had Sam here for another hour analyzing that position. Remarkable game, absolutely. And Fabiano Caruana drew against Jeffery Xiong. Both sides perhaps missing a little bit of chances. Fabi early on, Jeffery perhaps near the end. Instead of taking the repetition. Meanwhile, in the women's section, Irina Krush did defeat Ruiyang. Perhaps not the best technique, but pretty one-sided game all throughout. Next we have...
Coming up.
We have Zatonskih, who defeated Abrahamyan. Also a one-sided game.
But it was marred by the time trouble there at the very end. I mean, Tatev
just blundered a piece.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Essentially.
That was unfortunate. And in the game between, this was a roller coaster game. That game was something.
How did Alice save it, though? 12-year-old, really tenacious.
They'd have to give some credit to Stavrula from finding even some counterplay, because she was dead lost strategically out of the opening, and somehow she managed to draw that game. And there was one more game between Gulrik Beck and Tokhirjonova,
which we just
saw defeated Katerina Nemtsova. Cristian, final thoughts of the day.
Well, first of all, I have to say I love this format and I love this event already. And I hope all of the events are going to have this format, because it's so exciting and it pushes the players to their limits. And we see players, top elite level players such as Fabiano Caruana, thinking, wait, when is the last time I played this time format? When is the last time I had so much pressure going towards that 40th move? Probably 10 years ago, because after 40 moves, you usually get the second time control. I love it. I love this format. I love the event, and I'm looking forward to see the rest of the matches.
And even more, I think I played World Championship in 2004 with this system of 90 plus 30, and I don't think I've seen it since.
Yeah, I went going back all the way to the first World Knockout in 1996. I do think they had a 15-minute.
Yeah, they had a 15-minute, and they got rid of it afterwards. Some people thought it was too fast, but it's very good for us. I'm loving the format. I love the decisive games.
I like the double elimination.
I love the double elimination. You're knocked out, but you still have a life, and you have to prove yourself to come back, but you can do it. Thank you all for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central, with the second round of the first matches. Remember, everybody with the playoffs. Everybody that lost today needs to win to force the playoffs, which will also be played tomorrow. The games are of 10 plus 5 in the playoff format. Of course, the classical remains on 90 plus 30. See you tomorrow. Don't miss it. That will be very exciting.
Thank you for sharing your day with us. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.